Friday, Friday. Hey, happy Friday. What's up, everybody? It's nice here where I am. Hello from Egypt. Yeah, wonderful to have you here. Thanks. Hi. Yeah, happy Friday, everybody. Hope you've had a good week. No, I'm not sad. I'm not sad at all. Thank you for saying. No, I'm just, maybe my facial expression. I'm not sad at all. In fact, the opposite. I'm very grateful to be outdoors in the beautiful weather and to be safe and sound in a place where I'm not, you know, I'm just very lucky. So I'm very happy. Thank you. No, I would say the better word to describe my emotion is that I'm a little bit, what's the right word to use? Not surprised. I guess kind of perplexed is the right word to use because of some things that are going on, and it's beyond my comprehension of how. Again, this is the thing that we all have to figure out how to deal with, right? Everybody. I mean, different people say different things, or people do. Listen, this is something I learned in recovery. Nobody can make any of us do anything in terms of what they say or do. That we're solely in charge of our emotional response to any situation. It doesn't mean that we're not human and we don't sometimes respond in ways that aren't the best. But nobody truly has power over anyone. No one has power over me that says that if they say something horrible to me or about somebody I love or whomever, whatever, that I have to go into total, crazy mode. And the other thing is, and this is hard, by the way. So, but we all have our ego. We all have our feelings. And when somebody, either says something behind our back or makes us angry, we want to immediately come defend ourselves, right? We get very defensive. And somehow letting that go sometimes, which is easier said than done, is actually the smartest move to do. So, let's put it this way: there's not a lot of that going on right now. There's a lot of anger and a lot of discord and a lot of craziness, and you know, it's just so unfortunate. Now, I also say this: this is important to know. As a part of sort of observing this, what I would call mass psychosis that's going on right now, there are some people that I didn't even know and that I've come to learn about. And I got to tell you, just as on a personal level, I don't hate anybody because hatred is a very strong word. But I find some of the people that I've come across very, 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 very unappealing. Put it that way. I mean, imagine the worst thing you've ever eaten, multiply it times 10, and sit it out on the back step for 30 days, and that's about how I feel about some of these folks. I think they're repugnant. I think they're mean-spirited. I think they're whatever. If they are who they are, they can do whatever the hell they want. I could give a shit. But I don't talk about them, and I'm not out to get them. And I'm not going to go around talking behind people's backs and saying stories about them. Because you know what? That's some third grade shit right there. That's some petty third grade shit. And I'm not going to beat myself on the chest and go make a hoodie and sell it for $100 on the internet, using hatred things to it. It's just, that's idiotic. This is the worst that human beings have to offer, in my opinion. And the other thing is, this is what really makes me most perplexed or even disappointed. There literally are people dying. You're going to tell me that someone's words or minor actions, whatever it may be, are going to make it so you lose focus on other people you care about who are dying? I've talked more about Palestine in the last 4 or 5 days than everybody else combined because they're so busy ironing out this bullshit. I feel like I'm literally watching a bad episode of Jerry Springer, Middle East version or some shit. So anyway, I hope everybody can come to a place where they can come to peace with whatever their feelings are and their differences and all that stuff like that. Because, as I like to say, even the people that I just mentioned a second ago, who I absolutely, and listen, they probably feel the same towards me. Fair enough. I can't stand these people. They're the last kind of people I want to be around. But if they do advocacy for a cause that's outside of themselves, I'm glad they're doing that, especially if it's the Palestinian issue or any other issue for people who are marginalized. I respect that. I talked about Andrew Tate yesterday. I'm not a fan of Andrew Tate. In fact, he makes me sick to my stomach, the stuff that he did as far as how he made his money off of taking advantage of women. He's been charged with human trafficking in ongoing form. He's in Romania awaiting trial. I can't stand that about him. I think that's disgusting. I don't make a T-shirt that says "fuck Andrew Tate" and walk around, maintaining my anger or outrage towards him. That's just I let it go. It is what it is. But he went on Piers Morgan and he said some amazingly good things with his large voice to back up Palestinians. I thought that was amazing. Everything isn't so one side or the other. It's not that crystal clear. Everything's a shade of gray. But this outrage cancel culture bullshit that is destroying this movement is, in my opinion, absolutely ridiculous. I know it's I know it's very pervasive among a younger generation, and it's like if anybody crosses one's sensibilities, they're immediately set for absolute destruction, crucifixion. Don't let them ever work again. Ruin their name. It's so counterproductive. Get off your fucking high horse. If you're someone who's never done anything wrong in your life, you've never thought an impure thought, you've never said anything you regret, you've never upset somebody else, you've ever had to issue an apology and the other person wouldn't accept it. What the fuck? Who are you? None of us are perfect. And yet everyone's standing on their purity side. The morality police are out in force claiming that everyone has to demand to see things their way or they're total turncoats. Nobody has to see things your way. You have a right to express your outrage and feel the feelings you feel. Great, good for you. But certain things upset me. When people talk about eating a big, fat, juicy steak, I don't want to kill cows. I don't like to kill cows. I don't like it when anybody kills cows. Do I start lecturing you that you have to agree with me? No. You know what? Because it's your fucking point of view. That may make me very angry. I don't project my emotions onto you and tell you how you have to feel and agree with my feelings. That's some bullshit. And that's a very minor example, obviously. But this idea that you have to submit to somebody else because they feel strongly about something, fuck you. I'm not going to mention this person's name, but I'll mention the circumstances. I've said this is just an example of how silly this is. So there was a conversation taking place between someone who was pro-Zionist and somebody who would come on who I didn't know who was very pro-Palestine supposedly. This is a female, and I now understand of color. I didn't know at the time, and she was advocating for a certain point of view on an incident that occurred. The incident that occurred was Columbia University. There were some students that were protesting. I don't know all the details, but supposedly there were students that were protesting rather vociferously for Palestine, as many campuses are doing, which I wholeheartedly support, obviously. And supposedly two or more college students who were counter-protesting, or at least watching the protest, they grabbed something like some sort of like canned spray. It wasn't like bear spray, or tear gas. It wasn't pepper spray. It was something called skunk spray or something. It's this disgusting chemical concoction that smells terrible. I don't think it's that good for your eyes, but it's not life-threatening. It's a non-lethal version of crowd control, and they also use it on some of the homes, and unfortunately, in East Jerusalem as a sort of just a disgusting thing to do. Anyway, so the words that this person used, the person who was pro-Palestinian, said that she was announcing that there was a bioweapons attack, a terrorist attack using bioagents at Columbia University. And then this guy, Zach, on the panel said, and I try to be fair. I don't just take sides because it makes one side look better than the other. This person said, Zach said, well, no, hey, I think that's a little of a stretch. But if the people did that, they should be punished. It turns out these two people were IDF officers that were young and also still in college because these people serve when they're young in Israel. They also had dual citizenship, I guess. And so all I did sometimes in the moments between these lives when we're having conversations, I'll interject and share a couple of quick sentences, then get on to the next person. So I said, hey, on this one, I tend to agree towards what this person, Zach, has said. I think categorizing it as a bioweapons attack and a terrorist attack is, and listen, I just think that's a stretch too far. Oh my God, you would have thought that I said I just joined the Zionist Brotherhood or something like that. This person started reading me the riot act. And I'm like, with anybody who does that, I've never once come on here when someone's been a guest and says, and kind of condemn someone for not agreeing with me and that they have to use my language and agree to my terms and my feelings or else unless they're completely wrong. No, that's called opinion. And some people have a really hard time separating opinion from fact and fact from feeling. And I get it. People get emotional. It's okay to be emotional. I respect anybody whose feelings are up and they're revved up. That's okay. But you can't demand that anybody do anything ever about thinking some way. In fact, it's actually counterproductive. The more you push them to think like you, the less they're likely to think like you. If anybody's learned from veganism, if you know what veganism is, it's the avoidance of animal products and try to cause the least harm. If you know about that, they talk about it in the movement. There's two ways to go about meeting people and engaging. You can scream at them, tell them they're wrong, shit down their throats, make them feel guilty. They're just going to ignore you, avoid you, and get mad at you. But if you can connect with them on a human level of their sensitivity towards maybe their dog or their cat, and then tie that to the other animals in the production of food, and you can kind of connect and have their feelings connect to something else, that's a different tactic, right? So pounding somebody over the head with a hammer is not the same as gracefully walking them as you hold their hand and discuss stuff, right? Now, I'm not 100% vegan, no, and I recently, because I've been having some health issues, I have tried reintroducing certain things at very small amounts. Just, I'm listening. That's the other thing. Some vegans require you to be 100% perfect, or you're no good. It's either you're 100 or you're nothing. I think that's ridiculous. I think if you asked somebody who was militantly vegan, hey, if we could get society to cut out 99.5% of the animal products, meaning that 99.5% of the factory farms would close down, would you accept that? They'd say, absolutely. But when it comes to individuals, if you eat 0.5% animal products, you're a traitor. It's very silly. Somebody here says, Brendan says, I am vegan, would never go back. Yeah, if I'm very disciplined about it, if I'm really careful about planning my meals and I make sure I got the right amounts of different nutrients, you can do it very easily. It's not hard to do. It's in terms of the actual building blocks of it, but you have to take the time to get the right ingredients and make the food up. And it is a more labor intense way of eating because very few prepared foods that have a wide variety of nutrition are easily obtainable throughout normal society, because our society is based a lot on animal products. But I just wanted to use that as an example of mental approaches to how you can win hearts and minds. And unfortunately, a lot of people on the vegan side, they learn this the hard way. They start out with militancy. They're angry because they realize the error of the choices as they now see them were wrong. And they feel like everyone else should kind of jump on the plane. Everyone does that at some point in their career of doing this, typically. And everyone's outspoken to a different degree. I think people come to realize over time that effectiveness is more important than airing one's outrage. But boy, there are a lot of people right now that are just airing their outrage in ways that are really counterproductive. And the movement itself is what's most important. No individual here, any of us could die tomorrow. And it wouldn't matter because in the end, the goal is to push the message forward, get people to be understanding of the different parts of it. Again, walk hand in hand with someone and share information rather than beating them over the head and calling them names. Now, there are some people that won't walk with you hand in hand, that reject even that gentle approach. And in that case, the best thing to do with people like that is just not engage them. The chances of you trying to walk with them when they won't walk with you is zero. So stop walking, find the next person to hold their hand or walk with them. So anyway, that's just a different set of approaches and pragmatism. And it is bad. And the unfortunate thing is, whenever there are groups, and by the way, forget about this group. Just let's talk about, people have talked about Black Lives Matters or even groups like, what's it called, Antifa. Every group has a variety of personalities. And it's very difficult to keep everybody on message and on point the entire time. And everybody's, egos and the way they think things should be done start to creep out. And then any little spark that erupts kind of exacerbates those cleavages, those separate ways of doing things. And then it kind of turns into a total shit show. And then people kind of move to their tribes, their little subgroups, their cliques, and then they talk shit about the others. And meanwhile, the best thing to do would be to have the things worked out. Just worked out, like have somebody talk behind the scenes and say, hey, okay, this is what we're thinking. Okay, this is what I was thinking. Okay, I got you. I didn't mean to dismiss your thing. Okay, you're cool about my thing. All right, cool. Let's move ahead. But having these public forums where people come on there and literally publicly shit on each other for 4 hours in a row. And listen, I don't care about me. Forget about me. I've taken abuse from every which way from this thing. Palestinian, pro-Israel. I'm just trying to do what the fuck I can. And if everybody, like I said with Andrew Tate, if somebody hates my guts or doesn't think I'm a good person, or whatever they want to call me, whatever bucket you want to stick someone like, I think as long as someone's doing something that's good towards the cause, let them do it their way. As long as they're not harming the cause in terms of what they're saying and how they're doing it, good. Any extra effort takes. I always talk about these things being like big ships, and the wrong people are on the side of the rudder that won't let the ship move in the right direction. And we just need more people on the rudder pushing back. That goes for the American political system. That goes for the Israel-Palestine issue. All these power structure dynamics that have to be changed don't change quickly or easily. So all hands on deck, all appreciated. A lot of people are shitting on Sean King now. There's a lot of stuff floating around about Sean King. I don't hate Sean King. If Sean King, and this is alleged, I don't have the receipts, if someone like Sean King, who's done a lot to expose information to the public on his Instagram channel and here on TikTok and elsewhere, listen, if someone like Sean King does use movements in general, whether it's, a movement for a minority, for Palestine, if he uses movements to bring money into his circle, I don't like that. I think that's kind of gross. I don't want to cancel Sean King. If some of the money he raises makes it to the causes, that's better than nothing. If the information Sean shares in the public as a part of that, quote, grift helps people learn and change their minds, that's better than nothing. I'm not going to go hang out with him. I'm not going to promote the things that he does because I don't believe in that personally. But if somebody else does, that's I'm not going to make it my mission in life to destroy the guy. So again, some people just get on these little crusades, and because they're bored or frustrated about other places in their life that they're angry about, they hold this anger within them about whatever bugs them. And then when something comes up that's a target that they just let it all out. It's like a therapy session for them to completely, you know, get it all out, like just completely take it and try to destroy people. That is very counterproductive. And it's very impragmatic, it's very impractical, and it's damaging. And look what it does, it destroys cohesiveness. And what do you think people who you're trying to work against are thinking as they watch people implode on the other? They're just laughing. Like, haha, these people can't get along with themselves. How can they ever expect to overcome the plight, right? That's what it breeds. It's really silly. So I think usually cooler heads eventually prevail, which is the good news. I think right now the emotions are high and people just have to kind of get it out of their system, speak their piece. And the things always simmer down. Just like us during a day, you get mad about something, a few hours go by, you kind of simmer down, maybe you get some food in you, do some exercise. And, we go through undulations. All of life is cycles and, ups and downs. And right now, unfortunately, the cause is in sort of a valley of distress, which is distressing to see. What's up? And listen, if you're somebody who gets into this drama stuff and you enjoy the whole hubbub, it's the last thing that we should be doing. Go walk down your street and talk to some neighbors and just engage somebody. Don't sit on a live and like go and grab a bucket of popcorn and watch people, have their Jerry Springer moment. It's really messed up. Anyway, and the other thing I hate to see, and everybody has their take. So there are other people that embrace, that warm up to one segment or the other because that's how we are. That's how people vote, et cetera. It's just how we're wired. But I try to make objective observations as best I can. Maybe I'm as skewed as anybody, but some of the behavior that I've seen come out of some of these subgroups has been absolutely disgusting to me. Absolutely disgusting. I think everyone's emotional, Daniel. I've heard these same conversations occurring on Pro Israel Lives where people get into arguments and they have to kind of iron it out. It's normal. It's very normal human behavior when it comes to groups that are all sort of working towards a common goal. Shit comes up. It's not abnormal. But it is unfortunate, especially when you're trying to maintain cohesion and focus on the big picture. So it's unfortunate. The other thing is being an object of people's rage and hate. I learned this in recovery, which some of you may or may not have been through. But one of the statements that I've heard is, what somebody else thinks of you or me is none of our business. In other words, let them do what they're going to do. The people that I don't particularly find very endearing are those who come up to your face and behave one way and then go behind closed doors and just absolutely assassinate you. Those people scare me because if somebody comes on here and I have an issue with them, I have no problem bringing it up in a way that's not counterproductive, but just says, hey, I disagree with you on this. I think we should get this fixed up. But I think those are those two-faced people, so to speak, that come up and they're all nice and sweet to you on the one hand. Those are the duplicitous, devilish, sort of slithering, slippery. I won't say the word I want to say, but for me, that's the worst kind of person. Well, let's talk about that for a second. So here's the question. Do people think that Bill Maher, the guy who's the liberal, whatever you want to call him, comedian from HBO, do you think he's an avowed racist? Do you think on the weekends he's going to KK meetings? Do you think he's plotting day and night on how to unalive black people? Do you think that he's somebody who has pure hatred in his heart? On his TV show, on a national audience on HBO, he said the N-word. And that was people were just, they caused such a huge stir. Okay, I've never done that. I've never said I want to hurt anybody. But I also said some things that were insensitive, not so much to the degree that he did it, but what did he do to address it? He came on to his show after a 2-week break to kind of hopefully let the dust settle from his point of view. He addressed it. He had a guest on who gave him feedback that I'm sure was very uncomfortable for him. He apologized for it, both to the audience as well as this person. And then you agree to move on and be better. That's how you heal, or at least try to move to the next chapter that follows an incident. That's all a human being can do. And I think if there's someone in your life that you've done something that you weren't proud of, maybe you snapped at your friend or You didn't show up to pick them up on time, or whatever it may be. Whatever you did that was not in keeping with your best, and the person called you out on it, like, hey, that's fucked up. What the fuck? And you're like, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. That was wrong. And usually they'll say, okay, I appreciate that, and then life goes on, right? Now, there's different degrees of wronging. I get that, but to what standard do you want to be held if you're in a circumstances where you do something wrong, whether whatever degree it may be, and then you want someone to constantly hold you to account every single time they see you the rest of their life, they demand you to get on your knees and kiss their ring and apologize. You'd be like, well, dude, that's kind of fucked up. I told you I'm sincerely sorry, and why can't we move forward? If you don't want to forgive me, that's fine. Maybe our friendship will end. But you got it's the anger and hate that stays in people for outrage makes their lives worse. And it's not healthy for interpersonal relationships in the community for people to choose to be that way. If you ask somebody or demand somebody apologize to you, and they do, that is what you ask them to do. You have to go with that in some degree. And then what I think the standard is fair to hold is, how does this person behave subsequent to what they do to apologize? Is that fair? Is that fair? And if you think that's unfair, if you think that once somebody transgresses against your point of view that they're vilified for life, avoid them. Just ignore them. If you want to cancel them, that's great. If you're going to go on a 24/7 crusade to try to destroy someone because of your anger, that's on you. And the more you spend time acting on your anger, which is really the worst of you comes out. And again, I'm not going to judge anybody. You do it. Listen, if you're somebody who's angry and you want to try to chase somebody down and figuratively assassinate them, figuratively or whatever, this is great. You're going to love this. I heard someone's making a hoodie. They're planning to make a hoodie with my picture as saying FCB, or F my name, and they're going to charge people $100 to have their name added to like the back of the hoodie, and they're going to start selling this shit. They also created a photograph, like a little image, a little fake, what do you call it, like photoshopped image, which showed, I think, a bunch of Israeli soldiers in a little, like, arm in arm, like sometimes these people will do. And they superimposed my face and the face of two other pro-Pally content creators, I'm not going to name them, who this other group doesn't like because of the beef that's going on. And they're showing that as if, we're all sort of one happy gang of mean-spirited white supremacists or some stupid shit like that. This is just childish fucking behavior. You can't maintain unity when you're doing stupid shit like that. And it's disappointing, but I guess among certain age groups and certain levels of maturity, it's not totally unexpected. But like I said, everyone has a right to do their thing. Good for you. You want to do those things, have at it. But, I quite frankly, at this point, I really don't give a shit. People are going to think what they think, and they can think what they think. And I hope their advocacy takes the cause as far as it can, and I hope they wish the same with everybody else. But that is what it is. So anyway, we'll see where it all goes. Hopefully people come to their senses, talk behind closed doors, iron out their differences, and move on accordingly. That would be ideal, because in the end, think about it, no one's going to remember any of this shit. 50, 100 years from now, none of this bullshit drama is going to matter. No one's going to remember our names. All they're going to want to know is, did the situation change for Palestinians, right? Did something good finally come out of it? That's it. Nothing else. The rest of it's all bullshit, small talk. And that goes for any political situation. Doesn't really matter how you get there. It's that you get there. Now, the one good thing, as we've been talking about, which I think is incredible, although the suffering to achieve it has been unthinkably large and immeasurable and horrific, is that the awareness of this is so much bigger than it has been before. That is such a great change. And if that was the plan going into this, get hostages, hopefully not allow the rest of what happened, which was horrible. Get hostages to get people out of jail as leverage, and then, of course, build more understanding and more, attention to the cause, and also let people see what Israel really does. Like, it's kind of like drawing your enemy into doing something overly disproportionate, and then have the world see how you really behave. If that was the plan behind all this, and I think they knew there'd be a response, right? We knew that, but I never thought it was going to be like this. If that was the plan, this was a genius plan. As horrible as that is, to think that, a lot of your people are going to die because of how your enemy's going to respond. Hey, how you doing? Um, that's a huge sacrifice to make. But in the long run, if it leads to the political change from the outside in that puts pressure on their adversary, to change their ways or maybe even shift the political structure of the entire region, that's a smart move. And there's a guy named Niccolo Machiavelli, if you haven't heard of him. He's a political philosopher, and he said something called the ends justify the means. Even sometimes the means are horrible and people suffer, but in the end of it, something is bigger than the interim. Yeah, listen, you know, the allegations by one of these people, somebody's talking about Zionists, and everyone who's been here knows the format that I try to do. So the only reason I do it this way is because I think it's beneficial. Somebody made a comment that I didn't like, which again, who cares, right? But somebody said that they came into my live because they thought, quote unquote, I didn't have the knowledge or the ability to overcome some misinformation that a Zionist was saying. I thought that was a little presumptive. These people don't know anything about the history of how I communicate and what I do. And a lot of the comments that were being made about me as far as my advocacy, no one has a clue what I've done. They have not studied, they don't know anything about the work that I've put in, the hundreds of hours of lives that I've done, all the videos I made. They just know what happened on Twitter, so they're just automatically just assuming. I don't need any help, anybody. I'm happy to have you come in and help if you want to. I don't need your help. Okay, I've been studying this thing for 35 years, and while I don't know as much as others do, because I'm not a scholar, I certainly understand how to tactically maneuver someone who's saying certain things in a way that's 5 to 6 steps ahead of them. Not that I'm some smart guy, but I kind of have done this enough that I know how to maneuver conversations. Just like chess, you want to get somebody in a check or checkmate. And that's why I allow people to speak more, because then I let them portray things in certain light, and then I work it back into something that is actually a position from which someone can't recover. And that's the method to the madness. Now, some people don't like the fact that in order to accomplish that, someone has a right. Hey, Stella, how you doing, baby? Beautiful little puppy. Hey, puppy, say hi to everybody. Isn't she cute? She's such a little puppy. Hello, girl. Hello. You're such a sweetie. Aw, such a cute little dog. I love coming here. People think that because the beginning step of that gives somebody a platform for a minute and a half, 2 minutes to say certain things, that angers them. And I've seen lives where people who are pro-Pally come in, and this is everybody's choice. I can give a shit what they do. But I don't think it's a good look when someone starts to speak, you interrupt them, talk down to them, tell them they're a fucking moron, whatever. And not everybody who comes in and corrects people does it that way. But I like to let somebody kind of put the rope out there that they're eventually going to put around their neck kind of thing. Somebody says it is also UA. I don't know what that means, Beth. Unless it's a style, and if somebody has a better way to do it and I can be more effective, I should be open to hearing that, right? The dog that I care for, her name is Ruby. She's a 4-year-old coonhound. She's a sweet dog. I never known much about hound dogs before. You see them in like movies when the police are using them to track somebody, or like one of those fox hunts. You see those paintings. She's like that, and she makes the most unusual noise when she sees a deer. It's pretty amazing. It can be kind of annoying sometimes when I'm trying to do a live and she starts making so much noise you can't even hear. Anyway, but not every, listen, this is the really cool thing about a community too. There are going to be, listen, some of the lives that I don't like, some of the people that I don't particularly prefer, you may love. You may think that I'm a complete idiot for not liking them. So be it. Go to their thing and enjoy that. If you like that style, God bless. There's lots of different people to choose from. There's some amazingly effective people that who are, I mean, I don't want to say names because I just won't talk about anybody else, but I'm very enamored with some of the other people, a lot of whom don't even love me. They think that I'm the scum of the earth, but I appreciate how good they are, and I can say that even if they don't like me. Who cares? So, no, like I said, and I'm not looking for pats on the back or congratulatory or encouragement. I'm only saying this because each person, I believe, if they're going to be their most effective, would ideally look at it from that vantage point and not let the noise get in the way. It's like, hey, you can't change what people are going to do. You can't control anybody but yourself. So somebody named Zein, Zein, made a video that I saw today. He was walking down the street, and he said, he wasn't specific, but he says, I've been hearing a lot of people criticize each other lately, kind of like this. He says, that doesn't do anything. He said, each of us have things about ourselves that we need to work on. Take that same energy and work on yourself, because it's much more beneficial. You get much more value out of it. And eventually that value will go to others. I think that's a very wise thing to point out. And I think isn't it so much easier to point out the flaws in others and to show them what they need to do to fix themselves than it is to look inward and do the same for us? Because if somebody sat us down and said, okay, write down the top 10 things either that you struggle with or that you'd like to see different about yourself, we know what they are, right? It's different for some of us, but I know what mine are. And it's so much easier to look at somebody else and go, oh, they need to lose weight. They should go to the gym more. Or that person needs to, tone it down some or whatever the hell it is. But in terms of ourselves, the top 10, how many of us spend our days really going to work on the top 10? Probably not much. It's a lot harder to do, right? Because whatever blocks we have had in place for a long time that keep us from doing that are still there. And everyone has different versions of that, but they're all the same thing, just different in terms of the specific thing that's surrounding it. Yeah, Zane is great. I've had him in my lives before. He's been a good contributor. He's a very calm, sort of measured guy. His name is spelled Zein, for those of you who haven't seen him. He's a good guy. Yeah. So patience is a big one too, right? Patience is tough. I've had people say, "How are you so patient with some of these people?" I kind of just don't even worry about what they say. It's not that I have to feel like I have to be right away and correct whatever I'm hearing that's not that I don't believe is correct. Sometimes I do. If somebody comes out and he kept saying, "No, no, no, it's fact." No, it's not fact. You can call it that, but that's delusional to say it's factual. It's an interpretation that you believe is fact. And I like to distinguish between what I call biophysical reality. I'm standing next to a tree, and some people would describe it differently, like, oh, that's a little tree, it's small. Some people say this is an amazing tree. Those are interpretations of the same reality. Hey, doggy, come on, Ruby, come on. Good girl, good girl, good girl. There she is. So there's that. And I think everybody thinks that their point of view is the point of view. Like I always like to say, never have I heard somebody say, hey, this is what I think, but I'm wrong. Everyone thinks there's that they have the corner on it. But the great thing to do is to kind of be open to the fact that, in fact, if you come at this with this angle, this is the cool part. If you say, you know what, I think I know this, but there may be more to it that I'm open to if I find it. That's the smart way to be. That means you're open minded. And the other thing when you do that is you can preface what you say, is you can say it like this. You say, you know what, based on the things that I've figured out so far, this is what I sort of think, but I'm still open because I could be wrong. Now you can't be held accountable for anything that you say that you think you know because you've opened up the possibilities, and it makes you have less of an emotional attachment to the things that you think you believe because you don't give a shit if you're wrong. You're like, okay, I was wrong. And I use the same thing when I talk about these religious matters. And people have said that they believe that my version is uninformed or not where they think it should be or could be, and I'm open to that. I don't know. And each of the situations that I've gone through in my life where I've tried to do that, I just haven't been able to get my head through it or haven't been able to. And many of you may be like that, or maybe you're devout in your faith and you think that someone like me who has doubts is wrong. That's okay too. If someone can bring the perceptions to a place where I can indulge, I would do it. I'm not resisting it, but I really struggle with that. You know. Uh, Somebody says a lot of this feed been lagging. I'm at a place where the signal's 2 bars instead of 4. It's the best I can do. It's a little bit of a depression in terms of the land that we're in. I apologize for that, but I have to come here. This is the best I can give you. Speaking of Nader, who I don't know if Nader's in here. Yeah, I can let somebody up. Just give me a second. Just give me another second. Hold on, Avi. I appreciate Avi, by the way. I mean, Avi and I disagree. He's very pro-Israel. He and I disagree on a lot of the quote-unquote facts on the ground in terms of those interpretations. But I appreciate his point of view. I don't dislike Avi because he disagrees with me. I don't dislike Avi because he's Israeli. I don't dislike Avi because he probably believes in Zionism. But I do disagree with Zionism, and I don't agree with what the state of Israel does. And someone contacted me recently and said in the comments, why do you hate Jews so much? Why are you such a Jew hater? And then I responded back to him. I told him the history of my whole life in terms of the people I've known who have been Jewish, from grade school to present, including a close personal friend that I've been helping who's going through a terrible family matter right now, who's a member of Jewish Voices for Peace, who I really admire. He's a very smart guy, different kind of guy, but very smart. And the person emailed me, the person messaged me back and says, thank you so much for sharing that. It meant a lot to hear that. So again, we all have common ground that we can share, but I do want to ask the audience, when someone who's pro-Israel, I say this all the time, if you disagree with somebody, just talk about the things you disagree about. Don't take shots at the person. And I would hope that guests who come up can do it the same way. That's fair. So I'll tell you what, I'll bring up, if he's still in the, still, I'll bring up Avi. Again, please be respectful. And for those of you who are angry at me for letting somebody like Avi speak, get over it. What's the worst that can happen? He may say some things, I may counter. We go apart, and if we don't agree, that's okay. It doesn't hurt anybody. Oh, Avi, if you're still listening, it brought you up for like a flash of a second, and then you went away. So I didn't take you down. Somebody says, "Do I need attention?" No, I don't need any attention whatsoever. In fact, it would make my life a lot easier if I just completely went off this app and put more time into other stuff. And I may do that at some point if that's what is required. But the reason I do this is not for attention. The reason I do it is because I enjoy the dialogue and I enjoy the process. And for me, it's kind of therapeutic because all of the things that I've been stuffing in my brain for so many decades, it's a chance for kind of just get it out in a sort of an interactive manner. That's it. What I might start doing, just to let you know, is doing less content here in terms of lives and videos, and do more of it over on YouTube or Rumble, and just start using like a desktop app like OBS Studio, and then doing more interviews or just doing like news clips and same kind of videos people do, and then do an occasional live. TikTok has become very, very, very. It should be called TikToxic, is what it should be called, in my opinion. It's a great platform, but damn, does it bring out some shit in people, man. So no, I don't need that. Or that you're talking to Carl. Sorry, Katie was asking someone in the chat that. Sorry, I wasn't even asking me. But there you go. You got my answer too. Somebody says I've been trying to find out myself, but then heard the apologist, so it shouldn't matter. Yeah, this keeps coming up. I authored some inappropriate tweets a while back that made people angry. I think rightly so. So I addressed it for 6 hours on lives when it first happened, and then some others have learned of it since that weren't aware of it then, come onto their lives and apologize. I went on a pro-Israeli live to apologize to someone who was offended by this, and that's what I did. I don't know what else one can do. And then people can see based on the behavior to date and the behavior from here on if they think that was genuine or not, or whatever. Unfortunately, the cancel culture around this sort of thing is pretty severe, and people do what they're going to do. Okay. No, Sam, I didn't refuse that. Everything that was up at one point has been taken down, has been completely removed. People had saved things. It's not still online. People like copied stuff to their hard drive or whatever when it was up, and that's how it all came to life. And no, the stuff my entire Twitter account's taken down, and I'll tell you why that is. It was not just in addition to taking down things that are insensitive. Obviously, that's the right thing to do, but it's more so because I went through not just this issue, but other things, just the general flavor of the responses. And what I noticed was, I don't know who's on Twitter, but I noticed a pattern of just the more things were sort of stirred up, the less kind I was being, or the less, just, it was bringing out the worst in me, I guess, in terms of snarky comments. And it was just not the kind of way I want to be. And it was I just realized the platform kind of, for whatever reason, just can bring that out of people. So I just stopped doing it. So, yeah, I think that's fair to say, Shlomo. You have a responsibility not to say stuff. I agree. And I think that sometimes some people make certain mistakes in life. Some people break the law. Some people author some things that are inappropriate. Some people have tumultuous relationships. Maybe they get into an argument, physical fight, whatever it may be. We all have transgressions, and mine were verbal or written in that case that were wrong. I agree. And that's why I apologize for it and have committed to not doing something like that again. So fair enough. And any criticism that comes for something like that is more than fair, right? And anybody can have their feelings around it and they can make their own decisions. That's it. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, the other thing is people are making assumptions that if somebody says something insensitive about a group, that first of all, they hate the entire group of people. And actually, if I had a chance to discuss it in more clarity, which unfortunately is something that is very difficult to do given the nature of the current culture around how these conversations are had, and there's certain ways of communicating that are just not allowed to happen, because just the very talking about them make people so angry, and they go directly to a place of vilification that you can't be sincere and explain exactly the context within which you might have said something that they find or that is offensive. So I would love nothing more for people to be able to put a Neuralink on my head and literally let it play out. And then you go, I think people would go, oh, okay, well, that's a little different. It never justifies what was said because it was said in a way that didn't even need to be said. It was stupid. But I think you would really have clarity on, in that context, why something like that would come out. But again, that's not going to happen. Maybe I'll have a chance at some point to do like a Zoom call and we can have a private group that can maybe have some people come on who were like I did. That's what I had when people first came up. They were upset, and that's what maybe I'll do a Zoom call and do that if people are open to it. It's, again, like I said, it's very socially sensitive. Viv is here. I haven't talked to Viv in a while. How are you doing?
Hi, Chip. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
Chip, we all make mistakes. And what sickens me is that people are more worried about their egos and pointing out fingers than actually saying, you know what? He made a mistake. He apologized. Let's move on. I mean, alive where people are saying, "Oh no, somebody said that," and they shouldn't be talking on the Palestinian cause. That really saddened me today. Really, really saddened me because
Yeah,
you know it's sickening how we can point out fingers when someone does something wrong, but no one made alive and said, you know what? Chip actually is talking out for the Palestinians. He goes, he's brought so much knowledge to people that were not knowledgeable about Palestine. No one talks about that. And that's what's sickening on humanity as a whole. We point out the bad things on each other, but we never highlight the good things. And that is why we all are the way we are. And you know what, Chip? We actually, and I know it hurts because when you make a mistake and someone keeps on bringing up a mistake you apologized for, it is hurtful. And the fact that nobody can see that, it's ridiculous. And at the end of the day, Chip, I just want to say we appreciate you. If they want to act and let their ego go before anything else, that's their problem. Please don't go against what they say. Just keep on spreading the word. And you know what? You've done a lot. I'm not going to talk about your bad thing, like whatever happened in the past, you apologize. And for a guy to apologize on a public platform, it takes a lot, whether you like it or not. Trip could have just come in and say, oh, well, I was just naive, and that's it. But he actually apologized. So I just want to say, from an Islamic point of view, people that want to come up and say all the bad things and you shouldn't talk about, it shouldn't be. There's something called forgiveness. And if people can't talk about forgiveness, then there's something wrong with you. If you are perfect and you can say, I've never done anything in my life that was bad, no problem. Come up and judge. But people want to judge when I'm sure they've done stuff in their life as well that's bad. But Chip, just want to say, we appreciate you. Keep doing what you're doing. And don't let anyone bring you down because that's what people do, unfortunately. Instead of bringing each other up, we bring each other down. It's the Palestinian cause is what it's about, not egos. And everyone is just worried
exactly.
about their ego and what they want to say. It's not about you guys, it's about the Palestinians, the Palestinian cause. And I'm sorry to say this might sound wrong, but you know what? One thing I can say about the Zionists, they unite, Chip. They literally, you will not go on a Zionist live and they literally sit
Yeah,
and they insult each other and say, you know what? No one should talk pro. That is why, honestly, I actually feel so disgusted on the pro Palestinian lives because a lot of us are going and actually calling each other Zios. I was on the live and I was called a Zionist. I mean, it's ridiculous. Like, people have to
yeah.
stop doing this. Focus on the Palestinian cause, spread whatever knowledge you know for the Palestinian cause, and to hell with your personal opinion about someone else. Nobody cares. Chip, keep doing what you're doing. We appreciate you. And I hope you all
Thanks,
have a
Viv.
great evening and free Palestine, inshallah. Take care, guys.
Thanks for those words, Viv. Yeah, I think for those who don't know what happened there, I think what happened was there was one smaller, you'll call it clique or subgroup that were more affected or more angered or more harmed by the words that were brought up. And I don't think there's anything wrong or that's completely understandable. I think what caused the rub, if I understand it, was is that they did not feel that others who are maybe Arab or Palestinian and not from their subgroup didn't acknowledge and allow them to vent more and sort of embrace or empathize with their version of how they felt it should have been done. People would encourage things to kind of move forward. Kind of like I think the words that people use was like, "Hey, we got bigger fish to fry. Kind of get over it." And I think that made people feel like being marginalized, that people didn't care about them, cared more about others than them, and that's what spurred a lot of the negativity. I can understand both viewpoints. Nobody's right or wrong, but I would hope that at some point people can acknowledge each other's pain, go back to focusing on what's most important, maybe share other supports for other causes that people see as more equally important. That's fair too. And say, hey, if you want us to support the cause that you believe in so much that we want to support as a marginalized community, maybe you can take a look at some of the things that we feel need some attention as well. I think all those points are fair. I hope everybody can unite and stop the bickering because it doesn't do anything to help anybody's cause, except for, like Viv said, deal with people's egos. It brings out the worst of their anger, the worst qualities that we have as humans as far as selfish and self-centered anger. We need to cooperate and lock arms and work together towards the injustices of the world writ large. If we don't do that, if we stay, I hate Trump, you hate all that bullshit, we're never going to get anywhere. We have a very special guest, Nader's here, who, by the way, speaking of politics, this is someone who actually gets to sit in the State Department and hold these officials, hold their feet to the fire. What a
Oh
good guy.
boy, if they let me, if they give me time. How you doing, Chip, my brother?
Okay,
Uh,
thanks.
I just wanted to come up real briefly because it's a little windy here, so I don't know how long this is going to last. But
Okay.
I wanted just to talk to the people in the comments, honestly. So listen, a lot of people ask me, what did he do? And, we demand to know and all this kind of stuff. Listen, just because you're new to the topic doesn't mean that anybody, whether it's Chip or anybody else, ever has to rehash every single live, every single time, answer everybody's questions all the time and go through this process over and over again. If that's what you're looking for, I'm sorry, but you're looking for drama. And that's enough. There's been enough drama in the last couple of days. I avoid drama as much as possible. And even friends of mine were on other lives doing things that I would beg them, please stop doing this. And friends of mine, and they're still friends of mine, and everybody makes mistakes and it's okay. But that's enough. Just because you have a question and you demand to know, go ask one of your friends that's on TikTok that maybe knows, and you can talk about it there. But all I know is that if anyone who makes a mistake, I mean, Chip has gone way above and beyond trying to fix this. And maybe there's no fixing it. I mean, what do you fix? You did something wrong, it's always there. However, he apologized for it. He sincerely apologized for it, and not only did he apologize for it, because anybody can apologize, he actually sought out Palestinian voices, people that are prominent on this app and social media. He talked to them directly, one on one, and asked what he should do, and told them the situation, said that he apologized, that he feels really bad about it, and he doesn't want to do it again. And should he even stay on this app? Should he even continue to talk? I mean, and the people have told him, no, you're doing a good job. Everybody does something wrong. Keep doing what you're doing, and we recognize we grow, and that's it. That's it. We grow, and you can do what you want. Obviously, nobody's going to stop anybody from doing anything. It's not our place. However, we need voices like Chip's voices. We need voices like Chip's. So all I'm saying is, there's a cause that's way bigger than this issue, and if you truly care about that cause, recognize, what your strengths are. Join the cause. You can contribute in your own way, and you can disagree with people. It's okay. You're allowed to disagree with people. I probably disagree with some of the things Chips has said as well. However, we move on because We have to be united if we want to achieve a goal. That's all I really want to say. Thank you,
Okay,
Chip.
Nader, thanks
Thank
for
you.
sharing your views. I appreciate you. Have a good rest of
All
your
right, my
day.
friend.
You know, I
Thank
think in any life situation, if we transgress, whatever the transgression may be, you know, there's a period of time you have to go do the work. I think Smitty said that someone needs to do the work. I think that you need to show contrition. You need to show that you give a shit. You need to acknowledge others' harm and hurt, and you need to indicate with your behavior and your actions that you mean those things in the future. I think that's all one can do. One can choose if somebody transgresses and does something past the point where you believe it's unforgivable. That's okay. That's your take. And if that's your take, hopefully you'll take the energies you have and rather than trying to attack or roast or destroy or burn at the stake somebody who you're angry at, take the energy and use it in whatever way that you and your life feel it can be positive, whether that's supporting your community members or maybe whatever it is you have to do that. It seems so counterproductive that when one is caught in hurt and anger, which is perfectly legitimate and understandable, to then redirect their energies to something that creates more negativity, which is the worst thing to do when somebody does something messed up. And I know it's easy for someone like me to say it. I'm not saying get over it. I'm not saying that you shouldn't do whatever you want to do. If you're outraged, you think there's no way to give somebody a hall pass for something like this, I get it. And you do you. But hopefully you don't start attacking each other who views things in a different light than you do, because I don't think anybody hates you or doesn't want to see your hurt. They just want to see the cause that they feel most importantly be addressed with the energy that it needs. I think that's fair to say. I hope we can come together. I think it was, is it Shmulik or Shmulk? Is that what you say your name?
Yeah, Shmulik, Shmulik. Thanks for
Shmulik.
having me on your live, Chip.
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
Go ahead.
okay. Oh, yeah. I caught a glimpse of like what has been happening. I don't know why the Palestinians been kind of. I don't know what it is that you said or did that they kind of turned on. They were talking about how it's not really working for the cause and whatnot. But I think Palestinians are just really terrible at maintaining good relationships. If I'm
Well,
being honest.
let's do this. Hold on, before you go there, let's not criticize other people's ways of processing it, because it's their right to do it however they choose to do it. I've heard this on Israeli lives too, and I never got into it. I never came onto a live and I never came onto someone else's live and started talking about how they're processing it, because I admire them for trying to come together and iron it out. That's called adult like stuff. What's not adult like is to sit back on your side and just chip you back and forth with somebody and not address it. So let's give them credit for that. And if they want to cancel me, that's fine. If they want to say that I'm not a good advocate, that's fine. The advocacy, I believe, is more important than the advocate. And just because I advocate for Palestine doesn't mean that Palestinian people agree with what I wrote on Twitter, for Christ's sakes. But they don't have to embrace me. They don't have to come on my panels. They don't have to interact with me in the DMs. They don't have to say anything. They can go make videos about me being the lowest of the low, and they don't agree with they can do whatever the hell they want. But I hope, even like I said with Andrew Tate, this is important. I don't like Andrew Tate. I don't agree with Andrew Tate. I'm glad he spoke up for Palestine on Piers Morgan. That's all.
Yeah, I agree with you that the advocacy is important. And I commend you. I think you have a passion for this, and it's important to voice it out. I happen to disagree with your position, your knowledge of the history of the area, and I'd love to talk to you about it if you ever want to have a
Yeah,
chance at that. Uh,
absolutely.
but I agree with you. It's the message, not the messenger, so to speak. Right?
Yeah, I feel the same way about the pro-Israel point of view. I don't think anybody should be, destroyed because they may. I know New York City Joe has done some things that I think are kind of disgusting, but I don't harp on it. I don't try to destroy the guy for it. I don't keep mentioning it. That's for him to figure out and him and his friends to work through.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
they're
Sorry,
went through their actions.
Hold on, Dinos. Let's finish this. Yeah, please go. Please go ahead, Shmuel.
Yeah, I'm not going to take up your time. I don't think we're talking about a topic that I can really comment on, but I just wanted
Okay.
to come up and say thanks for having me and good luck with everything. Bye.
Yeah, real quick, just to let you know, I have an email address. I've been very open-minded about taking information about 10-7. I've gone through countless hours of analysis to try to be fair in looking at content that people think will change the conversation around it. I think that's only fair as someone who's trying to be objective. If you have things about the history that you think we're not seeing clearly, because I want to see things clearly, send them to send me links to my email, which is chipbarnesonline@gmail, or you can contact me on my Telegram, which is just t.me, letter t.me /Chip Barnes. I always
Thank you. I
look
think
at
that's
it. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that's very fair. And but maybe we can have a live sometime and just kind of talk about it in a very calm way. Okay?
That'd
Sounds
be
done.
fun. Yeah, it's all yeah. As long as it's issue based, I'm 100% down for
Yeah,
anything. Thanks for coming up.
I'm
Thanks for
happy to
coming up,
do that.
Shane.
Thank you, Chip. Bye.
Yep. Take care. Now, by the way, treating someone who believes in Zionism and Israel with decency and respect doesn't mean I embrace a single word that somebody might say or believe. But they're human beings. We're human beings. I would want to be treated with decency and respect. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen very frequently. But it doesn't mean there's some sort of a warm embrace or some type of acceptance of their views. Nor do I disparage anybody who chooses not to do that or chooses to do whatever they want to do in that space. Their choice. That's my choice because I think objectivity, it matters to me. And I think I'm being disingenuous to any issue. Forget about this issue, any other issue, if I take an approach that's one sided because it serves one narrative. Fair enough? By the way, I have done a private Zoom call. When it's not a month into the conflict, I did a private Zoom call with somebody from the IDF, former IDF officer, who contacted me and said, "Hey, I think you have this all wrong. I need to show you some stuff." So he sent me a bunch of evidence. And again, these are narratives, not facts. Facts can turn thoughts, but narratives don't. I disagree with other narratives, but facts determine a change of the narrative. I think that's fair to acknowledge. Dionysus, how you doing?
How's it going, Chip? Yeah, it's
Okay, thanks.
I say we just allow them to dig their own grave. It's happening right now. The settlers over in Ramallah are attacking a village that's an IDF backed operation, and they're just going to dig their own grave in the world's eyes and the world's views. Sooner or later, this is going to lead into embargoes and boycotts and things of all sorts. So
Yes.
we don't really need to do anything, especially like I'll just comment quickly on the drama. Whoever is pushing division amongst our own ranks that heavy is usually somebody who works with COINTELPRO. I don't know if anybody knows what COINTELPRO is, but go look it up and see what they do. That's what they do is they cause division amongst menial lines of their topics that they created, like race and all these other things. So like honestly, like if you are still stuck in that trauma, because there are a lot of people aren't, I understand people are stuck in that trauma of that whole debacle of race and those things, please try to stick back on the sidelines and watch people who have worked through that trauma do what they're doing for the betterment of everybody, no matter what their past is. We are all here right now, and feeding into this bullshit drama is exactly what they uppercase they letter organizations of any entity you want to put on it. That's what they need, is us divided so they can conquer us a lot more easily. So when we look at the real issue is the 2% of Israelis think that they did not use enough firepower in Gaza this time around. Back in 2021, 2% of Israelis didn't think they used enough back then either. Right now, unanimously, almost 99 something percent of them believe the wall in the order to shoot to kill is legal. Unarmed civilians that get too close to a cramped up prison that they're trying to live in. So it's like this is Bibi Netanyahu isn't like some anomaly. This is them, and they are gonna dig their own grave. So that's all we got to do, and we got to create avenues of supply, of knowledge, and of help so we can get it over there. So if anybody's interested in any type of packaging or anything like that, DHL and Parcel World send 30-kilogram packos straight through the Rafah border into Gaza and also the West Bank. So they will be opening up operations very soon because everything's opening up. I know it's moving very slowly, but I've watched a couple of people who are on the ground, and they are Palestinians, saying that it is starting to move faster. So the best we can do right now is start gathering resources and goods that they need and getting
Yeah.
parcels sent over. But thanks, Chip.
Uh,
Keep doing what you're doing, man. You've handled this beautifully. I think you should be used as an example of what is wrong with this white privileged world and how people can get indoctrinated into speaking that way. And I think you're a power of example, brother, and keep going.
Thank you, Dionysus. I appreciate you. Yeah, real quick about this idea about somebody in the comments said it's not that hard not to support T word. There's a lot of conflation going on, especially the pro-Palestinian marches. They call them H word, H group support marches. That's not true. People aren't necessarily supporting the particular group, they're supporting the concept of resistance to the circumstances in which Palestinian people find themselves. I personally differentiated between the group having a right to resist against soldiers and the attacks that happen to civilians. I think that's fair. And I do the same thing on the Israeli side. If they're trying to attack the militants that were responsible for what happened on 10/7, I say fair game. The civilians that are intentionally or callously harmed and unalived because they're either not using enough military discipline or they're just outright doing shit that's unbelievably war criminal. I call that out too. You have to be fair down the line on both sides. If you're going to make the claim that every single time a civilian is unfortunately the fog of war or human shields, then you're just not being fair and you're being disingenuous. Some of the more egregious claims of things like mutilations and live burning live and young kids and all this other crazy talk and the women, most of that is circumstantial at best, and in a lot of cases the reports that have come out have debunked, or family members where they said the daughter this happened, they were on the phone with her until the moment they weren't on the phone, and they said that a lot of this stuff just was, in my view and others, was put forth to further inflame the anger of the world and the public, to bring people on the side of the IDF's response and legitimize to whatever extent they chose to take it, which has been absolutely brutal and disproportionate. And to some degree, that's worked. If you talk to the average person or even the average Israeli that comes on to here, they accuse me of supporting some of those egregious atrocities, and they claim there's evidence. Everyone's seen it on TV, they said. But I've probably spent 40 hours or more of my time interviewing information and showing, and none of the data, none of the actual data supports those claims. So far, maybe there is something that does. I can't deny it, but in fairness, it can't be corroborated. Okay, global mode media, welcome.
Hey, so yeah, I just wanted to say, I hope you'll prove me wrong, right? But based on what I've seen, I don't think that you're going to work to understand racism in a more real way and be actually anti-racist. I think you are a white supremacist, and I say this as a white person. We don't need to be amplifying your voices, right? Your voice is not as needed in this movement. It's good to support Palestine, but I think you're just doing this for views.
It's fair to have that point of view. That's fair. Listen, you can maintain whatever point of view you want to do. Let's cover the last part first, okay? Just so you know, there are content creators on different social media apps who make their income, or some or all of their income. I think Eddie from Midwestern Marks was saying that he's been demonetized on YouTube, and I think his monetization on TikTok has dropped because of his advocacy for the pro-Palestinian issue. I don't know the details. I can tell you this. Other than the small donations I get from private donors on the links that I have in my bottom of my bio, which I'm not soliciting, the amount of money that comes through on somebody like me for TikTok is infinitesimal. Like, I spend 4 hours on a live and I get $1.07. So if you think that's doing it for money, I don't know. I'd be the biggest fool that ever lived. And secondary, for the clout, hold on, I'm not finished addressing it. I'll address it. For the clout, listen, I have 118,000 followers, and it doesn't mean jack shit. Doesn't give me some sort of a high. I'm not trying to build a big social media presence. I just like to talk about some of these issues. I make a video when something comes to mind, and I try to be fair and objective in the lives. Yes, I had some issues with what I wrote. I have to reconcile that. I brought it up with somebody who I see for therapy at the VA, just to bring it up and let the truth be known of what occurred, and drop your quote pocketbook on the table. And by the way, Global, I'll tell you what I'd like to ask of you. If you're sincere, if you want to be helpful to someone like me, I'm not at all resistant to anything that might make my ability to be the best that I can be and avoid the traps that you think may be associated with YT privilege. If you want to share with me things that you think would be helpful in that regard, please contact me on my email. It's chipbarnesonline@gmail.com. I don't know. I heard your accusations. I heard your conclusions. I don't know what one can do if they show a willingness to engage with what someone else might share with them, if you're going to still just marginalize them and say there's no chance for things to improve in your eyes. So that's for you to decide. It is what it is. I don't know what else to say to that.
Well, I guess I don't know. I haven't heard your apology, right? And I'm not trying to make assumptions about how you have handled it, but you posted some stuff that I don't want to just write off as a mistake, right? Like the things you said were very deliberate, and you know why you said them, and they weren't that long ago, right?
Yeah, I mean, just to let you know what happened, just to be very clear. So the very first thing I did, because we're seeing a lot of divisiveness right now in the community. This is an issue that I care deeply about. So the very first thing I did when the first moment of this came to light, I contacted 5 different people who I trust within the Palestinian movement, who I think have good judgment. And I just said, hey, this is some messed up stuff that I did. And the last thing I want to do is become a distraction, a divisive portion of the movement. Do you think I should just sort of, pull back and just get out of the way? Or should I continue the work, or what do you recommend? And to a person, they said, hey, what you wrote was wrong, obviously, but I think your voice is more important than any of the divisiveness that may or could occur. That was the advice I received. I think I do an okay job with the background I have knowing about this, because I have known about it for a long time. And I think people, those who do like my style, I do a lot to try to bring information to the point. And I talk about other things as well, not just this issue, political stuff. And I'm just a guy. But on top of that, the bottom line is, I don't know what you expect of someone to do. I mean, you may think that your opinion may be that someone who has a tarnished past and you think believes a certain set of ideologies that you believe is permanent and all encompassing and has no effect. And the other assumption that people make when somebody does something stupid, I brought this up in the beginning, you may not have heard it. I asked the people in the audience, do you think Bill Maher is an overt racist who goes to weekend meetings with the white sheets on? And he said on his program, he said the N word on his program in front of his live audience, in front of a nationwide audience. And he had to go through a process of dealing with that. He brought on Ice Cube a couple of weeks later. They talked publicly. He apologized. I don't hear people coming up on every time on the panel and saying, Bill, you have to apologize for this right now. You're a such and such. At some point, the lives of people have to decide. And listen, if you think somebody's a liar and a cheat and a never changing entity, you can talk about them, you can marginalize them, you can try to cancel them, you can do whatever you want to do. You can avoid them. But to never give somebody any kind of good faith and to make assumptions. People said that I don't even do anything good for Palestine, that I'm a turncoat Zionist who had never seen anything I've done on here. They're just making assumptions. Anger is okay. Outrage is okay. I'm requiring somebody to try to do things that you think are necessary to try to help them along the way if they're open to it, which I am. I don't know what else you want of somebody.
I mean, I think the start would be talking about anti-blackness, right, in America and systemic racism and understanding what's going on, right?
Yeah, but the other thing is, it's not just about me, though. I mean, I'm just one guy who said something stupid on Twitter, who wish I could take it back, and I can't. And then people have made it into, I believe, something that's like, oh my God, everybody in the world thinks these most hateful thoughts towards Black people. If I had time to share with you my experiences in my life and what I've done in terms of the relationships I've formed, the things I've done, versus what was said, you would have a much different picture than you have right now. But I don't want to get into it because I think people try to use those things to justify what was said, and there is nothing that can do that. And I don't want to give that impression.
Hey, can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, sure.
So, hey, mode media. So you in your thing, and then I went and looked at your profile. It says you're a journalist. Are you here like writing a story, or like your media? Do you need media content? Is that what you're here for? Are you trying to trigger people? Are you trying to cause more division and fitna and record it and try to make content off it for your Goblin Mode Media Incorporated? Like, is that what you're trying to do?
No,
I
so
don't
the
know. I'm just
reason,
asking a question.
sure, yeah, so I'll give you an answer. The reason I'm here, right, is just to call out the anti-blackness that I saw. I wanted to see like kind of where Chip's head's at. I think it's good to talk about what's happening. I'm not writing a story, no. I just wanted to, and as far as the division, I wanted to address this earlier, buddy. I have no problem dividing from people that are actually
Okay, cool.
racist
Why are you
and
on his
not
platform
working
giving
to
him shit
overcome
if you don't
their
support him
own
and think it's
racial
a waste of
bias.
time? Just
My
go, bro.
man,
Just
my
go.
man.
Hold
You're
on,
I'm
Dave. Let
almost
him
done with
finish.
the
It's okay.
sentence.
I have no problem you speaking your mind and your piece. Say what you want. Please
Okay, well,
continue.
I was almost out. Like, I was almost out. I was just trying to finish the sentence, right? I
Yeah,
know you're
go ahead.
very triggered, Dionysus. Very
Hold on, Dave.
interesting
Just one second. Let him
choice you
finish. It's
made.
okay. It's okay.
You're taking
Okay,
time from Palestine and what he actually
Okay,
does.
just
You schmuck. Keep
right. So,
going.
hold on.
anyways, sure, I'm a schmuck. Like I'm saying, I don't have a problem dividing with people who are not working to address systemic racism in America and actual anti-blackness and their own personal racial bias.
That's certainly your choice, and I think
I'm sorry, is that too complex for you, Diane?
Well, let's not get to him. You guys can think what you want. I appreciate your point of view, and I thank you for coming up and sharing it. I think that I acknowledge the feelings that people have, the deep set of feelings around these issues. And I think if you understood what was really in my head versus what I said there, you probably would look at me as somebody a little differently. But you don't know any of those things, and you probably will not know them until I do
Addressing
some
the
things that make you
anti-blackness, you
think
just love
otherwise.
to hear yourself talk. Dionysus, you're a dickhead, bro. You need to.
All right, there you go. Listen,
Yeah, buddy, get in
it's
line.
okay if people want to
Get
come
in
up.
line.
If people want to come up, one sec, hold on. So if people want to come up and share, whatever their feelings are and whatever they think, and if someone wants to someone wants to quote separate themselves from someone, that's fine, that's fair, that's your choice. And I think the best thing to do with anybody in life who you're angry at is to try to reach them if you want to. If you think it's important enough to you that you want to see them do something differently than they've done, maybe look at it as a possibility, as a learning experience for them, as well as people who might do the same shit that I've done if they've done it, rather than looking at it as a way to excoriate somebody, make an example of them, and use your hate towards them that doesn't make a damn bit of difference for anybody else in life, nor the cause you seem so focused on. And I've been very, very conciliatory. I've apologized in public maybe a dozen times doing this. I think every time someone has asked me to publicly address it, I have. I haven't shied away. I haven't run like a little girl. I've been a man about it, and I'm not proud of it. I don't know what else people can ask. I gave you the opportunity a moment ago. If you didn't hear, I'll repeat it. If you want to share resources with me that you think will help someone like me who has transgressed the way that I did, please share them with me. I'm more than willing to look at them. But if you're going to hold me to a standard that I can never, ever, ever get out from under, I don't know what else to do. I want to try to do the good that I can do when and where I can do it. And hopefully that's of benefit to the cause. You may not like me as a representative of the cause because of how you feel, but I think the cause needs all the voices it can get. I like to look at it as a big ship with a big rudder, and as many bodies on deck to help push back against the problem is what the cause needs. You don't have to listen to me. You can tell people you think I'm a piece of shit. You can call me a racist. You can do whatever you want to marginalize me. That's your right. I'm going to do what I can do and be better. That's all I can say.
Yeah, Chip. Hey, this thing I'm hurting your stuff, so I'm gonna drop anyway. But hey, yeah, you guys can say whatever you want. I love you still. I don't hate you, but I will call you out on your bullshit. He's a media company and he's a journalist. I just put two and two together and he's screwed. Plain and simple. Have a good day,
Well,
everybody.
whatever. Yeah, it's okay. Thanks, Dionysus. Everybody's point of view is welcome here, and it's fair for anybody to criticize when you do something wrong or you do something just maybe not wrong, just you say something somebody doesn't like. It is more than okay for them to criticize it. I have thick skin. I don't mind being criticized. I don't take it personally and get all upset and angry. I got to figure my way through my journey based on the things I've done wrong, and that we all do. That's the way it is. I've done other things wrong before. I'll probably do something else wrong again. It's not going to be in this department. I can tell you that for sure. Anyway, we'll see. The other thing I want to say is when I see other pro-Palestinian content creators trying to tear down others because they don't agree with the way that they processed all this and that they feel that someone else should feel it and deal with it their way rather than the way that they're dealing with it or something like any incident. It's hard to make somebody else, to demand somebody else feel what you feel and acknowledge your feelings the way you feel they should acknowledge it as deeply as you feel it. We all feel things differently for different reasons. And this sort of stomp on the ground, beating on your chest, you have to do it this way because the cause that I believe in is equally or more important to my point of view. Yeah, we get it. There are other causes that I believe in that you probably don't give two shits about. And should I get offended because you may say or do something that offends my sensibilities about that particular cause and then demand that you see it my way and be sensitive to my views and my feelings? I don't think so. I wouldn't ask that of you. So stop doing that to everybody else. Don't divide and ask them if you really want to make something better of this. Show people what you think they should be helping you with that matters most to you, that shows they're sincere about what they care about with you. Because that actually makes a difference. If you have causes in places like Haiti and in the Congo and in the Sudan or wherever else it may be, where you feel there's being injustice, have them identify with your cause and help contribute to that cause. And if they're sincere, they will. And if they don't give a shit about you and they are insincere, you'll find out very quickly. Okay, that's what I have to say about that. Okay, I think Brenda wants to come up, and then we have OG and TW. Let's bring some folks up here. Oh, Brenda, you dropped on. Maybe come back in. Ruby, come on, girl.
Chip, hello, Chip.
Hey,
I
what's up?
sometimes I have a lot of respect for your self confidence. I don't know, a lot of people would have handled it different, and they would have just went south very quickly, because unless they can provide you with a time machine to go back to fix the past, they should accept your apology and move on. I mean, the thing is, a lot of times I come to your show and listen to your life. A lot of times, sometimes even some stuff that I disagree with based on my emotions, but when I think about it, I see how much you always on point. You talk about facts. You leave the emotions out of it, and that's the right perspective, regardless of whether it's for me or against me. Because for any cause, if you really want to go forward, you have to be pure. You have to look at facts, and you have to deal with the consequences of those facts. And I never ever seen you. I've heard a lot of stuff from you that kind of not only help us, it's just almost educational for somebody like me. I am an Arab. I am a Muslim. I am in my 60s and I still learn from you. So I know your research is very valuable. I know a lot of times information doesn't just fly and go into your head. You have to sit down and study and come up with it. And I really appreciate that the hard work that you do. Continue to do what you do. And if anybody ever mentioned this subject to you, you just tell them, hey, we dealt with it. It's behind us. Don't even dignify them with any response to it, because you're way, way, way above that. And thank you for what you do.
No, thanks for the nice words and for the appreciation of the work. Uh, I do respect. I know it may sound. I don't want to have a drum being beaten over and over again because it can be a never-ending cycle. But I also want to show people that I do give a crap about their feelings, about the harm that can be done, because I do. It's sincere. I know a lot of people think that people deal with something and think they're just trying to get it out from under them, but that's not what's in my head and my heart. So I thought it's fair to give somebody a chance to speak their piece.
And
They may say something that I really don't like or that makes me feel like crap, because I think no one wants to have negativity directed towards them, especially when you kind of stepped in it. But
and
it's fair to
and
give somebody a chance to vent. So yeah, go ahead, please.
yeah, and it comes across very, very loud and clear. It just a lot of times we come to these lives, right, to really galvanize our ideas, learn something in you that maybe we didn't know about before, and it just create that synergy in that community where you can go out and you could kind of take some of that information and show and help others with. So that's what we appreciate you for. And none of us are human beings, not a single one of us didn't make a mistake that they regret. Once they regret it and apologize for it. That's all they can do. You cannot ask them, because
Sure.
you're not God. Nobody's God that to go on somebody's heart and say, no, you didn't mean your apology. No, your words is good for me. And that's what it is. This is how we should deal with each other.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think the bottom line is this. Again, I'm not in other people's heads. I think when certain people have a lot of built up anger and rage about issues they feel super strong about, when there's an identifiable object or symbol that is uh, uh, indicative of something that they feel so strongly against, that it's going to be like a magnet. All their thoughts and energies are going to kind of flood out of them towards that and just like let it out. And I completely, completely understand that. And I'll never understand the journey of someone else's shoes, because I come from a sort of, like somebody says, YT privilege. And I didn't earn it, by the way. I'm just born into it, but it does exist in our culture. Let's face it. I mean, people who walk the path that I walk don't have to deal with shit that other people have to deal with in America and elsewhere. It's terribly unfair. It should be fixed. I think that it's better than it used to be, but it's not as good as it needs to be. And so, that's why I said earlier, if there are things that can be directed towards my way where I may have complete ignorance or blind spots on things, direct it. I want to be the person that is the best kind of person that I can be and try to help causes that need help. And I do give a shit about anybody who's marginalized, by the way, which is that's why I see this subject the way that I do. I think Palestinians are marginalized. I agree that African Americans are marginalized. The economic opportunities are not there. The school systems suck. I live in a community where You wouldn't believe the shit I've seen in terms of the neighborhoods. I've actually lived in an all black neighborhood, a very low income all black neighborhood for 2 years when I was working on fixing a rental property that I had. And I got to know a lot of people, some of whom were absolutely incredible. My next door neighbor was a pastor, and he and his wife and I would have dinner together. They're just amazing people. And then he eventually bought the house when I decided I was going to sell it, and he still runs it as a rental. There were some people that were doing their thing on the corner that I just ignored. And there were some people I couldn't stand that were absolutely, jerks and left their trash out and weren't nice. And that's just life, right? Different people. But trust me, if you knew the path that I've walked, you would realize how out of character what I wrote on there was. But I can't change it. Anyway, and who wanted to say it was TW next? Viv? Who I can't remember who's next.
I think it's TW, Chip.
Okay, TW, thanks. Hey, TW. Are you there, TW?
Yeah, hi. How are you?
Hey. Okay.
I wanted to point out something. They've been making you talk about this for a few days now.
Well, I wouldn't say
And
they're making me talk. I don't feel like anybody's making me do anything. I think that people
I know you want to make your point of view clear, but the thing is, it distracts from the topic that you're usually talking about, which is what's going on between Israel and Palestine. And you spent a lot of time apologizing. And honestly, you've apologized enough for them to stop bothering you by now. And it's like they do it on purpose. So you spend more time apologizing and less time focusing on the main issue you want to talk about,
Fair enough.
And I think you've apologized enough by now for everyone to leave you alone. I mean, what else can you do? Like, what do they want you to do beyond apologize? What can somebody do? I make a mistake, I apologize. You either accept it or you don't. If you don't accept it, then don't come to my live and just, go watch somebody else and leave me alone.
Yep, I agree.
So, I think it's unfair that they make you sort of repeat everything again and again for days at a time. And it's not like it's that big of a deal, People have made bigger mistakes, and I don't see them, going after these people. I kind of feel it's unfair towards you, So that's
well, let me. Can I just say something in response? I don't know how someone else feels, and so in fairness to them, when somebody says, "I'm not," this is not to be critical of you, but when someone who doesn't share their walked experience says it's quote not that big a deal, I do believe, and this is just trying to be sensitive to other people's feelings, that to them it is for their perspective, it's a huge deal. And I think what their thoughts are is that how can someone advocate for a group of people, obviously like the Palestinians who are marginalized, and yet make disparaging comments about others who are also? I completely understand that point of view, and that outrage, therefore, is warranted. I think that's fair.
I get it. I get that.
But there is a point where you have to allow somebody to at least go through a process of contrition. I gave somebody the opportunity if they want you to share resources, which I think is reasonable. But you can't do more than that, like you said. So therefore, I want to leave it at that. I agree. It shouldn't be something that we keep beating up over and over again.
Yeah, they keep making you, go back to the same subject, and it's like enough already. You've done what you can, and I don't think you can do any more. So it's become, anyway, it's up to you. Of course, you do whatever you want. But it's just my point of view.
Good advice.
I wanted.
What is very well taken.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you if you heard of what happened at the Berlin conference today.
I did not.
Okay. There was a conference concerning Palestine in Berlin, and there's a doctor. He's got the British passport, but he was serving in a couple of hospitals in Gaza during the war, and then he went back to the UK. He'd been invited. I think he was the main talker at the conference. And when he arrived at the Berlin airport, they wouldn't let him into Germany. They sent him back to the UK, and they went into the conference and stopped it. They actually stopped it. And we're talking about Germany that's supposed to be democratic and open. And so, I don't know what's going on with Western countries, but this doesn't look good for them for the future. I mean, you're supposed to have freedom of speech when you're living in Germany and in Europe in general. I have no clue how people can, like, from one day to the next turn into like basically a totalitarian country, you know, because when you start preventing people from free speech, you're
Yeah.
turning into a totalitarian country, right? So anyway, I wanted to let you know that happened today,
Thank you.
and that I also saw Daniela Weiss. She's responsible, I think, for the settlers in Israel. Apparently, she's off in Australia trying to convince other Zionists to come and accept to live in Gaza because she wants to build settlements on the beach there. So
Yeah,
that
I've
was
heard.
another thing I saw.
Disgusting.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I did a video with her in her edit. She was interviewed by somebody, I think, from the BBC, and they were standing out in the settlements in, I think, the West Bank. And they asked her, she says, you know, she was talking to, so her family was asking her in her conversation, why do you talk about Zionism? Why is it? She said, Zionism is important because it's the only way for the Jewish people to be safe. We have to expand. We have to have the territory from the Nile River all the way to the Euphrates in Iraq and everything in between, which is
Exactly.
a tremendous amount of territory. And if that is the aspiration of the Zionist movement and the state of Israel, we're in for an awful lot of conflict, well beyond what we've seen so far.
Yeah, they're going to be
Kind of very
like
nerve-wracking.
unaliving a lot more people than just Palestinians if they really want to do that.
Yeah,
It's
no
a
doubt about
horrible
it. You're welcome
perspective,
to.
you know.
You're,
Like, yeah,
yeah, it's pretty scary. Yeah, the German. By the way, to address the
yeah,
German issue, if you don't know, the Germans have had to pay
yeah.
reparations, many, many, many billions of dollars to Israel, and they're historically guilted to a position where their arm is basically tied behind their back, and they just can't do anything outside of support whatever policies are pro-Israel, and therefore things like what you mentioned happen. There was actually a point in time when the people who would walk out in the streets with Palestinian flags were being arrested by the Polizei, which is pretty crazy.
I saw that too. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's
pretty
really
bad.
like that happening in a Western country is horrible. It's just like in France, they wouldn't allow people to talk about the issue or to like have like demonstrations concerning Palestine. So they like anytime people would want to come out on the streets to you know show their displeasure with what France was doing. Like they have a law now that you're not allowed to do that. Not about Palestine anyway. You can go and demonstrate about anything else, but not Palestine. So that's democracy going down
Real
the
quick,
drain.
somebody in the comments, and someone in the comments named Professor said, now you know why what Israel did on 10/7. So, Professor, if it's okay, I want to just address this briefly towards Professor. I think a response to what the H group did, targeting the militants and their supplies and stuff like that, is certainly understandable. Maybe not legitimate because when when a country is blockading another, controlling the resources, the flow of people, the flow of goods in every which way, and periodically bombing them and coming in with soldiers and causing havoc, they call it mowing the lawn to kind of just show them who's the boss. They say it's because of the rocket fire. But if you look at the world, most people, let's take it back to like a boxing match. And let's say somebody, you know, jabs you a couple times and they get you a body shot and they kind of make you woozy. And then instead of punching them back, you bring in your neighbor, your countryman, a bunch of weapons, an axe, a saw, AK with this or that. And you just do everybody, you not only get the boxer, but you get everybody that's ringside. And then you go into the arena and start, throwing grenades around the arena. And people are like, what in the hell are you doing? Like, you could have easily just fought the boxer back because he punched you, but now what the hell are you doing? That's how people see this. The disproportionality of the response is why the world is outraged. And unfortunately, that disproportionality has unalived tens of thousands of civilians, which Israel says are done by human shields, and the world says, bullshit, that story is no longer flying. You're mass murdering people and creating a genocide. So that's where we are, unfortunately, for those like Professor.
The thing is, Chip, I saw something today about someone in the government in Israel saying that they're not leaving because they're worried about the middle schoolers growing up to become resistance fighters, basically, because they're upset at what's happening now. And it's like, well, then the attack on October 7 was justified if we're to think that way, because you guys are out claiming that all your citizens are part of the army and they all go through
Yeah.
a few years of serving in
So,
the army.
sorry, TW.
So
So
whoever's
I want
attacking
I
them,
need the audience to hear this. Hold on. I need the audience to hear this. I'm sorry to interrupt. So, Daniel,
yeah.
Daniel 213819. So Daniel says, I want to see if the audience thinks this is a good contribution to the conversation. Daniel says 35,000 more, inshallah, which means God willing. Now, Daniel, do you really wish that to happen? You want to see 35,000 more Palestinians
What's
take their
your
lives?
source? Source is Hamas.
Hold on, Katie. We're going to take turns. I'll let you in. Okay, and you can argue the numbers. Let's say that of that 35,000, let's just take the Israeli government's words of 13,000 fighters. If that's the last number I've heard them say. That still leaves 22,000 others. And among those, like 70% are women and children. So whatever the numbers are, and same thing on 10-7, whatever numbers of civilians were harmed, one is too many. So on both sides, to be fair. Daniel, if you really believe that, why don't you come up here and defend that point of view? I think that point of view is reprehensible. Here's the order. After TW finishes, it's going to be Brenda, and then I'll go to Katie, and then we'll go back to Viv since she talked earlier. Okay, so please wait your turn. Please stay muted. I don't want to drop you, but I will if you don't follow those basic rules. Thank you for doing that. Okay, TW, do you want to finish up?
Yeah, I was just saying that, if we're thinking that way, then, if they assume that everybody in Israel who's an adult has been through the army and is trained, then they didn't attack civilians, they attacked people in the
Yeah,
army. Just like they're
exactly.
thinking that those kids are going to grow up and become resistance fighters, so we're staying and we're not going anywhere,
Yeah, the
So
logic,
it's not
although
fair to think that way.
I agree, but here's where I think people on the Israeli side differentiate because they have a formal, uniformed military and they're coming from a nation state that their behavior is quote legitimate, and that the behavior by the H group militants, no matter how they're dressed or whatever, is illegitimate because they believe that their forms of resistance are T word. Now, let me
Yeah.
just share one historical reference to see why that is typical. In the American colonies, when the American patriots were no longer able to get a political resolution for their grievances with the British occupation, they took up arms. And instead of standing face to face, which was the typical gentleman way to fight, with the British redcoats who were much better armed, much better equipped, they would have slaughtered the local colony. They didn't have the manpower, they didn't have the weaponry. So instead of fighting that way, they would stand behind trees, and as a little few British went by, they would attack them in sort of a guerrilla fashion. They would go into people's homes at night and do crazy stuff. That's how they were able to overcome the British occupation. Now, we call them patriots. We call them the people that liberated our country from the British, and now we enjoy autonomy and independence. The British called those Americans terrorists. So when an adversary who you have a broader power structure over resists and use unconventional tactics, that's called terrorism. But freedom fighters are how we viewed from the side who's resisting. Same way for inside of Israel, they have a formal military like the British did. The Palestinian resistance cannot fight fair. They don't have a formal army. If they were armed and equipped the same way the Israelis were, they would fight that way. They don't have that. So what they do is use, you may call them abhorrent, you may call it the T word, they use unconventional guerrilla tactics using tunnels, using rockets, using what they can do, because they have the right, according to international law, to resist occupation and blockade, illegal, by any means available. Now, I don't like some of those tactics, just to be fair. I don't support the group itself. I don't know much about them. I support the concept of the right to resist because of
You
the general
support
context. Hold on,
women.
Katie, hold on. Wait, hold on. Katie, before you read me the Riot Act and say that I support X, Y, and Z outcomes against civilians, I just clearly said I'm against civilians being harmed under
Civilians
Hold
were
on, Katie,
We all
listen,
are.
Katie, that we have a format that we use. I don't want to drop you because I really want to hear what you have to say. But if you jump in before other people get their turn, it's not fair to them. You'll get your turn, I promise. The point I'm trying to make is I condemn any civilians being harmed. However, somebody from the Israeli side has said that the young people will grow up to be fighters because they're angry about their parents or they just believe in the cause. Is it unfair then to say that the 18 to 21
no
or 22
word
year old
about raped women. No word from you.
Katie, I wanted to hear from you, but you're going to have to go. You can't help yourself. You're welcome to come back in if you want to go by the format. And Katie, there is no evidence. I talked about this earlier. I know this is hard to hear, but there is no direct evidence. I have worked harder than probably anybody on this panel to try to dig through it. I'm just a guy. But I've had 20 or 30 people come on here that have said the same thing. I have the evidence. It was all over TV. So I said, well, just send me, point me in the right direction. So I went through 285 videos 2 days ago. Took me 4.5 hours. Now, if you think that's not being genuinely trying to be objective and look at it, I don't know what you want me to do. None of that content, although it was disgustingly horrible towards civilians, a lot of gunfire, et cetera, a lot of bad stuff, a lot of horrible behavior, a lot of horrible deaths for people who are Israeli civilians. But one could make the argument, other than old and really young people who were unalive, that they're all fighting age. So anybody between the ages of 18 and 30 could, quote unquote, be justified, just like the Israeli government says, or those within it, that these people could be T-words or could be working with the enemy, therefore they're fair targets. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say on the one side, they might be deserving of being unalive because they might participate, but your people are just free people, right? It's a different way of looking at it. I'm not saying I want to see that happen. And the thing about the women and the babies and the burnings and the heads, none of that stuff has been documented and supported by evidence. There have been third-party investigations now that have taken place from independent agencies that directly rebut or cannot confirm the allegations that have been made. That's just the truth. So maybe it did happen, by the way. It could have happened, but the evidence doesn't indicate it happened. So I don't support, if it did happen, I sure as hell don't support it. And you're saying because I haven't talked about it, I'm talking about it right now. I'm also against the hostages being taken. People say, well, I'm against the hostages. I'm also against the people who are held in Israeli prison for dubious charges or administrative detention. Because holding somebody without charge for 5 or 7 years, or throwing a rock and giving a 10-year sentence for missing an armored vehicle with a rock, is insane. And that's as much a hostage as anything else in life, in my opinion. Who was next? Was it Brenda?
Yeah,
Hey
Brenda's next.
Chip,
Hey, what's
how's
up?
it going?
I'm trying.
So, yeah, I see that. I see you, Chip. So I did want to say, I know we don't want to keep beating down this issue. But I did want to say, I want to speak as someone of color, because I think one of the things that's happening, with this whole situation is that we are all operating, or a lot of people of color are operating under the premise that people of color can't have internalized racism and can't have any sort of prejudice, because we have been at the end of it. But that's not true, because I grew up with a very, very racist father. He was very racist against African Americans. And so it occurs in every single community. And it's something that we can all be working on, our internalized racism and internalized prejudices. And I think I do want to make the distinction of what you're saying, of what you're doing. Yeah, you acted in an emotional moment. Probably, we don't know the background, but it was something stupid to do and say. However, you're not standing by that thing. You owned up and you fessed up. And I think one of the things that we are seeing is that within this movement, we have a spectrum of people and personalities and belief systems, and we are all united under the pro-Palestine umbrella. However, there are other controversial beliefs that are also in them. Like just earlier, by accident, I went into a feminist live, and I happened to come across a very, very common person that's on this panel all the time. This person was in there. I'm not going to name them because I'm not about that life. But this person was talking about how they basically believe that women are here to procreate only, and that we're all being the women that are not wanting to have children. We are selfish and we are this and that, and that they don't believe that we should have a right to have abortion. And so this was someone that I'm looking at, I'm like, wow. But because I'm emotionally intelligent, I'm like, okay, I understand this person is pro-Palestine, very outspoken about Palestine. However, they are not necessarily, they're not perfect. They have a very, what I would say is a belief that is hugely controversial. And there's another creator here as well who's very anti-LGBTQ, and they've said it outright in their live. And so, like, what the difference between those people and you is that they are standing by this stance. They're not taking it back. They're still behind that. And so this is the thing, is like, do I agree with what they're saying? Because I'm obviously a feminist, and I believe in all women's right to choose, and I don't believe that women are objects who are just here to procreate. But I also believe in the LGBT community and their right to be safe and free from discrimination. But am I going to go on a rant and put these people on the cross? Like, no, I'm not, because it's a huge distraction from the cause. And I think this
Yeah.
is what we have to stop. We need to stop shutting this down, because I think it does. One thing you did mention earlier, there's a generational divide in the way that we approach these things, and I think there's definitely a maturity level in all of this. So let's just all try to get along and focus on the end game, because this is a long road that we are on. It's not something that's gonna
Yeah. It's a fair point. Yeah,
that's
there
gonna
really is a
be.
generational divide. I wanted to let the guests know real quick, Brenda. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and you always have such a calming and kind contribution to make to the live site. Really appreciate you. I want to let people know. So the first person that's going to go next, let me finish this, and then please come on. It's going to be Katie, then it's going to be Viv, and then it's going to go back to Avi. Welcome, Katie.
Hello. My English is not that well. I'm from Germany and not usually speaking English, but I
Sie
will
sind von
try.
Deutschland. Sie sind von Deutschland?
Ja. Oh,
Ah, ja.
sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Ein bisschen.
Wie schön. Darf ich es versuchen?
No,
May I
it's okay.
try?
I want the Inglés, por favor.
Okay. My English is maybe as well as your German,
No, sehr gut, sehr gut.
but I try. I appreciate the women who spoke before me. She said really good things, and I don't think we should support a system that's against women's rights, against queer rights, against civilization.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone knows
And
this in the audience.
that's what Hamas is.
Well, real quick, I never told anybody this, but I have a family member who is gay, like one of my siblings, and I have a nephew, or now my niece, who is trans.
But
So I'm
you
very
know
sympathetic.
what happens to gay people in Gaza?
Well, I don't agree with the cultural norms that are instituted in the Gaza Strip. That's not something that I personally agree with. So, you and I agree on that. I think it is not fair, because I think people are born a certain way, but I don't think that culture thinks the same way. They have a different view, and it's not for me to tell them what to
But you
do.
suppose the system.
Well, in other words, there's different things I can parse out. So, in other words, you and I could say, because this culture doesn't support the rights of people who are gay, lesbian, transgender, binary, non-binary,
And women and workers and
you can look at all that. You can say, because of those factors, therefore, anything this group does, I'm not going to be somebody who's going to look at anything else because I disagree with that.
but what are you supposing?
Well, put it this way: what I try to do is there's the political side of this, the military side of this, and the social side of this that we're talking about. We're talking about a social set of
Okay,
social
so
norms.
let's talk about the political side. Do you want Jews to be killed?
I do not.
So why? What's your point? I don't understand.
When you say "what's my point," can you be more specific? Are you saying that why I advocate for this particular cause the way that I do? Is it because why would I support the Palestinian cause, or you think that means I want Jewish people to die? Because I don't believe that is the outcome if the Palestinians have an autonomous territory of their own, or a state of their own, or if there's a one-state solution
Since
that
when?
incorporates all people. When you say "since when," what do you mean by that?
Since when?
Are you familiar with the history of the region, starting in 1900 through 1947?
That's not true.
No, I didn't ask you if it's true or false. I said, are you familiar with the history of the region from 1900 to 1947.
Yeah.
Okay, so was there a time when there were not groups of T words trying to unalive every single Jewish person in Palestine?
There have always been Jewish and Arabic people.
That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. That there was a point in time when there was not all out war or animosity. And I don't believe even now that the
But
motivating factor
Arabic
for the.
people made Jewish people to go.
What I was trying to finish before you cut out there, Katie, was this. And let me finish, then I'll shut up and let you finish. What I was trying to say is that the aspiration for a group of people to get to a point where they're no longer being militarily or politically oppressed and controlled by a larger, more powerful entity. Also, the property that their grandparents owned and had and lived on was taken from them
Mudslides have
for no
always had
apparent.
animosity towards Jews, Chippy. Always.
Hold on. This is that guy, Malcolm Bagel, who wanted
Absolutely.
to be anally raped, who's a real chump. He also goes by Chewbacca or
And
whatever. Listen,
We need to say
hold on, Katie. Hold
we
on.
need to say thank you to Chip, of course.
This is
Really,
a
thank you.
real quick. This is just a protocol thing, just for everybody. Now, I go up on pro-Israeli lives. I'm respectful. I'm quiet. I talk about the issues. I never once been disrespectful to anybody individually. Then you have Zionists that try to come on here under fake usernames like Menachem Bagel 3/Chewbacca, who thinks for whatever reason that he has the ultimate barometer on everything, and then acts like a complete jackass and a lunatic. It's just indicative of the way people comport themselves in terms of their protocol. So I hold these lives the way that I do. Let me get back to the issue, and I want Katie to respond to this. Katie, do you think the motivating factor?
why
Hold on,
are
I need.
people
Hold on. Okay, I need to ask this one. This is really important. Do
why
you
are
believe,
people blocked
Katie?
here?
Katie, hold on, real quick, one quick. I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to shut up. I'll let you talk. Do
Why are
you think
people blocked here?
Katie, one last time? Believe that what do you think motivates the Palestinians to do things that they do within Israel? What do you think motivates them?
Permanently muted.
What's, I was trying to ask you a question. And you kept interrupting. That's all. Go ahead. I asked you a question. Go ahead.
Why
Chip,
are people blocked here?
When you say why are people blocked here, what do you mean by that?
People aren't. My English is
I
not
think
so
maybe
good.
I can talk
Have
with her
hurt
in
your soul.
German.
Hold on, Sam. Just 1 second. Katie, if somebody comes onto the chat as a group member, comes on without
No,
waiting their turn,
they were
talk,
blocked.
that's what I do to somebody. They kick them out. If somebody comes on,
Yeah,
you right now,
you
Katie,
kicked.
you just asked me why people are blocked. I'm trying to give you an answer. Will you please give me the courtesy of allowing me to answer your question rather than interrupting? If somebody in the comments or somebody in the chat or comes up on a guest does things that are out of line, out of order, nothing to do with the conversation, personal attacks, bad language, idiotic behavior, I'm going to remove them from the live. It's not like I'm blocking them permanently as a human being. They're blocked from the live. That's it. Is that unfair?
This is fair.
Katie, is that unfair? Please stay muted, everybody else. Please stay muted. Let's let Katie respond.
I'm muted all the time because I don't fit your opinion.
1 second, Katie. Here's the thing. What I've tried to do is you ask me a question, right? And then instead of stopping and letting me answer you, you interrupt after the first 2 words I try to get out. So what I said I was
Put it
willing to do
again.
is I ask a question, you keep interrupting. That's why I put you on mute. So as long as you're willing to be fair, I'll let you talk. But I asked you a question. What do you think motivates the Palestinians to take the actions that they take? And I'm going to shut up and let you listen. I also said I remove people when they behave badly. Is that fair? Those are the 2 questions. Okay, I'm going on mute. Go ahead.
Maybe Chip, I can
Katie?
explain, translate in German. I don't know if her English is so good, but Katie, ich weiß nicht, was deine Intention ist bei dieser Tatsache. Erstens hat Chip ganz einfache Regeln. The rules sind hier einfach aussprechen lassen, vorerst, ja. Und wenn du jemanden zuhörst, dann bist du mute, wenn du nichts zu sagen hast. Und wenn er dir die Frage stellt, dann hast du auch danach zu antworten und dich nicht selber zu entstummen. Also das sind erstmal so die Spielregeln hier. Und wenn er dir eine Frage stellt, sollst du, glaube ich, fair genug sein, Englisch zu beherrschen und nicht nur zu dissen, sondern auch zu verstehen, was er versucht dir zu erklären. So, by the way.
Ist das dein Lehrer geworden, oder was?
Er ist mein bester Freund geworden, wenn du
Ja,
magst.
ach was.
Ja. Als marokkanische Jüdin darf ich das sagen. Und wenn
Ja,
du magst,
okay.
kannst du ja gerne was sagen. Aber Katie
Alles
ist ja
gut.
jetzt hier Best Friend geworden mit
Ich
euch.
rede erstmal mit denen. Chip, how are you?
Mhm.
I can't hear you.
Yeah,
Chip,
but
I
well,
want
real
to
quick,
warn you. This is the typical German guy. So this is the typical German people. They want from the right side and want to talk about why you say something and you are so pro Palestine and something else. Always your stream is so nice about all the
I would
facts.
like to
And
answer,
this is the
but
problem about the
Wait,
Germans. They
I'm
don't want
muted
to
all the
understand some
time.
facts and the true history.
Yeah,
I'm
true
so sorry
history.
for that.
I
But
don't
this is
think
typical German. You
you
say what
really.
problem we have in
You are
Germany.
typical German.
This is the face of Germany.
You
I'm
are
so sorry, but you
you
see
are
the
the
true
prototype German.
face. This is true face from Germany. I'm
Good
so
for
sorry,
you
but this
that
is
I
the
you're
true
here.
really
face.
would like to answer.
Do you see this German, guys? Oh my
Okay,
goodness.
Kathi, lass mich mal mit dem reden, bitte.
Go to Den Haag, please.
Yeah, she
kann's ja nicht. Sie
really
ist ja nicht
know
in der
what's
Lage.
happened because she don't understand why people support the age group and the age group want to unalive the Jews. She's really correct, you know. Why you make her so small?
Okay,
Because the age
Avi,
group.
Das ist so langweilig, was ihr sagt.
let's not
Du
say
bist
that.
langweilig
Let's not
mit
say
deinem
that.
Prototyp
Yeah, she's right.
Can we,
She
really
see the
sorry,
would
world
like to
very
answer.
clear.
Wer bist du
The good
denn?
people and the bad people.
can we keep to the same what we said? So Katie, if you want to finish up what you need to say, and then it's Avi, I think, and then after that, I think it's Federico, say my name, and then no negotiations.
Can I speak to Chip Barnes and then
You have no
Negotiations.
negotiations. There's
Hold
people
on.
that was here before yourself,
The
so you're
other
gonna
people
have
are
to
here first.
wait.
We're gonna let them take their turn. You're welcome
It's
to
got
take
to
your
go
turn.
in
Happy to
order.
have you speak. Happy to have you. So who was next again? Was it Katie? Did you want to finish?
It was Katie, and then Avi, and then Federico, say my name, and no negotiations. I'll go last because I spoke already, to be fair.
Thank you. Okay,
I
Katie,
have
go
Hi,
ahead.
how are you
just
doing?
one question. What about the hostages?
Okay. I mentioned, one sec. I mentioned earlier about the hostages. So I'm against any hostages being taken, and I hope that the hostages that remain are safe
Muted
and
again.
sound.
It's
Hold on, let me finish.
unbelievable.
Katie, wait a second. If you ask me a question and I start to answer it, and then you interrupt me midstream, I can't keep you up here. I'm trying to be nice, but please just work within what we're trying to do. So I said I'm against hostages being taken, and I hope the hostages that are in the custody of the H group are returned safely and quickly. And in the same breath, I hope that the hostages that are being held in the Israeli prisons, which are essentially hostages because most of them are under what's called administrative detention. They're young people who are not accused of a crime, and they're being held against their will, and they're usually scooped up and along with someone else who does do something that Israel finds objectionable, and they're just kind of swept into a situation not having committed a crime.
But did you read about what's happening to them?
Mein Gott, du willst es nicht verstehen, ne? Er hat es dir
Yeah,
doch gerade 5-mal erklärt, Kathi.
I've heard.
She
Ja,
didn't
sag,
want to.
allegations.
She didn't want to
sag du erst mal
understand
das
what you
Schweig
say.
schreiben und
She
sagst, was
didn't
du
want to
willst.
say. She really. This is the typical German guys. The people
Ich
they
wette
won't
meine
say
linken
something.
Eier, dass du keine,
Please
dass,
look at
dass
this.
du keine
He's
Jüdin
so
bist.
Kannst
disgusting
du
what
bitte
you say in
aufhören zu
German. Nein, ihr
reden?
seid beide asozial, weil ihr noch nicht mal Deutsch könnt. Du kannst auch nicht mehr Englisch und der.
Say my name. Hold on.
Du bist keine Jüdin.
Let's do this. No negotiation. Hold on. I'm going to give you a turn. Just let the other person go. Sorry.
Okay,
Who was next?
that's
I think
my
you said it was
turn.
Federico. Oh, your turn, Avi. Go ahead, Avi.
Yeah. First of all, of course, how are you doing, Chip? And
Okay.
first
How
of all,
about
of
you?
course, yeah, good. I didn't want to start with this, but you just mentioned the hostages. How you can compare, people who get a Red Cross visiting hospital, getting treatment cancer with the people that nobody even know if they're alive, they're dead. The age of even don't say who is alive, who is dead. How we really cheap? How you really compare? Even people who in detention, they have lawyers, they have. There's not so many people like this, but there was also settlers, extreme settlers also in detention. But you really comparing people with no Red Cross, no treatment, nobody know they are alive or dead, and you really compare them with Israeli prisoners? Are you really you really know what you're talking about, Chip? I usually appreciate you, but you really compare those two things?
What I'm trying to make the comparison for, the conditions and the circumstances are not totally identical.
Okay,
But
so
in
you
terms
can
of
say it.
no, let me finish the thought though. I feel the same way I feel that I think Israeli hostages should be released is the same way I feel that people being held under administrative detention indefinitely should also be released because they were taken against their will and they were imprisoned and they're being held against their will
Against
indefinitely.
their will? What against their will?
No negotiations, last chance,
Cheap.
okay?
So you can say you can compare because people who have lawyers, who have a Red Cross visitors, who get a hospital, they are about I think about 150 to 200 right now. They are in detention. They have a family visiting. They have everything that prison, but the court is usually delayed because some issues, but there are not many of them. And you really compare those people to hostages if we don't know if they're alive or dead. Are you serious, Chip? I know that you're pro-Pali and everything, but you're also a man. And I want to before you answer me, I want to say another thing. I know why you're so extreme, because I saw you in a live a few days ago. I don't remember how many, not in your live, and you just say something a little bit bad about the age group, not really. And all the poor party and the people, they were attacking you and cursing you, and it was amazing. I saw, all the bad words against you, because you just say, you didn't say against the Palestinian cause, you just say something against what the age group are doing, and they are so brutal, those poor Palestinians. In one of those poor Palestinians a few days ago, Zubeida, they put my hotel a link to my hotel, and they told all the viewers put a bad point in Google to this hotel because it's a Zionist hotel. They are so extreme, those people. I really appreciate it. You cannot say you can compare, a T group that take hostages, and we don't know they are alive, they are dead. Nobody, they don't say even they're alive. They don't have treatment, no Red Cross, no nothing. You compare them to people that the family visiting them, lawyers visiting them. Everything is, they don't have the sentence yet, but everything is like human rights. They get treatment, they get very expensive treatment. You really compare those two, or you're just telling this because you were afraid about the poor party attacking you again and cursing you?
No. Sort of my analysis of that is not to say they're exactly the same, because they aren't. In terms of the fact that people are being held against their will, and you can say that the people who are held by the H group in rather probably pretty dire circumstances, without visits from the Red Cross, without lawyers to represent them, I agree. Those are all things that would be
So you
ideal.
cannot
But it doesn't.
compare. You agree that you cannot compare.
But those particular situations don't change the dynamic of being held against one's will for not having done anything wrong.
So you can compare about somebody getting in prison without a sentence yet, but he have lawyers and Red Cross and hospital and family visiting and a Peter Bread's bakery and everything, and people that we don't know they're alive, they're dead. A girl just saying in live TV this week that she get raped there and everything. So you really compare those, and I want to talk another thing and another
Hold on a
issue.
second.
I know you, Chip, because I appreciate you. I know you don't really believe in it. You just have a different issue because I really know you. You are very knowledgeable guy. I know you really don't believe that you can compare people who get in the tunnels behind. Nobody knows if they're alive and dead to people who get with visitors and Red Cross and family everything. This is my first issue, and my second issue. I want to. I never talk about it, but I just want to talk about the one guy. His name was Anel Shapira. Anil Shapira was a young, in his 20s, and he was in the party in the 70s. And when the party was, what everything was happened, the boom boom started, so everybody was run away, and they found it's called like a concrete shelter. It's like a bus station, but it's in the south. It's with a concrete that you can hide behind this bus station if there is missiles. So he and another about 10 people was hiding inside this concrete shelter from the booming, and they didn't know about the age group are inside just because the missiles. And suddenly one of them look outside in the shelter and they see like trucks with full of age group members on the trucks going through them. So he get inside and they start crying, everybody there. And the age group going outside, and it's all what I'm talking to you. It's everything. The age group. It was video live. Today I saw the
Yeah,
videos. I was
yeah,
really get into me. So it's the age group was inside the bunker. Inside this, the people was the 10 young boys and girls was filming this in their camera, and the age group filming this in outside. And the age group go, they saw all these children. They go inside with the pogo, and they saw all the little boys and children, and they put a grenade inside. So this Aner is really hero, Aner Shapira. You can Google his name, and
yeah.
they take the grenade in his own hand and take it back and throw it back, and they take another grenade, everything live, and he take the grenade with his hand and throw him back to them inside the shelter. And about 4 or 5 grenades he took with his hand and threw it out. The last grenade was boom inside his hand, and he was unalive. And all the
Right.
people, all the young boys and girls inside this bus station was unalive.
Yeah, I
And
saw it.
when the
I
age
saw. I
group go
saw. I
inside,
saw the video.
let me
I
just
saw the
finish.
video.
Let me just finish. When the age
Go
group
ahead.
go inside this bus station, they make a video how the people are dying, and there was happiness, Allahu Akbar,
Yeah, yeah,
very
I got it.
happy. And
Yeah.
2 of them was still alive, so they take them hostages. But all the people there were young. And you are cheap. You just say you saw it, and you cheap few minutes ago just say we don't know if it's happening or not happening. Are you really out
No.
of your mind? Are you
Hold
really
on.
serious? The age group
Hold
will
on.
make live video how they
Avi.
unalive young people, and you just saying we don't have we just unalive
Hold on.
soldiers or people
Hold
who
on.
there was young girls that were in the parties, they unalive them live. Are
Why are you
you really
screaming?
serious?
Why are
Hold
you
on. Let's be
screaming?
fair. Okay, Avi, you made your point. Let me respond, please. So first of all, about the hotel thing, I'm sorry that people doxed your hotel. That shouldn't happen. That should be out of bounds. So I would don't agree with that. Secondly, as far as the age group are concerned in general, I never said I support them at all in the first place, nor the way they govern inside of Gaza, nor the norms they established as far as people who are LGBT. As far as the video you're referring to and the incident, it was disgusting. I saw it. One person ran out before the actual boom boom happened, and he got bang bang bang, and then a bunch of other people unalived in there, and that happened more than once. I watched about 4.5 hours of video. It was disgusting. And it was people who were like maybe 17, 18, people who had been at the rave or had tried to escape and try to hide. And that was disgusting. And I condemn it in any words. It's a war crime. And I've spoken to that very clearly for the longest time. Just because I understand the concept of resistance under occupation doesn't mean I support the tactics
But
that
you
were
just say
used
it never
inside of
happened.
this.
You just say we don't have a proof of this. I hear you
I
like
hold
10
on.
minutes ago. You say
Hold on. No. But let's be clear. You're putting different words in my mouth. What I said is we don't have evidence of the most egregious allegations of body dismemberment, of heads, of torture, of graping. All these things are said. Just because what happened at the bus stop doesn't mean that it happened and the other things happened. And that's the point I made. I've seen all these disgusting attacks on civilians. I've condemned it, but the other allegations have not been verifiable and corroborated by the content. Just hasn't.
Chip, it's miserable that I didn't record you. You just say like 10 minutes ago. You just say the age group. It's probably the most of the people that are alive. They are like people with a military age and
No.
military people. I heard you loud and clear, and there is
Here's the really good news. These are all recorded and put on my YouTube channel. So go back and watch it again. And if you can pull a clip out that says that I said that it was only soldiers, I'll give you $100,000. Because what I said
No, you
was
didn't say
very
it's only
clearly,
soldiers.
what
You
I
you
said
say
was,
you
Avi,
say
let me finish. I said it was soldiers and civilians. That's what I said. And a lot of civilians were unalive, probably somewhere between 5 and 700. So it's absolutely disgusting. So I've condemned that. I've also condemned the Israeli response where tens of thousands of civilians have been killed, maybe, let's just say on the low end, 22, and on the high end, higher. It's disgusting on both sides.
but it's supposed to be the same quote of people. You know, the in the Second World War, the same people, civilians, unalive like Berlin and the Allies. You know, when they start to do something like this. This is you have to know what's going to be. You know,
Zionist
you cannot
propaganda. Oh my
rapes
goodness.
grapes and
I can't
unalive.
hear it.
You know, and go inside and do this atrocity and go back and say, oh, nothing happened. We start now. We have 75 years of conflict. This is part of
Just a sec. So, Avi, I'll make you a deal. Everyone else who's come up here and said the same thing that you're saying, which is your right to, you can
Stück
say whatever
Scheiße,
you want to say.
verpiss dich.
Hold on a sec.
Fick deine Mutter.
Please stop coming in, Germans, please. Um, Avi, everyone has come into my lives and said the same thing that you're saying. How dare you question this? We have the evidence. It happened. Okay, great. I'm all for that. Send something. If you have the evidence that shows it, I'm happy to look at it. Somebody sent me 310 videos. He sent me a Telegram group, so I went through
evidence of
280.
what you want. Evidence of what?
No. It's not, in other words, here's what I said. I said the same thing I said today. I said, I don't have any evidence. I can't deny, very clear, which is not being disrespectful, but I can't confirm the more egregious allegations of that day. Now, I do acknowledge, and I've seen video of many of the direct atrocities against civilians. Now, having acknowledged that doesn't then extend to corroborating the other things that happened just because somebody says they happened. That's the point I'm making.
What's not happened? Just tell me what you don't believe.
The things that I've not seen evidence of. It's not that I
Yes,
don't
what?
believe it. Let me be clear. I have
Give me an
no
example.
ability. Let me finish the thought. Be very clear. I have no ability to deny that these things happen because I have not seen it, and it may have.
Which
But I
one?
have
Which
not.
allegation you don't know? Which allegation?
Okay, let me be very clear. So, somebody who's alive and then having their head removed while they're alive. I've not seen that. Someone who was burned intentionally, like tied up
You
with
didn't
twist ties.
see? You didn't see? I'm gonna
Avi,
send you, Chip.
Avi,
I'm gonna.
okay, hold on. You asked me what I haven't seen. Let me answer so you can try to send me the evidence. Let me finish, please. So people there was a conversation that 10 young people had their hands twist tied behind their backs and they were set fire. There's no evidence to support that. That's another claim that was made. There's claims made that women were tortured, men were tortured before they were unalived. No evidence of that. We have conversations that people were burned alive inside their homes, which may have happened as a result of one of two things, either tank fire or someone setting the fire on a house from outside, which I would condemn as a war crime if that's what happened. And then finally, the graping. There's a lot of contention around the graping part. As far as widespread use of that, there's no evidence of that. Now, as far as having it ever happen, there's 2 incidents they analyzed, and they said this is in a report done by Al Jazeera. There's also a UN report, which is based on circumstantial evidence provided by Israeli testimony. So we don't have specifics on that. There's no direct video evidence of any of those atrocities taking place.
Okay, I understand now. So what you're saying, if a woman says she get raped and there is no video evidence, so it's never happened. So usually those poor palace and you guys also say UN. And when there is a UN committee and says the word raping,
Halt
and
die
let's put
Fresse.
aside the raping and the
Ist
other
keine Jude.
stuff you're just saying,
Hold on, guys.
let me just see. The only one who have the correct answers is the IDF spokesman. I never heard the IDF spokesman talking about, or any Israeli official talk about what you're saying about 10 women was and all this other stuff. This never said. What the IDF spokesman all the time says, it's everything happened. Just what you mentioned, that's all these issues, it's never happened. And you just say another thing, you never see someone who is beheaded. I send you a video was created by the age group in the 7s who taking like, I don't know in English how you say, you walk in the field with this and take a Thai man in the house and cut the head from his body and say this Yahud Allahu Akbar. So you want me to
So Avi, here, I don't want to hear more, but we have to give other people a turn. I want to address some things, and Federico is going to be next, and we'll come back to you, I promise. Okay, a lot of red. Okay, so I do
I
agree with Avi. Hold on, Avi. I got to be fair with everybody else. Okay, um, Avi's
I
right. There's a video of somebody carrying a garden tool. It looks like a hoe, H-O-E. It's like a tool you use to dig dirt up with. And there's somebody on the ground who's close. He's covered in a lot of stuff that comes out of our veins. Unfortunately, he's almost unalive. And so somebody does take the garden hoe. He's standing at the head of the person, like in other words, if you are standing, you see somebody head first with their feet away from you, and he sort of swings with all his might and tries to hit the person in the neck area. He does not sever the neck area. It almost like it's like beating or bruising somebody in the neck area, but it doesn't quote work. So I saw that. I did see a photograph of 3 Israeli soldiers who post-mortem, and you can tell the difference in the blood signature, who post-mortem had their heads taken off. I did see
They're
that.
selling the head in
That
Gaza, One of the soldiers, they're
that
selling the head in Gaza for about
could be,
$10,000. One of the
and that's
head.
disgusting, and that's horrible. Avi, I got to give someone else a chance. Federico, how you doing?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Chip. I would like to hear the last Zionist on the panel before I speak because he's gonna
Okay.
play the same recording. So let's finish up with the recording of no negotiation, and then I'll answer to all of them.
Okay. Before we play any recordings, as far as this just is TikTok safe stuff. So is
Yeah.
there anything gory as far as video or anything really disgusting audio? We
First
can't play it.
one, Chip, I want to say something about the guy next to me, like the German guy. He do a lot of bad words on my side. He told a lot of things in German now.
You
So
cursed
disgusting,
me.
so
You cursed
disgusting.
me.
He's gonna on
Hold on
the.
a sec.
He told me fuck your mom and all that stuff. Sorry for the words, but it is so disgusting what he say. You need to picking up. This is so disgusting what he say in the last 5 minutes. Ugly as hell. So. I can't talk with somebody like German. He's told all the stuff what he say now in the last
Okay.
minutes, and this so oh my god,
Okay.
what he
I
say
got you.
now.
I understand. It's upsetting.
It's
Let's
all
do
better
this.
for you stream. It's better for you stream. Believe
Well,
me.
let's let him have a chance to have his turn, and then we'll go from there. I'm sorry he said those things to you. Please don't say that bad language to somebody in German. Please be nice. It's your turn.
She was cursing at me first, so don't do this manipulation.
Let's leave that alone. What would you like to say
I'll
with the
leave it
audience?
alone. Chip Barnes, you don't seem to understand the culture of Arab people and their tribalism. One thing all these Arab people are, they're tribesmen. There's families of the Khalils, families of the Muhammads, families of Nablus. One thing in common that these families share is the hate for Israel. They're lucky that they have Israel. If Israel was not there, all these families would be unaliving each other. You are sitting here somewhere in America without understanding what ideologies these people actually have, and you're defending them.
So funny, so funny. I'm from Germany.
They're lucky.
Actually, I'm a
They're
Jewish.
lucky. They're
Hold on.
lucky.
Hey,
They're
come on,
lucky.
Samurai.
They're lucky that Israel is there. That's the only thing they have in common: the hate for Israel. If the hate for Israel wouldn't be there, they would be unaliving each other. That's my message to y'all. Thank you very much,
Okay.
and fuck you, say my name.
Okay, well that's the kind of language you can take the live down. So please don't say words like that emphatically.
This is what I mean. So this is what I mean for your platform.
Not good. Not
First
good.
one, I want to say thank you for your panel, for everything. I'm very often here. I'm looking at all the people with a lot of education and real mindset, and really thank you for that. And as a Jews from living in Germany, but my roots coming from Morocco, I feel so shamed about all the Zionists outside. And I can only say sorry for the Palestine and free Palestine. And this, what you see, the first one, and this has happened what today in Berlin, was the example of the Germans. They didn't want to hear the truth about this about this situation, what's happening now in Palestine. It's I can't say more, but you see the situation now, what's happened in Germany. You see all the Jews, they want to say something about this situation and want against this and want to say, we free Palestine. We can't say something. It's not possible. They didn't hear us. They want to hear the Zionists, but not the Jewish people with the real mind. And somebody has really belief Yes, the belief on your side of God. It doesn't matter what belief you have. It doesn't matter what religion you have. It is matter to have a humanity. This is first one. My religion is first for every religion is the humanity, and this what's happened is not a humanity. My grandparents living in Morocco, so I'm living side by side with Arabs, and I never have the feeling of a fear or something, or I feel dangerous or something else. Why it's that happen? Why it's that happen? And now I have an opinion, I have a mind, I want to go out and say free Palestine, I want to turn a generation. It's not possible in Germany. It's not possible. So this is what I say. Thank you for your panel and thank you
Chip, can
for
I
all
ask
the
her
pro
something
Palestine.
before she drop? Can I ask
Well,
her
Free
something?
Palestine,
we gotta take turns.
Habibi.
All right, thanks, Sim. We're gonna clear some room on the panel real quick. So a couple people at the top. I gotta clear room for others. So thank you for
Oh,
being here. Okay,
thank,
Federico was next. Please
yeah,
go,
yeah,
Federico.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. So I want to start with the first lady that spoke about women and gay rights. Islam does not accept gays like Judaism, like Christianity. So on an individual opinion, everyone is free to think what they think. To me, you can be whatever you want to be. I don't really care. On the matter of the woman, Islam does not force a lady to shave her hair and put a wig on so it can cover her head. We never done that. If she wants to put a veil on, she's free to put a veil on, but we never force a woman to shave her head and have a wig on. And go back to the hotel, cheap hotel in Tel Aviv. I don't think you're gonna keep it for long. What makes you think that the Israeli lives are more important than the Palestinian lives? You guys went through October 7 one day, and that day has been going on for 75 years for the Palestinians. So on one side, I'm glad you could see and feel what the Palestinian feels for the 75 years. And about the what's his name, the no negotiation. He's not German. He's Iranian. He was on my panel yesterday, and he had to run away because he couldn't answer none of my questions. So he literally took off. And if you guys want to have peace with the Palestinians, you have to release their prisoners and go negotiate for your own. You had a chance from October 8 to go negotiate and free your people. Your government decided not to. So if you have anybody to blame it on your government. Stop accusing the H group that they don't want to release your hostages because your government doesn't want them. They just don't want them. They unalived half of them. And about the red,
Federico, can I ask you a question? He made a
yeah.
comment about tribalism, and he said that the common thread is that hatred of Israel. Do you think that if the change took place where Israel was somehow changed, do you think that people who have this tribal nature would then start going after each other, or was he incorrect in that assessment?
It's not correct. It's just another propaganda. I don't know why they come up with that stuff. Where they come up with it, I have no idea. They just make stuff up as they go. And every time we debunk one of their lies, they come up with a new lie. And they don't understand that. Nobody believes them anymore. If a Palestinian tells me something, I believe it straight up, 100%, right there. Why? Because I have not been able to debunk none of the Palestinian statement. Israeli, if you say a statement, I have to doubt you 1,000,000 times and I still don't believe you. Okay? So stop the genocide in Gaza, return the Palestinian prisoners home, negotiate for your own prisoners, and remove that Zionist ideology from your head because you're not going to go anywhere with it. You're not going anywhere. This war and the next war.
When you say remove the ideology from their head, can you be more specific as to how you want to see people?
I mean, that they stop looking at us that we are inferior race. We are as human as they are. I'm not going to demonize them or say anything because it's not. It wouldn't be correct. It would be a lie like they do. I believe we're all human. We have the same blood, the same bones, same flesh. So we cry the same. We feel the same pain. We feel everything the same. The only thing is what's in the brain, what is in their brain, is not like what in my brain or whatever people that believe in humanity. have in their brain.
Okay. Okay, let's let Haneen jump in. Haneen, how are you doing?
I'm good. How's all the pro pallies on the panel?
We're all trying our best to get through it like anybody else. What would you like to share?
Okay, so I wanted to respond to the guy that was talking about the hostages and how the Palestinians that are being held hostage in the military prisons in Israel aren't the same. It actually,
Okay.
you know what, isn't the same because at the end of the day, the H group will release the hostages that they have if they weren't unalived by your IOF booming. If they're still alive, they will be released. But when it comes to the Palestinian side, they won't be released. They won't be released. And matter of fact, some of them, the other day, a dad, he had a young daughter, and he was held in the as a hostage in the Israeli military prison. He was unalived. He was unalived while he was being held hostage, and now his daughter has to live without a dad, and his wife is now a widow. Like they don't deserve to live like that because your narrative, you want to fit your narrative. It's not the same because the Palestinian side, they are being held excuse me, without confessing to anything. They're being held without, like, they're innocent. They haven't done anything. Throwing a rock at the very least is not a reason to hold children hostage in military prisons, and every 6 months you have to renew their sentence to keep them held in there for no reason. And my second point is, today, I don't know if the other people on this panel know, the West Bank is under attack. Nablus, Jenin, the another small village northeast of Ramallah. There are 40 homes and cars that were burnt. Like they let them fire the cars and the homes, excuse me. And there as if now, I think there are 4 that have been unalived in that village. In my village, another village in the West Bank, they are throwing explosives near people's homes, getting people hurt. So the West Bank is under attack currently, and Gaza is being under attack currently, as if now, and people are being unalived. And stop playing victim, because the Israeli side, there's nothing happening on their side. Matter of fact, not too long ago today, they had a protest to keep the stage going on in Gaza until their supposed, and I quote, victory. What victory? Y'all want to flatten Gaza and take Gaza and unalive every single baby in Gaza? Is that what y'all call victory? That is not victory. And matter of fact, your hostages, I don't want to hear y'all talk about hostages, because if your government cared about y'all's hostages, they had the chance to get them back and they denied that offer. So no, they don't care about the hostages. And matter of fact, Bibi wants the hostages to stay there and to sacrifice, like he once said with his own mouth, to sacrifice them, because he wants to sacrifice them even if it leads him to the victory to take over Gaza. As long as the hostages are in Gaza, the world thinks he has the right for his IOF to continue the G-side in Gaza. If the hostages were to go home, he has no right to be in Gaza. Open your eyes, stop playing victim, and free Palestine, and end this genocide and cease fire. There are babies being starved. Not Israeli babies, Palestinian babies at the end of the day. So stop
All
playing
right.
victims.
Thank you, Haneen. Appreciate that. One quick thing to mention, that there are protests going on in Israel, big time, to try to force Netanyahu to negotiate for the hostages. That's been going on for a long time. So it's not a monolith. A lot of people in Israel are very angry, both at some of the ways Israel's handling this. They have soldiers that are dying, of course, as well as these hostages. So TLX457, it is your turn. Welcome.
Yeah, I honestly came up for negotiations, but he always runs too soon.
Okay.
But I'll put in a little 2 cents. Especially this negotiation guy. He's actually the one I recorded, trying to promote lying and promote deception and the division idea so they can divide the Palestinians and the Arabs, just like they did in the 1900s, so they can make sure there's no unity and they can just take them down one by one easily. So if anybody wants to see these videos, they're on my profile. They're the most recent couple of videos I posted. It totally exposes the Zionists and their strategies and how low they're willing to go. But thank you for having me, Chip. And again, we love you. Thank you for your support. Keep trucking, buddy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think Malcolm was next, right? Malcolm? Welcome.
Tips. How are you doing?
Okay, thanks. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Is there a,
That's
is it
since then.
Malcolm, real quick, hold on. Is it possible for you to get to a place where there's not so much background noise, because it's going to be hard to hear you?
Okay, let me try. I'm just near the road, so I don't know.
Okay, do the best you can. Thank you.
Hey
Okay, now.
Chip, can I add something
Yeah.
if he doesn't?
Yeah, real quick. Let's let Brandon chirp in, and when you get to your place, we'll let you back. Go ahead, Brandon. Or whoever
Oh,
said that. Go
I
ahead.
think he got to a quiet place. Malcolm, did you get to a quiet place?
If you did, you can come back on, Malcolm. Yeah, he's
Yeah,
talking to
yeah,
you
but
guys.
you can go ahead.
Okay, sure. Well, I keep listening to so many of these points that are being made. You know, it always goes back to the atrocities of October 7th, and you know, as you stated so many times that there's no direct evidence of so many of the things that are claimed because it was so sensationalized to try to get everybody to support what is currently happening in Gaza, right? Because like so many times the point has been made that it doesn't matter if every single like sensational and like the worst possible accusation of H group on October 7th is true. You still cannot, under international law, retaliate in the way that you're retaliated, because then that's collective punishment and it's illegal under international law. But obviously, I don't believe that like most of the things that H group is accused of. Because, so here's the thing: we know now that it took the response. I think it was like about 6 hours or something like that. Is what the consensus is that it took them to respond to, and this is what the controversy is about. So how did H group know that they would take that long and then take the time to do all these things, like, the things they talk about, like torture and like, putting babies in ovens, and, an oven takes a while to heat up. So like, was it a suicide mission? Like, were they going there knowing that, they were going to be committing torture, and in the middle of that, like IDF was going to come and respond? Like, it just, a lot of these things don't make sense, because I think people are thinking with their emotional part of their brain instead of like the critical thinking part of their brain. So that's one thing that I wanted to share. But another thing that I just get so enraged hearing like the justification of what they're doing to Palestinians because of all the supposed grape and all the stuff. Like again, we try to pretend so much that we care about female rights, and that we care about like the LGBTQ, like the stupid argument that is being made, like, oh, if you step into Gaza, an LGBTQ person steps into Gaza, like they're going to be unalived immediately. That's ridiculous. Like, I follow a bunch of queer and LGBTQ community Palestinians on TikTok. Like, it's not like that at all. It's just, it's being used as an excuse, and like we're using the plight of women around the world, because women around the world are essayed, including in the United States, including in Israel, including in the IDF military. I think the latest report was like 36 or 37 female soldiers have been raped by IOF soldiers themselves, and like that's reported by the actual Israeli authorities. So like that, I'm tired of that being used as an excuse, as like a justification, like, oh, we're going to unalive all these tens of thousands of babies because like supposedly some women were raped, when like there hasn't, I don't know about anybody, but I have not seen one interview of a victim of SA from the Israeli side, but I have seen multiple videos of Palestinian women sharing the horrendous like SA and rape that they went through at the hands of the IOF, And that's a very difficult thing to speak of, like especially if it just happened. But these women are brave enough that they're saying it because they're speaking up because it's happening, because they know that it needs to be shared. But we're talking about like this, the believing all these, like they're up in arms about us not believing that.
Sorry, I have to address something in the comments. This is really important. Okay, this silliness doesn't seem to stop. Okay, so there's a small subset of pro-Pally content creators. I think many of them happen to be persons of color. And the tact that they've decided to take with regard to the circumstances that have occurred is a very aggressive sort of, try to attack the person they're angry at, to the point where they're making mock-up photos and putting my face on people as well as others they want to disparage beside me, and kind of throwing that around and laughing that up. They're talking about making like a hoodie with my picture and a big capital letters F word Chip Barnes, and then having people's names on the back and charging them $100 to have their name on the back. This is the level they're taking this to. Now, someone in the comments just said that I'm, quote, blocking Black content creators. No, I'm not. You know what I'm doing? I'm blocking people who come into the comments and say things like FCB or FCK my name, or make some other snarky comment related to all this. So get off your high horse. I even watched a video. I got it recorded in one of their lives. I was just watching it while I was doing other stuff. I record this stuff. And somebody said, we're going to be in his comments actively saying these things. So when they say it, I just push it out. Okay? That's all that is. So let's continue. Sorry about that, Brenda.
Yeah, no worries. I think everybody needs to understand it's like you doing this is like you letting us into your space. So like you don't owe anyone anything. And I think that's something that I think we're distorting. Is like TikTok is not the same thing as a television, like, like public television, or like if you were hired by a major corporation. Like, guys, Chip is here out of his own accord, his own time. Like, I know he made mistake. He's owned up to this mistake a lot more than most people that I know. And so it's like, we need to understand that this is something that it's like he said many times, is change the channel. You don't like what you see, you don't support what you see, like change the channel. And I think this infighting is ridiculous, because even between Palestinians, but between Israelis as well, because at the end of the day, there's those people in the ivory towers that are making $60 billion a year, because like, the largest manufacturer, Boom Boom Manufacturers, made $67 billion in revenue last year, while the average American makes under 60,000 median salary last year. So it's like they're watching us in their ivory towers, sipping champagne and sitting on their like gold toilets, and they're laughing at us because we're doing the work for them. Instead of like looking up and cutting those puppet strings that are keeping everybody like at war. Like, this is ridiculous. We need to deconstruct this idea that we need war. And I'm going to drop so you can let some other people up. I'll be in the comments. Chip, thank you so much. Have a good evening.
Hi, Brenda. Thanks. Always a pleasure to have you. And
Chip, 1 second. Guys, the one that are saying that you're getting dropped from here, I think there is a glitch on TikTok. What you need to do, it happened to me many times until I figured it out. When you're on the panel, mute yourself and unmute yourself a couple of times. Do it like frequently, every like 30, 40 seconds, mute and unmute, and you won't be dropped, because the panel is dropping on its own. So it's not Chip dropping you.
Yeah, just to reiterate, one of the ways to fix this, and maybe you just said this, if you did, I apologize. What you have to do to fix it, what works best is if you exit TikTok, and then, we have airplane mode on our phone. So go in and out of airplane mode to reset your data connection, then re-enter TikTok, come on back in. It should fix that. There's another comment. Again, I don't want to keep addressing this, but someone said basically that the only reason that I'm involved in this particular TikTok conversation is to get viewers. Okay, so let me just explain to people my background. So I was in the Army. I was in a tank unit in the first Gulf War. So that's why I hate war so much. So that's why I'm promotion of peace. Secondly, right before I graduated college, I was a political science major, and one of my classmates did a presentation on the first Intifada. The Intifada happened in 1987. I graduated in 1989. So at 21 years old, I learned about this, and it totally changed the way I thought about it, because I thought Israel was our friend and that everyone around them was trying to attack them. They hated Jewish people, the whole 9 yards. And what I learned about how people are being brutalized in the West Bank, the occupation, Gaza, and at that time there were, settlements being built everywhere before they withdrew in 2005. It angered me. It still angers me. In fact, I'm more frustrated and angry than I've ever been.
2005?
Hold on, Katie. Katie,
Explain it better.
Katie, you have a habit of doing this. Be polite. When I finish, I'll happily give you a turn. You were going to be next, okay? So to finish thought, this is a personal story, Katie. This isn't making a decision as far as the topic. This is just how I learned about it. From my point of view, the difference between what I had heard about this through the media, the limited amount I heard, versus what this person presented in this senior project was so incredibly different that it just kind of shook me up. And I felt badly for the people that were under the brutality that I learned about, which I didn't know about. I didn't know there was a West Bank. I didn't know there was a Gaza Strip. I didn't know the history of the conflict. So I learned about that a little bit. I've done a lot more work since then. So I'm 34, almost 35 years into this journey of learning. Now, the reason I talk to it is because A, it matters to me. I want to be a good advocate because I care. I want to see the best outcome for there to be peace for both sides. And then secondly, it's something that I know something about. I'm not an expert, never claimed to be. I'm not a military expert, never claimed to be. But I have a taste of some of this stuff. And I've read a lot of books. I've watched hundreds of hours of content, debates, podcasts, lectures, the whole nine. I've read books by the Israeli side. I've read a book by Alan Dershowitz called The Case for Israel. I've read all of Benny Morris's books. I went to the pro-Israel march. I try to see both sides. Now, the reason I come down the way that Katie, you're going to have your turn next. Please just come on, be polite. I'm not going to cut you off. The reason I take the side that I do,
Someone does.
Katie, you're going to go. I try to keep you in. You just can't help yourself. So Katie, if you're wondering, I know you want to jump in. The reason I take the side I take is not because of Jewish or Arab. In fact, I've done videos. If you flipped it 180 degrees, and let's say it were Jewish people who were pushed off of the land they'd been living on in 1948. And there was an Arab state that the British mandate decided and the UN confirmed was going to be put into this historic region that had been lived in together by different people for a long time, regardless of historical claims. But if the Arabs said they had rights to it from 4,500 years ago from the Canaanites, where they feel it's now theirs because their God, as they understand it, gave it to them, I think that'd be unfair to the Jewish refugees who got pushed off their land unalive, terrorized, the whole nine. Now, that's not Jewish or Arab. That's power dynamics and historical events. So I take the side that I take, not because I like Palestinians, although I think they're fine people, not because I love Arabs, although I think their culture is very intriguing, and I've learned a lot more about it over the years. Not that I'm anti-Jewish. I don't give a shit. It could be neighbors Eritrea and Ethiopia, and if the same shit happened, then I would say the same thing. So it's about the power dynamics and who I believe is being oppressed. And I do know a lot of people who take the pro-Israel side, and this is unfortunate, they're not made aware of much of what goes on. We talked about the prisoners, hostages, but there's so much more. And I mentioned this over and over again. I apologize to those of you who have heard it. But there's a great documentary. I think it should be mandatory viewing for every person who goes through the Zionist learning process, because it's a great wake up, like I had my great wake up. It's called Life in Occupied Palestine. You can watch it on YouTube for free. And what it shows is a young Jewish woman who traveled to Ramallah for 5.5 months working with an aid organization. And she went there having heard from her friends that all this crazy shit was happening. And she didn't believe it because she had been brought up in a Zionist household, had been fed the same story that I'd been fed, with a little more, obviously. And so she went there and she found out for herself that what was actually happening on the ground was so much different than what she had heard and what she'd been taught growing up. And because she's a normal human being with feelings, she felt badly for the people that were doing this. She stayed with a family and she saw how their life was. And she's like, damn, this is messed up. And then she came back and made the documentary. Her name is Anna Baltzer. So everyone should see that. Listen, we should all be aware of what's actually happening, and then we can make a decision as to how we want to interpret it. But if you're making your point of view on part of the story and you don't know the rest, that's actually making you look bad. That makes you seem like somebody who's convinced what you think you know, but you don't know the full picture. Now, if you know the full picture and you don't even care what's happening to people, that's a whole other type of person. I don't even want to get into that. But I try to look out for someone who's being screwed over. I wouldn't want to be in their shoes. Let's put it that way. I don't think Israelis would want to be in their shoes. And if you're not willing to take the other side of a deal, that shouldn't be the deal that's in place. It should work for both. So that's why I advocate. I believe, and this is the last thing I'm going to say, and then I'll shut up and let the next person speak. I asked this question earlier to Katie, and there was no answer. And I asked, what do you think is the fundamental motivation for people from Palestine to do the things they do. Most of people are civilians, they don't do much, but the militants and those activities. Why do you think they do that stuff? Is it based on pure hatred of Jewish people? That's one possibility. Is it because they're Muslims and they're fanatics and they're on a caliphate and they want to rule the world and they want to convert everybody? Could it be that? Or thirdly, could it be the sense of outrage for the historical injustice that their parents and grandparents suffered, becoming refugees, being pushed off of territory that they had been living on for multiple generations in relative harmony with what was a much smaller Jewish population at the time, which grew dramatically during the 1900s. And then eventually there were skirmishes because there was the plan for this to happen. And there were responses by different militaries because of what was forcibly put in place. And we know what happened since. But that's not irrational to me. And so if it is indeed the third choice that motivates them, that they're angry, and throughout the years that they've been doing this, yes, they've tried certain, resistance actions, which I wouldn't like to see done. I wouldn't want it to happen to my people, buses, cafes, car, whatever. But again, that's their choice, not mine. I'm not condoning. That's their choice, not mine. I'm not condoning it. But I understand the concept of trying to resist a bad situation that you can't get out from under with any other means. The Israelis always claim that we've given the Arabs great deals, all these wonderful peace deals, and at every turn they've just turned them down, right? That's the lingo. But guess what? That's not true. Israeli officials who have been their counterparts have later said, if I were the other person, I would not have taken that deal. Now, here you have officials saying that, and yet the propaganda to the public is, we've done all these great things to be fair. We want peace. They don't. They just hate us as Jews. So I believe, and this is why I support it, if they literally just hated Jews, I wouldn't support that. Now, people are going to say, well, the H group, they're going to say the H group chart. I can hear people's gears turning right now because that would happen with me. The H group did have a disgusting statement in its initial charter in 1988 that said they wanted to make it a complete Arab region and get rid of the Jews. They said that. I wholeheartedly disagree with that. I think that's horrible. And the good news is, and there may be some members of the H group who still feel that way. I can't say that. There's some people in the Israeli government who have said as much towards Arabs, that they want everybody gone, the Smotriches and the Ben Gvirs. You know these people. So there are extremists on both sides that may harbor hate towards the other, but predominantly the center and the center right of both of these groups, they want autonomy. They want peace. The only problem is that the political process to get peace has been closed off because the Israelis have gone out of their way. Benjamin Netanyahu said publicly that if you want to eliminate the possibility of a two-state solution, the best thing we can do is to support H group. Now, why would the Israelis backdoor cash and allow cash to flow from Qatar to the H group along with weapons from other places if they didn't want to have them fighting them? It's because they knew that if they supported the division, there would be a separate authority in each region and they wouldn't be able to combine their efforts and stay as a whole people. So divide and conquer. And it's worked. Settle more land slowly but surely, like the frog in the water. Keep doing it. Unalive people bit by bit. It's like slowly but surely dispossessing more land. If I were in that situation and that was happening to me and someone else thought they were better than me and they gave me no opportunity to get out of it and they kept putting the pressure on me, the boot on the neck, the knives in the side, I would be pissed and I would probably be angry and I'd probably want to resist that. And I think that's what motivates the Palestinians, is the desire for freedom, autonomy, dignity, respect, and not have somebody controlling their every move. And the deals that were offered did not relieve them of that burden. And that's why the deals, someone said they wouldn't have taken it, nor did they. So here we are. Now we have half of Gaza destroyed. We have the Israelis running roughshod across the terrain, talking about developing beachfront property. Crazy people like Daniela Weiss talking about settle Gaza. You have a potential offensive into an area where almost 2 million people have been pushed into because of all the damage up front and all the homelessness. And now they're talking about trying to push them out somewhere, that Egypt should take them, these inferior people they call. Or they're going to get harmed. And Netanyahu seems dead set on trying to get rid of every single H group member, which given the guerrilla layout in the tunnels is impossible. Everybody knows it. They know it. And they know they're going to lose a ton of soldiers, so they're just continuing to use what I call the cowardly way, which is to bomb the shit out of stuff and just wreak havoc on the way through. Like, as they said, our goal is not precision, it is inflicting damage. And that's what they've been doing. This is why I take the side that I take, because I would not want to be under those circumstances. I see their struggle. I see their plight. It doesn't mean that I'm in love with them as people. I don't really know much about. I don't know anybody. I know a few people I've met here. They seem wonderful, but I don't know the totality of how people behave in Gaza or the West Bank. They have different culture, different people, and I don't have an outcome. It doesn't matter. It's not going to affect me one way or the other what happens, except for it would be very nice to see a peaceful and just resolution to this that works for both, that keeps Jewish people safe from harm, which I think is the ultimate goal of the Zionist project, if notwithstanding the expansion we're seeing, and gives Palestinians somewhat dignity and autonomy to live their lives and not be controlled by somebody else and subjected to such horrific mistreatment for no reason other than being born a Palestinian. Anyway, that's how I feel, and that's why I feel. Okay, there are a couple people coming up in the box here. Icebone. I've never heard from Icebone before. I hope they're not somebody who's trying to stir up trouble. This is a root beer, by the way, not a beer. Hello, is it Icebone? Am I reading that right?
If you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone.
Hello.
I followed you for quite some time. I wanted to ask you a question.
Okay.
I understand the history of the area going back to the late 1960s. That's as far as I've managed to get, and a little bit about the Nakba. Right now, I'm watching them go back and forth, and I am a little pissed off at America, but I understand we have limits. I don't see where they say there are over 150 hostages. I don't see where that many are alive. Looking at Gaza right now, even with the tunnels, there is no way that all of those hostages are alive. And Israel has pointedly said they're not taking bodies back.
Yeah.
They want their live people back. I don't see how that possibly can be. Because look at Kitty. Because if you bomb a city like that, and they did actually flood some of the tunnels with water, don't tell me you did not wind up unaliving your own people. Because if you unalived Hamas, and they were there, and I understand why people are protesting in Israel outside Netanyahu's house, because they've come to the same conclusion. There are unalived hostages due to his recklessness of just willingly throwing around boom booms. I understand what the Palestinians are facing. I also understand that by way of George Bush, Condoleezza Rice, and Netanyahu, they helped to put Hamas in place. They basically dropped a snake in there, and then once it was dropped, it was, oh no, we can't control them. This is such a mess, but it's a mess caused by our own country, by Israel.
Mm-hmm.
And they just are very silent about the agreement, the deal that was made between Bush, Rice, and Netanyahu back in the day. All of this is not Joe Biden's fault. Every president, I think, has known about the money going to Qatar to go to Hamas. But I don't think they anticipated this blowing up like that. Wait a minute. Let me back up. Yes, Netanyahu knew this was coming because he had the entire freaking plan a year ahead of time.
Mm-hmm.
That burns in my mouth so much, as if a president of this country knows we're about to be hit, and then you sit on it for a year, and then you keep saying, oh my goodness, October 7th. Yeah, you knew what was coming down the pike. You didn't know when, but you knew it was coming. I know I'm rambling a little bit, and I do apologize.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So other people have alleged, I'm just saying that others have, that this attack may have been either allowed to happen or even facilitated by those who wanted it to happen for a broader purpose. Do you think that that is likely, unlikely?
It only just came to my knowledge that a team of intelligence team back last spring, this time of the year, said, hey, something's about to happen. They're laying out all these plans, all of this, and for Netanyahu and his team to just blow it off.
Yeah.
Netanyahu was about to take his butt to jail. They were going to take him to court. And
Interesting.
I don't. How does it not work that on a holiday you don't have your military where they're supposed to be? It takes 7 to 8 hours for them to show up, and literally someone who has lived in Israel said you can get from one side to the other in less than an hour and a half by helicopter. Nobody showed up. What the heck? And then when they showed up, this is something they slipped out there about 2 weeks ago. Well, we think this certain person may have been unalived on October 7th because our helicopter was strafing people running. They just shot whoever was running. What the heck? What kind of military is that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all good. No, it's okay. So, in terms of what goes ahead from here, if the Israelis do decide to attack the southernmost portion of Gaza, the area they call Rafah, and let's say like somebody in the chat earlier said he hopes another 35,000 Palestinians die, which is a horrific thing to say. But there could be a lot more casualties if they started to, it's even more densely populated than it's ever been, obviously, given that most people are in that region. Do you think the international community will stand up and somehow put an end to it? Or do you think that with the U.S. backing Israel, that they'll be allowed to get away with it further?
Right now, they've been getting away with the only two places that were standing up was Ireland and South Africa. They both said, we've seen things like this happen, and this is a genocide. It's wrong. They did not pull their punches, and I think at one point they had 100 other countries who were supporting them, saying, look, we're standing with South Africa and Ireland. They know this, and they understand what it is. We are stuck between a rock and a hard place, and we've got Israel lobbing bombs over into other countries, but we keep telling the countries, don't hit. No, Israel's like a spoiled child. It's time somebody smacked the crap out of them. And I'm sorry, we got to step back on this, because Israel is wrong on this.
When you say smack the you-know-what, can you be more specific in terms of what you think would be effective?
They have a iron shield. Yeah, that's what they've got. That's what they've been depending on. Right. I'm sorry. I have no problem with them striking back at Israel. Move our freaking soldiers, because if you think you're this tough, prove it. Or shut the heck up. And we don't need to trust Israel. We're going to investigate this. No, we don't trust you no more. You lie too much. Your entire freaking team lies too much.
Why do you think it is that the U.S. does provide so much money and support, sort of unquestioning support for Israel? It has for a long time. What's going on with that?
I think we've become lazy. We used to have wonderful intelligence committees. We're counting on Israel to be our eyes and ears. It's time to stop that crap. No. If you really want to support them, tell you what, England, supply them with land. Germany, supply them with land. France, supply them with land. Because Bibi Netanyahu has thrown the freaking front door open to them. Come home to the motherland. They're not making new land anymore. You got to take it from somebody. And they're eyeing Gaza.
Excuse me. I gotta stop her.
Muslim, just real quick, we do a format here just for those who don't. Let me reiterate. So what we do is we take turns on the panel. So if somebody says something that upsets you, or says more than one point, I even keep a notepad next to me. Just make a note of it, and when your turn comes, I'll let you know the order. Then you'll get a chance to say whatever you want to say. We'll give you a couple, 3 minutes to say, so no one else will interrupt you. Same thing.
Chip.
Yeah. Real quick, hold on one sec. So the next person, if you can, I think the next person is going to be create account. So if you can finish up, please, T-Bone.
Oh yes, let me turn this up. I'm sorry, but Israel has gone far too far.
Hi, Chip.
Just one sec. Let T-Bone finish, then we'll let you go. Just one sec. Say hi, by the way.
They've gone far too far. We have gotten to the point where we're keep repeating October 7th. What about the babies, the 10,000 babies in Gaza?
Yeah.
The children, the women who have miscarried due to the stress of this situation. Sorry, time to stop it. And I pull no punches. Israel, you want to throw bombs into other countries because you want to try to hit somebody in another country? Okay, they may wind up start throwing them to you. And I'm saying it again. I don't want our soldiers to intervene at all.
Okay, that's a good point. I know you. So she seems pretty outraged.
Chip.
Hold on a sec. Would you want to say something, Federico? Something going on?
Yeah. I just want to state the fact that so everybody knows. What happens on October 7th? It was.
Just be quick, please, because we have other guys.
Yeah. It was a very calculated move. If you look at Israel history, when they retaliate, the response is always weak, because they are always they think they're superior. H Group has a cyber unit. I don't know if you guys know that. And that cyber unit dismantled all the telecommunication for the Israelis at that day, at that time. So what happened on October 7th, it was a plan well executed by a militant group that had a target, objective. They got the job done. Israel has lost the war on October 7th. No matter what they do after, it doesn't change the fact that they did lose the war.
Okay, let's let Creative come in. Thanks for sharing that, Federico. Creative, welcome.
Hi, Chip.
Hi.
All right. Actually, there is a little bit delay in the sound. So anyway, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you sound good. You sound fine.
All right. I will be very quick, and I will talk about three points. Very quick. Well, the first thing is my late father. There's an Arab saying I heard from my father: "A cross-eyed hen lays her eggs in the neighbor's house." I hope I get the you guys understand what does this mean.
That's funny.
Yeah. Okay. What does that mean is, actually, I will say, I'll give you an example about the corrupted, countries and head of states. The corrupted regimes, the head of state uses the entire country resources for his personal interest, and with his closed circle of corrupted politicians and supporters, which is absolutely wrong. But it makes sense because at least he took advantage of the situation to his own personal interest. But what does not make sense and really stupid is when he grants his national resources and country resources and taxpayers' money for another regime or for a foreign country. I hope I get the message.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
This is the hen that cross-eye hen lays the eggs in the neighbor's house, which is the taxpayers' money going for the, for Israel, especially Israel. And this applies on Germany, England, most of Europe, I don't know how many other countries. So this leads to another thing. Quinn the Eskimo, of course you know him. I think yesterday or 2 days ago, he's promoting a campaign to be parallel to AIPAC to support individual candidates for the US elections. And they're talking about big money. So now it's the time for us, all of us, to support such a movement, to be opposite to the AIPAC, strategy. Anyhow, regarding, I hear someone in this today's live
is saying if it's not to Israel, the Arab tribes and families will unalive each other. Oh, really? Really? We thank you very much. Your services are not needed. We don't need anybody to tell us how to live and how to live to each other. This is ridiculous. This is completely stupid. How can anyone say something like that? And I don't know. He left me speechless. So one more thing I want to add for the H group. Well, everything was said, but over a period of 75 years, they did not leave anything possible or impossible. Nothing is working. Those guys, the Israeli government, they have a pre-written goals, and they are working very hard to achieve it. No single state, no two-state solution, no nothing. They don't want anyone else but them and our land, our own land. Thank you, Sheikh.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. Yeah, I think that's what it looks like based
May I
on
go,
that.
Chip?
Rax, just a sec. The order, so the order is going to be for, just to be clear, each person please mute yourself until you get your turn. Keisha, then Muslim Zionist, then Rax, and then Reem, and we'll go back up to Malcolm. Keisha, welcome.
Thank you so much for having me on your live. I don't have my glasses on, so you have to forgive me. T-Bone, you said some very, very good, excellent talking points. Excellent talking points. And can I ask you a couple questions? T?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I love your passion. And this is nothing I'm using this to kind of attack on you, but what I want to say is that if you don't mind me saying, I'm on level 46 in my life, and in listening to you, I'm learning a shift, right? So I'm thinking to look to you. The Palestinian movement has caught your attention. The amount of tax money that we send to Israel has caught your attention. Is that fair enough to say that?
Yes, and I can say the reason it catches my attention is because my uncles were both members of the Black Panthers.
Oh, beautiful. So have you always had a history of this?
Yes, listening to them.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that the Palestinian movement coincides with the Black movement. It is side by side. It's definitely side by side. And I think that what we have to do now is think about what is our next best move. I'm thinking we've had a rough few days in our movement, but I always look to see what is our next best move. What is our next plan? Where are we going to go next? And so I think that everybody plays a role in this movement, whether that's, how do we organize to vote? What do we organize our talking points? What is our, are we sending humanitarian aid as people? And I think for Black women, we have always been the ones that have organized politically. And I feel like we're in a conundrum right now because Trump and Biden are both on the outsides of who I ever want to campaign for. And I think that as we need to take our energy and think about what is our next best move. And I don't think that I'm not looking to you to answer that right now because I'm still thinking about how do we answer that. I'm still thinking about what's our next step. But I know that our next step is a step of unity, forgiveness, thinking about the big picture. And we've all made mistakes. We've all sidestepped. We've all effed up. Excuse my language. But now, in the face of it all, in the 80s and 90s, in the early 2000s, I want the younger kids to understand this. All Colin Powell or all any general ever had to do was put up a picture of what was going on, and we just wholeheartedly believed it, right? All they ever had to do was go in and say, hey, this is what's going on, so we need to go attack. The beautiful thing about right now is that we have a full-on history of what's happening. And it's different. Like, you can't lie in our face, right? We see it for what it is. that's why these politicians are having no luck. Like you just can't do that. It is what it is. So my question, and like I said, this is not a question that needs to be answered right now. It's a question to chew the fat. Where do we go next? That's all I care about, right? I care, even though I'm in the United States, I think the United States has done horrible things and continues to do horrible things. Continues, right? But it's horrible things in the name of the 1%, followed by religion, right? So the 1% can say we're going to do this, and then the certain religious groups say, okay, well, we're going to do this and justify it by religion. And that can no longer stand. It just can't. But I live here, and I've got friends that live here, and I got family that lives here, and I don't want anybody to be hurt or, unalived. So how do we coexist? And I don't mean just coexist. I mean into a point in where we truly thrive. And that's going to take some soul searching from everybody. From everybody. So my point is, we know where the past has been. We know where we started out at. We know what we did as far as October 7th and a lot of people are just finding out about Zionism. They're just finding out about AIPAC. They're brand new, right? And that's fine. But at some point, we have to figure out what is our next best step.
That is going to take time. That is going to take education. I have nieces and nephews at 20, 21, 17. I am explaining to them because they wholeheartedly said, oh my God, October 7th. And I said, okay, yeah, terrible, bad thing, horrible, but you need to dig into the history.
Right.
Them back. Now they're having conversations with their friends. That is what we have to do. We have to get to the real education and the real history. Not just the world did not begin on October 7th, and it did not end on October 7th. And when I explained to them that there are thousands of Palestinians locked in military jails that have never gone before a judge, it blows their mind.
Right. Because we don't understand that concept. Like we can understand that in the little bit in between, right? So we can have a Black Lives Matter movement and that says, okay, we have injustice within the Black community that causes Black causes, but on the systematic, on the books in America, it's on the subculture. It's on the subculture. So if you have the problems in the Black community, we can all trace them back. But the problems, go ahead.
Say this real quick, and then I'm gonna drop. Watch our media. Just go look up the
absolutely
on Morning Joe with AIPAC, the leader of AIPAC. It was so incredibly one-sided. Yet they have never had any Muslim intellectual or Arabic intellectual on that show to speak about October 7th and what led up to it. Watch what our media does. They're trying to control our politicians, and the media is just going along towing the line. You guys, thank you so much for letting me up. I love you guys. I'll be listening. Thank you, Keisha. Take care.
Absolutely, darling. Please do. Please do. So, yes, the media is controlled. We all know that. And that's one of the reasons why they want to ban TikTok. Because TikTok is a place in which we can all disagree and fight and argue, but we have information that needs to be shared. So I say that to say the most important thing about me is that we will go one way or another forward together and not one step back. We'll be a fucking train wreck, maybe. We will argue and bash it out and cuss you out. But at the end of the day, I have one singular goal. So that's all I want to say.
All right. Thanks so much, Keisha. Really appreciate you being here and sharing your views. I always enjoy hearing what you have to say about whatever the subject may be. Also, I don't know if you know, we went to the March for Gaza, and Keisha was nice enough to come up and give me a very nice, warm hello. So she's someone who I have a lot of admiration for, and she's a good person. Trust me, she's a good person. We need more Keishas in the world, I can tell you that. Muslim Zionist, welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I want to start with that lady, the T-bone lady.
Okay.
I believe is, I don't want to do a personal attack, but she's one of the lazy ass American that she never worked in her, her life, didn't pay the taxes, and they think everything is, is around black people. That's
How
number
do
one.
how do you know she hasn't worked in her life? What do you mean by
Well,
that?
I can, the way she's acting, the way she's talking about the, not Obama, Biden, because, Biden is a black lover, and black people in America love Biden because they give it free everything to the black community. But anyway, and then when she
Hold on just one second. I want to make a correction for the record. There are members of recipients of U.S. Social support services, whether it's housing or energy or food assistance, which you call WIC or SNAP. But to say that all the black people get help from the government, that's just not true. There are large professional classes, college educated people that do higher end jobs, that have positions of authority, that have their own businesses.
No, I'm not talking about all black people. I'm talking about her and people like her. And
Well, but again, hold on just one second. To be fair, I don't want to mute you, but here's the thing. You're making a vast assumption. What would have been nice to do is we could ask somebody if you want to ask, if she wants to tell you. But let's not make assumptions, because she may have worked her whole life and she's retired now, and maybe that's just her point of view. Okay, just don't make assumptions. Okay, I think that's fair. I'll leave it at that.
And when she's talking about to H group and all those Hezbollah, they can bomb Israel, and she should be happy with it. What the heck wrong with you, lady? You know what? I tell you, in England, few days ago, all those they want the country of the England be Sharia law, and then in New York, couple of days ago, over 3,000 stupid Muslims they came and in the street and pray in the street.
Stop attacking.
No,
Saying
hold on,
Stop attacking.
Hey,
Stop it.
Chip, you gotta get this guy. You gotta get this guy off of here. He's calling himself a Muslim Zionist. Come on, really? Come on. The guy.
Listen, it doesn't matter what I am.
Chip, I think you might be muted because we can't hear you.
Sorry. I just want to set a few ground rules with everybody. So if you're going to speak to an issue, please don't say words like stupid or derogatory. You can say you disagree with the fact that a certain number of people went out and did X, Y, and Z, and you think they're not well informed or whatever, but just don't say the word stupid, okay? Because you don't want to be talked about that way yourself.
Anyway, the Israel is staying there.
It's not anyway. It's okay, that's fair, or something like that. Just, listen, I always say, don't be a jerk. We're all trying to have a conversation here. We're giving you ample floor time. No one's stepping on you. You're talking about somebody else with no knowledge of what they're doing. You're calling other people stupid. Be a decent person. Come on, man.
All right. All I can say to all of you guys that you love terrorists and you love, Muslim people. The state of Israel, the country of Israel, is staying there. It doesn't go anywhere. And any to destroy Jewish people, Zionists, and the state of Israel will destroy. We will analyze the way we do it right now, and we will continue to do it. We will continue to do it. It doesn't matter if it's a pregnant woman or is a child or anybody come to front of a state of the Israel and want to destroy the country, it will get destroyed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for sharing your point of view. I will say this: there should not be a conflation of people who support Palestine with supporting the concept of doing the acts which are referred to as terrorism. That's terribly unfair. If somebody looks at the resistance movement of any group that's marginalized, regardless of what tactics they choose to use, that's the support they're most likely given. If there's somebody that's actively calling for the unaliving of civilians, then yeah, it's okay to blame that and say you're crazy. But please don't put us in that bucket just because you disagree with those who do support that resistance and the aspirations of those people to have an independent place to go. No one's saying that Israel has to go anywhere necessarily. If Israel can be peaceful and be a good coexisting neighbor and give somebody a legitimate place to live so they're not dominating them, I think that's what most people want. They want to just have freedom, autonomy, and dignity, free from oppression, brutality, subjugation, and exploitation. Everybody wants that. Do you want to respond, T-Bone? Because some things were said about you.
Oh yes, I had to stop. Did he run or was he kicked?
Well, I took him down because he wasn't being very pleasant. I'm sure you would. I just didn't want to have. He's not a pleasant character to have on. I don't believe.
Understood, no problem. First of all, 62 years old, worked 40 years out of my life. Owned property, was a Republican. So, yeah, he may want to try talking about what he knows and not what he assumes. And the lady that was on before is a nurse, so she works. So his assumptions about people of color, he might want to get a new education, a new view. I'm just going to be real nice. Yeah, even though I don't want to be. But besides, the fact that he threw out there he didn't care women pregnant or children kind of goes to the whole boom booms being dropped randomly.
Yeah.
No regard at all. And that makes people think a certain way about folks.
Yeah, it's kind of sad when people seem to be indifferent to the suffering of women and children. That's pretty bad. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm glad.
May I speak, please?
Yeah, it's actually your turn, Rex. Please do.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Chip, thank you for this platform. I think you do a great job of trying your best to kind of host these intellectual debates. And I do apologize that sometimes there are people who claim to be Muslim, and in Islam, I'm Muslim myself. In Islam, we have a firm belief that even one innocent life lost is like the entire humanity is lost. So it does upset me when people claim to be Islam, because what happens is they misrepresent our faith, and it kind of feeds into the division, and it feeds into the misrepresentation of Islam in the media. It happened after 9/11, and it continues to happen because of folks like Muslim Zionists. But that aside, I just want to bring up some things that are true. The Western, I would say the U.S. and Britain specifically, there are definitely other places, but the U.S. and Britain specifically have really, really chimed into the propaganda of believing that this started on October 7th. What I would encourage everybody, on this panel and even in these comments to do is please just educate yourself. Education is really going to be key when it comes to this information, because what happens is CNN, Fox News, they are essentially propaganda washed, Zionist washed media that will do anything to say that, it was H group randomly on October 7th chose that day to attack the Israeli people, when that is not what happened. Israel has been occupying Palestinian land since 1948, and if one of the things I'm sorry, there are so many things, but if I try to get my thoughts in order, one of the things I try to debunk is essentially Israel saying that the IDF is targeting H group and innocent civilians are just getting caught in the crossfire, but are making absolutely no changes to the intelligence to make sure that innocent civilians are not getting caught in the crossfire. The bloodshed is happening, and it's they deem it as necessary. They deem it as collateral damage. What's also important to understand is we just are now figuring out. I don't believe anything that comes from Israel media, but as a whole, we as a society are finding out that Israel lied and inflated the numbers. And essentially Zionist washed what happened around the Flower Massacre. Okay, innocent Palestinians were approaching aid trucks. Okay, innocent, hungry Palestinians who were not receiving food, who were not receiving any type of nutrition, any type of assistance, were innocently approaching these aid trucks. Okay, if these people were associated with the T group, they're not going to be randomly approaching aid trucks. Okay, these are innocent civilians, mind you, and it was a massacre that happened after that. Okay, and then they go and they say, okay, well, it was H group that we were attacking, it was this that we were attacking, it was this. It's all lies. Okay, it's just all straight up lies. Israel has been continuing to occupy Palestine, and most recently, before October 7th, they were actually stopping female and male Muslim individuals from praying at the Holy Mosque, which is the Al-Aqsa Mosque inside Jerusalem. Okay, and the last point I want to make is that Israel also puts onto this we have to boom boom in order to stop H group. We have to boom boom. We don't have any protection against H group when we all know the Iron Dome exists. So they do have the they do have the protection against any of these. You know what I mean? These insane, T tactics that they think are coming against them. However, H group does not occupy the West Bank. The West Bank is completely controlled by Israel, and innocent Palestinians that live in the West Bank prior to settlement have also been unalived as a result of this too. So I would just like us all to really consider all of the lies and all of and America is backing it all. I think it was T-Bone who made a great point that says that even to the detriment of Americans, the United States will continue to support Israel, even if it means, carrying on their lies, and feeding that BS to the American people. That's how far this relationship goes. And that's how far the loyalty America, Biden administration, really doesn't matter who's in office, right? The United States government is going to continue to be loyal to Israel, even to the detriment of its own constituents.
Yeah, but good points. Very good points. Okay, I think it's Reem Khalid, I think it is.
Yes, Reem Khalid.
Hello.
Hello. I'm Reem from Palestine, Gaza.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm 28 years old. I grew up with wars. I have never felt a single day of life, and it's patient like the rest of the world's youth. But this war is one of the most difficult wars we have lived through. We lost everything, our homes, our memories, our friends, everything. My home beside the Shifa Hospital. We really, every time we sense we will die. And now I left Gaza with my husband and my children, but my family
عربي
remain
إذا
in
بتحبي.
Rafah. Remain in Rafah. I cannot imagine my family without my family. I cannot imagine my life without my family. Sorry, but my heart really is broken because I cannot live. I cannot. Sorry. I cannot feel like any person in this life because you are in safe and your family is in the war. Any time will die. You cannot imagine our life in Gaza. Bombing every time. No water, no food, no healthy food, no water. The water is polluted. Our children, the Pampers. We cannot catch the Pampers for our children. The prices is very expensive. We really not fair. This life is not fair. We lost all necessities of this life. I'm sorry, I cannot talking well because my heart is really broken. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
No need to apologize. Take your time. We understand. We're so sorry you're having to go through this. It's absolutely horrible.
Thank you. I want to support
Would you like to
us.
speak would you prefer to speak in Arabic? Would that be easier for you?
Yes, you can talking Arabic?
I think there may be someone on the panel that could hear you and translate. Is there someone on the panel that can speak both English and Arabic?
Okay, as you like.
That's easier. If anybody can. Creed, can you do both?
I can, Chip.
Okay, so here's, if you can say, so every 2 sentences, like every 10 seconds, try to go back and forth
Sure.
between Arabic and translation.
اوكي. حضرتك انت من وين بس؟
مرحبا أختي ريم، حاولي
اهلين.
من الضفة الغربية.
اهلين.
ممكن لو
ممكن
سمحتي
احكي
إنه يكون الكلام يعني حوالي جملة جملتين عشان أترجم
اوكي
لهم.
تمام. ممكن انا احكي لهم كيف حياتنا كانت في غزة.
She's in غزة. أنت في غزة الآن؟
انا كنت في غزة ومن شهرين طلعت من غزة.
She was in Gaza and she left 2 months ago, and she was talking about her life and how they were before and after. Now they lost everything. She lost her house. Her house was next to a shifa. I'm translating what she was talking about from the beginning. Then I will continue. I'm just wrapping what she said before. They lost all life necessities. They lost most probably family members. They don't have electricity, no drinking waters, no baby diapers. تفضلي كملي.
اوكي. هلقيت من اول يوم بدت الحرب احنا ما كناش متوقعين ان تكون الحرب زي هذه الحرب، بس هذه الحرب فعلا كيف الناس من انت تكون كل اشي وبعدين كل اشي يروح. يعني اشياء انت بتتعب فيها طول حياتك، بيتك، سيارتك، شاليهك، كل اشي
طيب
شغلك.
خليني بس جملة
تمام.
جملة.
اوكي.
She's repeating what I just translated. They lost everything from living a decent life, and now they live in a miserable situation. They lost everything. They lost all of their, lifetime, savings and lifetime, whatever they made over the period of. She is 28 years old. She said earlier that she since she was born and she is in. Witnessing war after war after war. كملي تفضلي.
احنا عشنا يمكن 5 حروب 6 حروب وعادي متعودين على كل الحروب، اسبوع زمن، شهر زمن، شهرين وخلص. ما كناش متوقعين، كنا دايما نحكي انه احنا امان، يعني عمرهم ما راح يقصفوا لنا اشي لانه فيش عنا اشي. بس هذه الحرب ما خلتش ولا اشي. لا يعني غزة من عن جد كانت كتير مدينة متطورة فيها كل إشي لولا إشي صارت عن جد، ولا إشي فيش فيها إشي صالح لأي إشي. كنا نحكي بيوتنا جنب الشفا هي أأمن إشي، بس هذه
هذا
الحرب
كله ترجمته.
تمام
She's
سمعت.
saying again that she lived through 5 wars, so 5 major wars, but this one is completely different. Everything is destroyed. I'm explaining. I'm translating what she said
Can
earlier
you
and
ask
now.
her, at some point when it's appropriate, can you ask her if she hates the H group, or what does she say when people condemn the H group? How does she feel about that?
Sure. هو بيسألك هل أنت الحين عندك أي كره لإتش جروب حماس يعني، أو يعني عدم موافقة على اللي هم سووه؟
الصراحة كل غزة ضد هذا الإشي، لأنه إحنا ما استفدناش ولا إشي. غزة راحت. إحنا هما واليهود الاثنين علينا. المقاومة لا لأنه هي يعني لله وللوطن، بس السياسيين لا، هدول كل غزة، بس ما بنقدرش نحكي يعني كل غزة مستاءة من الإشي اللي صار عملته.
She's saying, I will be very clear. She's saying everybody in Gaza against the H group, but then she said they are with the resistance. They are against the politicians, but not the resistance.
Interesting. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for asking that.
Okay. Yeah, كملي.
قالت طلبوا منا ننزح من أول أسبوع، طلبوا منا ننزح على الشمال، على الجنوب، خان يونس أو رفح وهيك. قعدنا في خان يونس 2 شهرين، بعدين لما عملوا الهدنة أسبوع أول إشي بدوا فيها هي خان يونس، المكان اللي كنا قاعدين فيه. قصفوا البيت اللي ورانا بعيد عنا 5 متر، بس الله سبحانه وتعالى من عنده حمانة يعني.
In the first 2
أكمل
months
ولا؟
they were she was in the north, and the first 2 months they asked her to move to Khan Yunis, and then after they moved to Khan Yunis they bombarded the house next to their where they moved. تفضلي.
بعدين طلبوا منا نروح على رفح، فرحنا على رفح على الحدود يعني، لأنه فيش هذا في شرق رفح، ولحتى الآن يعني ضايلين موجودين. وطبعا أول ما وصلنا رفح، غير العدد اللي مش طبيعي برفح، هي رفح كتير صغيرة وفيها 1.5 مليون. طبعا كل إشي مش موجود، أي إشي، مقومات الحياة كلها مش موجودة، مية مش موجودة، كهرباء مش موجودة، حتى مية الشرب اللي بنشربها مش نظيفة، الأكل مش موجود غير المعلبات المساعدات هذه اللي بتيجي. وطبعا كله بنباع عنا، كل إشي بنباع. البامبرز وصل سعره عنا 150 شيكل.
Then she moved from Khan Yunis to Rafah, and she said, imagine there is 1.5 million people in such a small area, and there's absolutely nothing over there. No electricity, no drinking water, no nothing, no food other than some canned food, and things are very expensive. I will explain, this is from my side, about that some food are sold in Gaza. How is that? Well, some people get support from the UNRWA and others, but maybe they don't like it, so they offer it for sale. This does not mean that somebody is selling this or not. The other thing there are businessmen importing from Egypt through Egypt, and they sell it as a traders in Gaza, and it is sold on high prices. This is information that I know. No, she didn't say that. Okay, تفضلي.
كمان شغلة إنه الحرب لها 6 شهور. اللي زي يعني كتير ناس، كتير رجال يعني رب عيلة، بيكونش إله شغله الخاص، مشروعه الخاص، فإلك 6 شهور أنت ما فيش ولا أي دخل بفوت عليك. يعني اللي زي بابا تاجر
Over
إله
a
6
period of
شهور.
6 months now, no jobs, no income. So they cannot support their families because there is no income, there is no any source of income, no jobs, no nothing. Okay. تفضل.
وآخر إشي إنه طبعا كل غزة اضطرت إنها تعمل هذا حساب الجو فاند مي عشان يقدروا يطلعوا، لأنه أنت بدك تطلع من غزة على مصر بدك تدفع لكل شخص $5000 عشان تقدر تطلع.
She confirmed that they, in order to leave Gaza, they have to pay $5,000 per head. Although this is from my side also. Although I hear from different sources that no, this is not true. But I heard more from people saying that they paid more than $5,000.
Yeah.
Like plenty of people, but very few they say no, this is not correct. From the Egyptian side, they say no, it's not correct.
لا صحيح، المصريين صحيح. وبس يعني، وبالآخر هي كل يعني هم بيحكوا أهل غزة مرابطين. على فكرة من أول ما بدأت الحرب وكانوا اليهود يحكوا لنا اطلعوا من الشمال للجنوب، وكانوا فايتين بري، وحماس كانت تحكي لنا لا، إنه لا خليكم مش حيفوتوا بري، خليش إنه يضلوا الناس، لحد ما انصدموا لقوا اليهود قدامهم مرة واحدة.
She said that in the beginning, when they were in the north, Israel was telling them to leave the north because they are coming, while Hamas told them no, don't listen to them, stay there, they will never come, until they were shocked to see the IDF in the north.
وبالآخر كل غزة لو معها $5000 لكل واحد، كله حيطلع، لأنه غزة يعني هي بتعز علينا وإحنا بنحبها كتير ورح نرجع لها، بس حاليا مش صالحة لأي إشي، فيش فيها ولا إشي.
She's saying that everybody in Gaza now wish they have $5,000 to leave, not because they don't like Gaza, no, they like their country or their land and they want to come back again, but the conditions there, it's not no one can live over there, not mentioning the death and the bombing and continuous bombing every minute. This is what she said earlier actually. Okay.
تمام.
في شيء ثاني تحب تزيديه؟
لا هيك تمام يسلموا.
That's all. الله يحميكم الله يعطيك العافية.
الله يخليك يا رب.
She's
شكرا.
done. Yep, she is done. You're muted.
Please tell her thank you so much for coming up to share her story. And if she does want help, in other words, if she wants people to help her get where she needs to get to, are you familiar with Eric Warsaw, the person who holds the lives?
Yes, sir.
So
Yes,
Eric
yes.
Warsaw has somebody helping make sure the people who need help get the help. They do a verification process because unfortunately some people came up, tried to fake it. So that's the best way. And then she can come back and we can help out.
Sure. هو بيشكرك وبتمنى إن شاء الله تكونوا في أمان محل ما أنتم موجودين. وهو بيقول كمان إذا كان أنتم بحاجة لمساعدات، طبعا الموقع هنا هو مش بيجمع شيء زي هيك، لكن في موجود على التيك توك، أعتقد إنه هيز لايف ناو اللي هو موجود الآن على الهواء، اللي هو إريك وارسو. هم عندهم هناك أشخاص يعني محترفين وبيعملوا مساعدات لكثير ناس موجودين سواء في مصر أو في غزة. معي؟
Okay.
Could somebody please write in the chat, Eric's actual username on TikTok it's spelled with a K. It's Eric Warsaw and then 2024. Eric Warsaw 2024. He goes live almost every night of the week. He's
I think he's live now.
Yeah, he's on right now. So he's very easy to get a hold of.
معايا ريم.
اه
هذا اللينك موجود، شوفيه اللي كاتبينه تحت، إريك وارسو 2024. ادخل عليهم الآن واحكي لهم أنت إيش وضعك وإن شاء الله بيساعدوك.
لكم.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you for being here. I appreciate that. It's just a couple administrative things really quickly. Thanks for doing the Translating Create account. And it's good to let somebody come on and share the entirety of what they have to say. I can't even imagine what that experience must have been like and must still be like. And I've heard as much as 7,000 to 10,000 as being how much people have had to pay to leave, which is just insane. Imagine that. Imagine going through all this and having to scrape up that kind of money just to be able to leave. And if you have 5 or 10 family members, that's outrageous, right? Anyway, unimaginable. We have a process for those of you who do need help. Eric Warsaw, who's the one I just mentioned, he has somebody, I think her name is Rima, that help verify people who are in need, and then we can help pitch in if need be through GoFundMe or TikTok or whatever the case may be. Just so you know, though, TikTok, when you make a donation to somebody, they take 70%, which is pretty crazy. So usually a Cash App or GoFundMe is the better way to help people if you want to help them. Real quick, this is being recorded. So if you missed part of this or you have to leave and you want to check out the rest, it goes up on the YouTube and the Rumble sites, usually within an hour or two of completion. You can find those sites by going to the link in my bio. It just says Linktree and then /Chip Barnes. If you're from outside the USA, though, that link is not there. And you have to look at the bio and the characters that say the same thing. You just type that into your web browser and then hit enter. It'll take you to the same place. In addition, in the middle, there's some Telegram groups, which is a messaging app, like a group forum, like a Facebook, but on a messaging app. And I do have my own links, but I'm not going to talk about them now, but you'll see them at the bottom. Some of my users help support me slightly, but not the right time or place. I also want to let you know, this is the protocol that we use on this particular, type of live, and we give each person a turn and uninterrupted as much as possible. So when we're taking turns, if you could please mute when it's not your turn, that helps the conversation kind of flow better. Sometimes if we have people need to ask each other questions, or if somebody references your name, then we'll let you come up and do some kind of back and forth. The other thing is, if you're somebody who's pro-Israeli, please come in. We welcome different views. We don't treat people poorly. We give you a chance to speak your mind. We respect your point of view. And then we have a civil, but maybe we might disagree. That's okay too. And then finally, there's someone named Katie who's come up multiple times. Katie, unfortunately, I'd love to have you come up and share your views. It's just each time we've had you up before, you haven't been able to go by the respectful protocol. You keep jumping in. So if you can respect the protocol, I'd love to have you. If you can't, then that's why we can't bring you up. Okay, I think the next person was at Mindwares that was next, I believe, and then we'll figure it out from there. I think it's going to be Medusa, No, yeah, Medusa, and then we'll figure that out. So Mindwares, welcome.
Good evening,
Assalamu
everybody.
alaikum.
Hi, how are you?
Alaikum assalam.
أخوي
I've been listening to everyone, and that last story, Miss Reem, the sister Miss Reem. Wow, I think that's what we kind of lose when we take a look at the situation as a whole. We kind of lose the fact that these are real human beings, flesh and blood people that are suffering and going through something that I don't think any of us could imagine, you know, here in the States right now. Because even though things aren't the greatest, we don't have bombs dropping on us every minute or two or three. You know, it's crazy how a lot of us take things for granted. I think that woman's story is something that we should really listen to, because it's deep. It's really deep. Now, what I wanted to say, and I'm not going to take up too much time, I think that it's irreprehensible and utterly disgusting that we have so-called leaders that call themselves civilized that are actually endorsing this whole thing with this other regime that happens to be, in my opinion, disgusting. Not only disgusting, but delusional and racist. And I listen. And Chip, I know you're a fair guy. I know you don't mind having other views coming on the live. And hey, it's your life. You could do that. But I'm really getting tired of hearing the same old narrative and speaking points that comes out of a Zionist mouth, to be honest with you, because it's all the same. It's pretty much all just lies. And I really don't understand how a person with a brain can actually believe half of the things that come out of their mouths. I don't know if they're brainwashed. I don't know if they're mentally ill, or if they just have zero critical thinking skills whatsoever, or don't have the ability to actually see what's going on right now. But it makes me, I'm scared. I'm afraid that there's actually people like that walking this earth right now. Now, I'm not saying they need to be removed, but then again, maybe they need to educate themselves and really get out of this tribal mindset and have a little bit more of a conscious awareness of what is happening in the world and life in general. Because it's the supremacy that they feel, the entitlement that they feel. You know, this is a monster that the West created. That's what the Zionist regime is. It's a monster that the West created that was put into that region to pretty much be an agent for the West. And they have benefited from every single entitlement that they have gotten, for the simple reason that they are in that region. This is not a mistake. This is not an accident. When the United States government is sending arms to this regime so that they can unalive people, and the numbers that they're doing, and at the same time speak from the other sides of their mouths, stating how they want to send aid and how they're telling them to do everything they can to make sure that civilians don't get hurt, and all of this other stuff that makes people feel warm and fuzzy inside. It's all a lie. These people are criminals. They're racketeers. They're corrupted. Okay? I know a lot of people out here would like to believe that depending on who you vote for and depending on this and depending on that things will change. No. I'm sorry to say I am not the type of person that thinks that the glass is half full on that particular point. These people, this whole system needs to change. The way that things are done needs to change.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I want to hear you the rest. Someone in the comments named Elana said H group started the war. How do you feel about that? Do you agree or disagree?
Listen, H group is a symptom of a disease, okay? H group was actually funded by the same government that's trying to supposedly eliminate them now. That's the West has, the occupiers have a wonderful way of creating their own enemy. The history of Israel will show you exactly how it's done. It's like create your enemy 101. That's what Israel has done. Israel is based on war. Israel is based on destruction. Israel is based on racism and apartheid. There's nothing good about it. It's all hatred. Do I think that H group started the war? Listen, they are, again, a symptom to a disease. I'm not going to endorse H group or say that what they did was a good thing to do. But when you put your boot on someone's neck, don't get upset if they try to get up and unalive or hurt you. Okay? This is something that's been going on for decades and decades and decades. Okay? You cannot put millions of people behind a wall, not let them out, control their everyday existence, and not expect them to want to resist what you're doing to them. You know, I don't know if you guys ever heard of the slave revolts here in the United States, like the Nat Turner slave revolt. Back then, they probably would have been considered kind of like an H group. But if you ask me, were they justified? I think so. Because anyone that's getting oppressed and just, I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy how they can expect someone being abused to just lay down and take it. You know, you can't do that. You just can't treat people like that. You're going to get a reaction. So now when you got the reaction, now that you played with the beehive and your ass is getting stung, don't cry about it now. You did it to yourself. Maybe if you learned how to be a civilized society, where you don't think you're supreme to the people that you're oppressing and stomping on a daily basis, then maybe you could live a peaceful existence and no one would want to hurt you because you're being fair. You know, it's crazy.
What about the often said comment that if the H group, or in other words, if the Arabs don't want peace, that they're inherently violent people and they want to unalive all the Jews, no matter what they do, they're going to want to still do that?
First of all, when you speak Zionist versus Jew, we have to make a distinction. Not all Jews are Zionists, and I would say that most Zionists are probably not even Jews, because Judaism is not based on a lot of the things that Zionism, claims to be based upon. So let's just put that there. Now, as far as that's concerned, that's just a racist comment. That's a generalization. All black people are on welfare, like the Muslim Zionist said before. Oh yeah, she's like all of those black people that don't have any jobs and get help from the government. That's the kind of mentality you're dealing with. So so let's get back to it then. So you see where the root comes from? The root of the matter is that there's a group of people that think they're superior to the people that they're shitting on every day. It's a sense of supremacy. Okay? You have people that came from Europe whose family probably converted to a religion, and then they go back to this place that was given to them by other Europeans and say that the land was theirs because God told them so. And if you look back in their lineage, they're not even anywhere near that part of the world. It's all a lie. Israel is all a lie. It's based on a lie. It was created on a lie. Okay, and that's just what it is. So whenever something is based upon something that has a broken foundation, it's going to crumble. The only way that Israel could actually exist is by what they're doing, by what they've been doing. Because that's the only reason they were put there.
Well, what about the argument that 3,000 years ago the kingdom of David was established and that was their land from God, and that since then, quote unquote, the Arabs colonized their land and they're decolonizing some of the land? What do you think about that idea?
I think it's all bullshit. Because if you go back in the history of Zionism, they were actually looking at parts of Africa and Argentina, if I'm not mistaken, to put their little colony on. So what happened?
Sorry,
did something get switched up?
Sorry to interrupt. I know you said you have a protocol, but if it's like something that we could bring somebody else on, that because you guys just mentioned the 3,000 year thing, I have an article right in front of me that addresses exactly what you just asked.
Okay, real quick, hold that thought. The person that's going to be next is Medusa, and then we'll come to you for that update.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you for letting us know. Okay,
Yeah,
mine
Chip. So
was
like,
if
so
you
like I
go
was saying,
ahead, one more minute, and then we'll let Medusa go.
okay,
But
not a
go
problem. I
ahead.
appreciate it. I appreciate you giving me the time, and I'm definitely gonna stick on to hear what Pali Hijabi has to say about that article. I'm very interested. But yeah, I mean, listen. At the end of the day, look, that's okay. Fine. 3,000 years ago, supposedly this, supposedly that. That's fine. Okay. Does that mean you have to do what you're doing now? Do you have to kill women and children now? I mean, listen, when you get, I mean, unalive women and children, when you get to a point where you're doing that, I think all of your credibility just literally goes out the window. Even our own government, we have leaders that are actually sitting here and selling the arms that are unaliving human beings, little babies, women, disabled people, old people, men, everybody. They're so terrible. They're so murderous. They're killing their own. I mean, unaliving their own. Come on. I mean, it's obvious what's going on here. This is just, it's an orgy of evil, and someone has to stop it. And the people that are so-called leaders are not going to do it. It doesn't matter who you vote for, okay? It doesn't matter. They don't care. They do not care. We're nothing to them. We're nothing to them. That's how I feel. I literally feel that way. I have no respect for this government anymore. Nothing about it.
All right, Mom, that was very interesting. Please stick around. I want to hear more. Medusa, you're next, and then it's going to, just let me tell you everybody the order. It's going to be Medusa, then Polly, then Anas, and then Eustace. So please go ahead, Medusa.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon or morning.
Hello.
How are we all?
Doing great.
Assalamu alaikum.
Salam alaikum. Basically, what mine was just said was exactly what I was going to get into. I just want to say basically that I'm actually appalled and disappointed in humanity because the support that is going to Israel, the IDF, is actually pathetic. They justify the unaliving of the human lives in the past 5 months, and yet see it's justified. I'm not going to stand on October 7th. I'm not going to stand on October the 6th. I'm just saying, if they can put their hand in their heart and actually say that all this commotion is justified, they're inhumane. I've lost hope in humanity. I just want to say to these people that say that what's going on is justified, how would you feel? How would you feel if it was your own, if it was one of your kids, one of your family members, and the other party would say it was justified? Would you have the same stance? Your Prime Minister, Bibi, you think he cares about the people of his land, of his so-called land? He's on a big ego trip because what had happened on October 7th was his mistake. No one else but his mistake. And his people are paying for it. Now, as far as people say, do you condemn the hate group? No, I do not condemn the hate group. They are the resistance. They are the result of the occupation. They are the ones that felt that they had to come up front and do something about the situation in Palestine. Now, I am against any unaliving, but when the Palestinian people have been under occupation, have been dehumanized and living under poorly circumstances, what does the world expect? There's going to be some retaliation. It's been long enough. To the people that support Zionism, to the people that support Bibi, I actually am disappointed and say, have a good look and really put your hand in your heart and say, is this justified? Don't look at October 7th because we can go back and back and back. I'm on the other side of the world, but it's been imposed to me because I'm human. I think what's going on has been planned, and the puppets, the so-called puppets, which are the humans, have just been, there's been ashes thrown in their eyes, and they see it for because they come from Israel or they come from, they have this so-called patriotism, but they don't see the facts. Don't just look at the fact that you are a Jew, you're Israeli. Look at what is happening, why it's happening, and don't be racist. Be human. Any unaliving is gross, but the unaliving that's happened because of a occupation is a result of that. I'm not going to say any more. I just want to say, free Palestine. My heart goes to the Palestinian people and to the victims of October 7th. My heart goes there. But this is the result of Bibi, the ego trigger that is condemned because there was a failure of October 7th. I cannot believe Israel didn't foresee, didn't have the power to stop it. And now because the world is watching, it's all turned around and it's Palestine's fault. No. Humanity, be humans. Thank you so much and have a good day.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Please come back. I hope to see you again. Thanks for sharing your views. It's very heartfelt. Polly Hijabi, how are you doing?
Hi. I don't know if I'm even allowed to do camera because I don't have 1,000 people.
Let me try. Let me see if I can make you bigger. You can open up and see if you can. Just tap your name and see if you get the little box that comes up with your camera and microphone options.
It says that I need live access to do it.
Okay, no worries. So tell me what you're trying to show, though.
Yes, it's a Haaretz article from March 10th, 2024 that says
What's the title? What's the title of it?
that's titled Archaeologists Discover Canaanite Temple of the Rising Sun near Jerusalem. And the reason it's important is because everyone's claiming 3,000 years ago it was the Kingdom of David, and here is something discovered by Jewish people. This article is written by Ariel David. This is a Jewish Israeli newspaper, and it says monumental structure built 3,300 years ago would have sparkled in the morning light. And if you can open up to it, Chip.
Well, I'll tell you what, I could go to the computer and do it. I'm still making my salad dressing for my dinner.
Yeah,
but
I have it right in front of me. I wish I could bring it
I
up.
believe, can you just can you kind of describe it to us? And if need be, I can take us over to the computer in a couple minutes here.
Absolutely. So this is again an article written by an Israeli, and this is an Israeli newspaper. It was written on March 10th of 2024. So it's very recent, and it says archaeologists have uncovered the ruins of a Canaanite temple built to greet the rising sun atop the mound of Ezka, an ancient settlement in today's central Israel. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, it says the late Bronze Temple is not the only Canaanite place of worship archaeologists have found. It also says, but the discovery of another temple from the period offers new insight into Canaanite culture and the ability to compare different finds and functions within various shrines. While they are credited with inventing the alphabet some 4,000 years ago, the Canaanites left us few inscriptions. So this is just to show when Palestinians have been saying the Canaanites have been there for forever, and even when Abraham went there, we were already there. It just, I feel, directly debunks what is being said, and the fact that I'm telling you, this is, you can look it up, Google it right now. This is an Israeli article, so it's not something that I, a Palestinian, am making up. So what are people's thoughts on this?
Hey, real quick, Polly, before people jump in, first of all, thanks for bringing that to our attention. Really appreciate that. Would it be possible, we're mutuals, would it be possible for you to send me the link to the article in a separate text so I can copy and paste it and share it with others?
Oh, absolutely. I didn't realize we were mutuals.
Yes, we're good to go. So anytime you want to DM me, what I'll do is I'll share that. There's a few other content creators I think might be interested. They may already know about it, but like Mopesh, Izabita, others like that, maybe Eric Warsaw, I'll pass it along to those folks so they can share it with their audiences.
Yes, definitely. That's the main point I want to make. I do have one other point, if Chip, if you'll allow me, real quick. I saw somebody in the comments say, Elena, I believe you referenced her earlier, Ileana, who's like, "Oh, have you heard about the sorry, who have you heard about the hadith and taqwa?" And she used the Arab term, and I just want to point out that there is this misuse and villainization of the Arab language that has been done for decades now. Anything that's an Arab word is being used as a scary thing to fearmonger people, just like the term Allahu Akbar. Growing up as a child, like hearing the news, oh my goodness, they went to a madrasa, they found a madrasa this, madrasa that, in the news, and thinking like, what's the big deal? Like, why is everybody so upset about the word school in Arabic? You know, it's like somebody saying, oh, they went to PS 25 down the street. It was so confusing to me growing up. So she used the word taqwa. She's like, oh, it's taqwa. And she said it meant something else. Taqwa just means like fear and being humble. And so they keep doing this where they are using an Arab word and just hoping whoever's racist enough to automatically be afraid without even questioning what it is. I was on a live with you a couple of weeks ago, and there was a guy saying, oh my God, Chip, they want a hudna. Do you know what a hudna is? As if it's like the worst thing in the world. And I'm like, a hudna just means a treaty of peace. And he was saying it meant something else, that like Palestinians wanted to hurt someone. So this misuse of the Arab language really should be questioned whenever Uzziah was using an Arab word, because same thing they did to the word intifada. It just means revolution. Like now suddenly the word revolution should be outlawed because some people are offended by it, and due to their offense, our freedom of speech has to be restricted. So I just wanted to say that. So if anybody in the comments is trying to use the Arab words out of context or just straight up lying about what it means, see, it's somebody, she wrote wrong. Takia means lying. I mean, if you speak Arabic as good as I do, I was born speaking native Arabic speaker. Oh, okay, all right. It just means being humble. Lying is kadhab. It's not takia. She's just straight up lying.
Is it Pally, would it be possible if you're going to drop it, you're welcome to stay. Can you try to put something in the comments maybe once or twice so that people can see the reference? They can maybe go eyeball it and look it up if they choose.
Yeah, I'll try to go back. I mean, she put right now. So you mean reply to her and say that's not what that means?
You know what I mean is inside the comments, you can put a comment in the comment section.
Saying what
just the name of the article so someone can look it up real quick. Just
absolutely.
Whatever you search in Google to find it would be good too.
Yes. You can even just put like Canaanite temple found in Israel, and it'll be the first thing to pop up.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks for sharing that. I'm going to bring you back to regular size, and we'll bring up who was next here. I think it was Anas Salama, right? I think that's correct. Welcome.
Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome.
بليز اخوي اللي بترجم عشان انا نو سبيك انجلش سبيك Arabic. انا عايش في غزة الان.
Create, can you translate again? Would that be okay?
From Gaza now.
Okay. There's one person on our panel who can translate. His name is Create. There he goes. Are you okay with that, Create?
تفضل أنس.
أخوي أنا أحب أعرف عن حالي في بداية حديثي. أنا اسمي أنس سلامة، أب لطفلين، أعيش حاليا في قطاع غزة وبرفح بالتحديد.
His name is Anas and he is father of 2 kids and currently he's in Gaza. كمل.
طيب أخوي أنا قبل ما أبدأ بداية حديثي بدي أقرأ بعض الآيات هذه إن شاء الله بتحث على الصبر عشان أسمعكم إياها، بعدين حنخش في الموضوع إن شاء الله. ممكن؟
يمكن صعب عليه ترجم آيات قرآن يعني، بس
لا ما تقول مش مشكلة مش لازم تترجمهن، بس ممكن يعني ممكن تستأذن منهم إذا هيك يعني، إذا بس شوفهم يعني.
He will read verses from Quran, but maybe it's hard for me to translate it properly. So he said it doesn't matter, but if you allow this, is okay. Jeb.
Yeah, real quick. Rather than reading direct verses, if there's a message to summarize what the verses
This is what I
communicate.
told him. This is
So
what I told him.
if you can summarize because really we're not here to let people either do Bible verses or Talmud or any of
Yeah,
that. That's not the
because
forum.
I cannot properly translate it. Definitely. It needs professional translator. أنت بس قول المعنى اللي أنت بدك توصله وأنا بترجمه، يعني حتى لو قرأت الآية بس عشان أفهم إيش المطلوب يعني.
طيب ماشي. انا اخوان بس بدي احطكم في صورة الوضع. يعني انا ابلة طفلين زي ما قلت لك، وعمري 30 سنة. كنت العب في منتخب فلسطين، وكان لي طموحات واحلام كثيرة قبل الحرب، ولكن الحرب اجت هذه وتحطمت زي ما بقول احلامنا على الصخرة، صخرة الحرب زي ما بقولوا هذه يعني.
فريق الكورة.
صحيح. انا كنت العب في منتخب فلسطين يعني قبل الحرب كنا نلعب منتخب فلسطين، وشاركت يعني في وسافرت دول، سافرت مثلا دولة مثل النرويج، وسافرت قبل هيك دول كثيرة، ولكن الحرب هذه اتت يعني
He was a soccer player in the Palestinian team, and he traveled to Norway and other countries playing with the Palestinian team. And okay, تفضل.
اللي بقصده من كلامي يا اخوي انه كل واحد فينا في غزة عايش، كان شاب متجوز او مش متجوز، كان له احلام وطموحات، ولكن الحرب هذه اجت زي ما قلت لك يعني خربت علينا كتير، وما خلتنا الواحد يمارس حياته بشكل طبيعي يعني.
He is like everybody else in Gaza. We're living a comfortable life and have dreams, and but this war destroyed everything. تفضل.
اخوي انا الحين كل خوفنا احنا كشباب او كشاب مثلا متجوز، كل خوفنا على مستقبل اطفالنا. لك ان تتخيل يعني اطفالنا حتى الان، انا لي ابن عمره 6 سنين، على وجه انه مثلا يخش مدرسة. الحين ما في مدارس في غزة، ولا حتى كمان حتى في مستشفيات، فاحنا مش عارفين حتى مستقبل اطفالنا وين رايح فينا يعني.
He's saying that, as he said earlier, he's a father of two, and what happened has happened, but his fear is about the future of his kids. His son is 6 years old, and no schools, no nothing. They don't know what's going to happen in the future. تفضل يعني.
قبل الحرب يا اخوي كانت يعني كانت احلامنا، قلنا لك احنا مش بسيطة، كانت احلامنا يعني كنا بدنا نعلم اطفالنا ونعلم ونعيش حياتنا نمارسها بشكل طبيعي، وقلنا لك الحرب اتت هذه يعني هي اللي خرب علينا كل إشي. اخوي السؤال يعني اللي بحكي السؤال يعني اللي بسأله لكل العالم، احنا كفلسطينيين حقنا زينا زي اي شخص في العالم انه يمارس حياة طبيعية. ليش بصير فينا زي هيك، وانه مع انه احنا اصحاب الارض؟
He's saying we are like any other human being on this planet, and we have the right to live and enjoy our life and like everybody else. Why is this happening to us, especially that this is our land? He's asking this question.
اخوي واخوي احنا قبل الحرب كان لنا مصادر دخل ومصادر رزق، وكنا قادرين نشتغل ونطعم اطفالنا ونطعم عائلاتنا، ولكن اتت هذه الحرب من 7 شهور ما فيش عندنا دخل يعني نقدر نصرف فيها عائلاتنا.
And he's saying before before 6 months they were having income and jobs, but now everything's destroyed and they have nothing, no source of income. Okay, تفضل.
اخوي كمان انا في كمان موضوع مهم لازم كل العالم يطلع له. احنا المساعدات اللي بمرق على قطاع غزة كثير منها لا يصلح للاستخدام الانساني، ولا حتى يعني مش كله عبارة عن معلبات، وفي منه كمان معلبات بقعد انه وقفات على مثلا على المعبر فترة كبيرة وفي الشمس، فممكن صلاحيتها تخرب وبدخل عندنا غزة.
He's talking now about the aid that's going through to Egypt. They say most of it can't, and most of it not good for use anymore because it was in the trucks for several, under the sun for days and days, and it's passed to us, and there is no other source of food, and it's very expensive. This is in general. This is what he was talking about. Okay, كمل يا.
وبعدين يا اخوي احنا كمان الشعب، يعني احنا في غزة اكتر حاجة احنا متوترين منها، انه امكانية ممكن انهم اللي مثلا اليهود قاعدين بيقولوا ممكن يخشوا رفح. انت رفح، هل تعلم انه رفح الحين كان عدد سكانها قبل الحرب كان 300 الف؟ انا سكان مدينة رفح الاصليين، يعني كان عدد سكانها 300 الف. حاليا يسكن في مدينة رفح ما يقارب المليون ونص. بنعاني مع انها مدينة صغيرة جدا، يعني بنعاني من اجتحام كبير في السكان. غير انه الامراض اللي انتشرت بصورة مش طبيعية بسبب الوباء اللي منتشر من الاكل ومن المي اللي بتجينا ملوثة.
He's originally from Rafah. He's a Rafah. Yeah, he lives in Rafah, originally from Rafah. And before the war, Rafah كانوا 300,000 ولا 30,000؟
كانوا 300 ألف، صاروا مليون ونص.
Okay. Before the war, the population of Rafah city was 300,000. Now it is 1.5 million for such a small area. And with this crowds and lack of hygiene and clean water, etc., they are suffering from diseases spreading among the people. Okay, تفضل.
واخوي كمان الاشي الاهم انه الحين كل اب بحاول انه يطلع ينجو بعائلته بر الامان، انه مثلا يطلع حتى لو فترة الحرب هذه من غزة. انا وعائلتي، انا عندي طفلين وزوجتي، يعني ما يقارب 15 الف دولار عشان اقدر اعدي بس المعبر، عشان ادفع تنسيق واطلع بس من المعبر بدي 15 الف دولار. انا 5 وزوجتي 5 واولاد واطفالي الاثنين 5000 دولار. فالمبلغ هذا كبير على اي واحد في غزة، وهذا صعب جدا كمان انه يطلع من غزة، يعني الا يعني زي ما بيقولوا معجزات ربانية. قبل الحرب كان التنسيق 250 دولار، الحين صار 5000 دولار. يعني ليش هذا التخنيق حتى من العرب اللي عندنا؟ يعني
Saying everybody in Gaza or in Rafah, at least they have one goal, is to leave Rafah for the time being, at least even temporarily, but he cannot afford even the $5,000 per head. He's saying 15,000 for his family, 5 for him, 5 for his wife, and another 5 for his 2 kids. He's saying, why is this? Something else. Even before, this is what he said. Even before the war, they were paying also money for the, but it was $250 per head. أنس 250 هذه بتندفع لمين؟
هذه 250 هذه كانت تنسيق قبل الحرب، قبل المعبر. هذه كانت 250 دولار فقط للشخص. حاليا 5000 دولار، حاليا 5000 دولار. هذه لشركات مصرية اسمها هلا.
Okay. This money goes to a company by the name of Hala, Egyptian company. They were paying before the war $250. Now the price has gone up to 5,000. Okay, كمل يعني.
اخوي انا باخر حديثي انا بتشكركم كتير، ولكن انا بقول لكم اكتر اشي متخوف منه الشعب الغزي حاليا هو فكرة انه دخول الجيش قطاع، يعني فكرة انه دخول الجيش رفح، لانه رفح مكتظة بالسكان بعدد هائل، يعني ما تتخيلوا. الشوارع زحمة والدور زحمة وما في مكان فاضي. يعني الناس هذه وين بدها تروح كلها؟ هذا اكتر اشي مخوف الناس حاليا انه يصير. يعني
He's saying that their main concern now that the IDF will come and invade Rafah city. It's going to be a real disaster, much more than what happened earlier, because a small area, overcrowded, 1.5 million human beings over there. في شيء ثاني أنس؟
اخوي انا بنهايه حديثي انا بتشكركم كتير زي ما قلت لك، وانا محتاج مساعدتكم، محتاج اي حدا بيسمعني، لانه قلنا لك احنا قبل الحرب كنا ناس حياتنا كانت ماشيه طبيعيه، انا قلت لك انا كنت لاعب كره قدم، لعبت منتخب فلسطين ولعبت في اعرق الانديه في غزه، وكانت امورنا كلها ماشيه. ولكن اتت الحرب هذه عم الخراب كله على قطاع غزه. الحين يا اخوي قطاع غزه لا يوجد فيها مستشفى ولا مدرسه ولا اي شيء، ولا شيء صالح يعني ممكن يمارس اي بني ادم يمارس حياته الطبيعيه، هنا ما في. وشكرا لكم.
he's saying the same thing that the other lady, that he's looking for somebody to send him support or something. I
Yeah.
didn't tell him about Eric.
Yeah, everyone has to go through that
do you
same
want to say the
process.
same? Yeah. اخوي انس
الله
اللايف
يخوي
هذا تبع مستر شيب ما بيعمل دونيشنز ولا شيء، بالذات انه ما عندهم مصدر للاشياء هذه، وانه التيك توك تاخذ 70% من اي شيء اي شخص يتبرع فيه. يعني لو كانت الفلوس هذه حتروح لشيب، تيك توك تاخذ 70% منه، وحرام يعني. ففي موقع اسمه إريك وارسو. إريك وارسو عنده ناس وعنده كذا، موجودين في غزة، موجودين في مصر، وفي متبرعين كثر، ناس بيتكلموا عربي كمان. ادخلها هناك وتواصل معهم وإن شاء الله بيخدموك.
ان
ماشي؟
شاء الله. شكرا لكم كثير، وشكرا لسماع صوتنا. شكرا لكم كثير.
Did he get the idea about Eric Warsaw? Okay.
Yes, I did tell him.
Okay. Thank you for doing that.
Very thankful to you.
Yeah, that's nice. I hope he can get some help. That's important. Boy, what a pickle of a situation to be in. That's 40 times the going rate. 40 times
Yeah.
the going rate. That's unbelievable.
I told him
That's
about the
war.
TikTok. I told him about the TikTok that they take 70%. So even it's not fair. So go to Eric and they will try to help you.
Yeah, the best thing to do is either do a GoFundMe or some sort of cash program or something like that, one of those cash apps or whatever. It's hard to do. Okay. Malcolm, you haven't spoken in a while, and then we'll let Mindwares go in, and then if we don't get any more guests. If anybody in the comments,
Yeah.
hold
I
on, real
was
quick.
listening to.
One sec. If anybody in the audience is pro-Israel, it would be a lot of fun to have you come up so we can have a dialogue. So if that's you and you want to speak, you'll be treated with dignity and respect. You'll be given a turn. You won't be interrupted. No one will be mean to you. Anyway, please go ahead, Malcolm.
Okay, Ted. I was listening to them, but okay. What I don't understand, why the Egyptian companies are in war zone to collecting money from the people and transport them to other city. That's my problem.
They're doing it because they're exploiting the situation. It's like price gouging. And it's almost like when people want to come into the United States, they have these coyotes that charge up $10,000, $12,000 a person. It's the same kind of thing. It's exploitation.
This is very sad because okay, if we are saying okay the humanity, because what I believe is I don't believe Black Life Matter or White Life Matter or Arab Life Matter or Jews Life Matter. What I believe in my life is human life matter. You understand my point? Human life matter. So these people have to know that Egyptian also can go to conflict. No one pray for that, but it can happen. So they should be more careful. And also Gaza and the Palestinians and the Israel also, they have to understand one thing. They are pushing these people too hard. And they should be careful when the Palestinians retaliate. Seriously, I mean seriously. Because still now they are not retaliating. But they should be careful. If the Palestinians retaliate, it will be third world war. I remember yesterday I was telling you this thing. It is going to be third world war because all these countries, Muslim countries, I am telling you, they are going to join with these Palestinian people, and it will be a retaliation. Maybe if they don't enter like physically, they will support these people financially and militarily. So they should be very careful of what they are doing. They should stop killing Palestinian innocent children and the women and the girls. And in fact, they should stop everything they are doing. Israel is wrong. Whether we
hold on a second, Malcolm.
You can say it and dead, or you say it and be alive. Israel is wrong.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's my take, that Israel is in the wrong here, but they have the other point of view is they think they're doing like defending their future because this can't happen again. I think that's their idea. Mindwares, I wanted to ask you this. What, if there could be one, what punishment do you think would be fitting for the Israeli leadership who have prosecuted this war, the war crimes that they've committed, including the military, commanders, pilots, and also the U.S., the bombs and money and that kind of thing? What do you think could happen to those folks if they could be held accountable?
Well, I think accountability is something that happens to be extinct when it comes to the game of politics these days. I don't know if you've noticed that. Now, as far as the punishment is concerned, I would say whatever punishment they would want to lay upon anyone else that wouldn't be in their position that they'd be against. Fair is fair, right? So the same things that they would do to others or have done to punish others that did the same things against their interests, that would be the punishment that they should get. Now, as far as the pilots, military people are concerned, like, look, listen, that's a very, to me, that's kind of a little different for the simple fact that a lot of these people, I could listen. I've as far as the service is concerned, even in this country, when some kid goes to the service, first of all, they pick them out when they're young anyway, right? Because they don't have much to maybe look forward to. A lot of the people that go to the service come from poor families. They're just looking for the benefits that they're going to get from being in the service. So it's an option that's given to them, right? But at the end of the day, what we really have is like a certain percentage of the society controlling another percentage, a greater percentage of the society, and they take advantage of those people that are looking for opportunities, that are poor, that might not have other options. And they think that might be the best one because of the benefits and the pensions and whatnot, et cetera, right? And that doesn't just go on in this country, that goes on in every country. So you have these older, rich folk using the young, people, poor young people to fight their battles, right? It's the same old story. It's like the oldest thing ever in history, right? The rulers and the leaders will use other parts of the population to their advantage and exploit them, just as these people are being exploited that have to pay like 41 times what they were paying before to get out of where they are away from harm, right? So there's always exploitation. Unfortunately, it happens to be part of the human condition. I don't think it's in our nature. I think it's something that comes from our training and our indoctrination within a society that's basically based on exploitation. So as far as those guys are concerned, I mean, yeah, should they be punished? Yeah, of course, but not as firmly and not as harsh as the ones giving the orders, walking around in their suits and putting on all the extra gear when they go visit to shake some hands and look like they're being strong,
Two follow-ups, and then we'll let Baby King come in. So first follow-up is, should the same standard apply to the H group leadership, not so much with respect to the fighting against the soldiers that day, but if there were orders given to harm civilians, not just the hostage part, but the other stuff, the civilians that were unalived or whatever may have happened, should that leadership and those individuals be held to account, or do you think that's justified based on the resistance? I'm curious to see. And then the last question would be, when people criticize Zionism and other people who are Jewish say, hey, to be a Jew is to be a Zionist because you believe in Israel. How is that different? How do you see Zionism and Judaism or Jewish ethnicity to be different? So first question about the leadership and then about the other.
Well, about the leadership, I would say hold them accountable also. You got to understand something. The resistance, the H group resistance, right? Those people that are actually resisting, that are part of the H group in Gaza right now, they live with the Gazans. The leadership, like some of the guys in the upper leadership of the H group, they don't even live in the Gaza. They're far away from the situation, and they got a lot of money too. You know what I mean? But the guys that are in Gaza are kind of like the poor kid that I told you about that wanted to join the service because he thought he was going to get a benefit for it because he had no other option, right? So, I mean, yeah, if they gave some kind of, yeah.
Can I interrupt?
Yes, sir.
Actually, the political leaders of the H group, they are all the time inside Gaza and they live in Gaza. But what happened that they were out
before the October 7th, and there's no way they can come back. And they stay most of the time now in Qatar and between Qatar and Turkey.
Okay, well,
But
I didn't know that, but to be fair,
most of the time,
yeah.
most of the time, they live in Gaza.
Okay, but to be fair, if they did give any kind of orders to do anything that, according to the world, the laws of war, if they did anything that goes against the laws of war, then they should also be held accountable. See, accountability should be for everybody, whether you agree with them or not. You understand? Because there's certain things that people should be held accountable for. Now, what was your second question, Chip? Because this one, I got a real good one for you. I can't hear you.
Sorry, the second question was, a lot of people claim that when you make a criticism or you discuss Zionism as being a problem, that you're automatically criticizing Jewish people because most Jewish people consider themselves to be Zionists. How do you see that? Are they the same? Are they different?
No, Zionist is totally different from Judaism. Unfortunately, Zionism has had a wonderful and very eloquent way of conflating their political views with a faith. Now, the faith is Judaism, right? Now, as far as Judaism or Jews being an ethnic group, that is not true either. Judaism is a religion. Now, I think the Zionists actually have, because you've had Arab Jews, you've had all kinds of Jews. A religion is a religion. Anybody could be a part of a religion. Just because you become, like, for instance, I study Islam, right? That was a religion that came up in Arabia thousands of years ago. I take it as something that I feel in my heart. So I'm studying Islam and I try to be a good Muslim. Now, does that automatically make me an Arab? No, it doesn't. You know what I mean? So the thing with being a Jew and being a Zionist, or being a Zionist, you don't like. We just had a guy come up here. He called himself a Muslim Zionist, right? Makes no sense to me, but I guess that's what. But actually, he's actually correct, because Zionism isn't a religion. Zionism is an ideology. It's a political ideology based on colonialism.
Right.
Right. That's why you have some ultra, they call them ultra Orthodox Jews that hate Zionism. They don't go along with any of it. But as far as if a Jew is not an ethnic, if not an ethnicity, anyone can be a Jew. Anyone can be a Christian. Anyone can be a Muslim. And even the fact that most of these Zionists that claim to be Jews come from Europe and try to state that their roots are in the land where they are, that automatically just makes it a farce to begin with. It's all colonialism. It's a geopolitical game at the end of the day. And unfortunately, people like these sweet people that come up here and are telling us about the things they've been through, they become the victims of the geopolitical game that these corrupt bastards are playing on a daily basis. That's what I really think it is.
Really quickly, someone named Eliana, who spoke earlier, she says, okay, this is ridiculous, I'm out. So Eliana, how many followers do you have? You only have 194. Is that enough I think 194 is enough to come up. Do you need 200 or one? Eliana, if you'd like to come up on the panel and share your views, that would be great. And if you disagree, that's fine, because I welcome different views here on the panel. If you're getting a little hot under the collar about what's being said and you want to share your views, come on up. Now listen, be nice to everybody. We want to have everybody here. This is fun to have an inclusive audience and have different views. That's what makes it interesting. Okay, Bobby King, and it's going to be Kitty and then Polly. Go ahead, Bobby King. Thank you, by the way, Mind Wars.
Thank you, by the way.
Nighttime, Uncle Chip. Nighttime, I respect you. Respect, salute you, sir. Me learn a lot from your platform. Respect you 100%. Real professor. All right. I am a black person, and I heard a person earlier on come on your program and talking about black people. Remember, we were in Africa with our monkeys and our lion, and we never go and no country go disturb nobody. It was they who came there and exploit us, take us out of our jungle and carry us on their sugar plantation and their tobacco plantation and exploit us in slavery. And they still want to do it, and they are doing it to nations right now in this 25th century here. Why can't we live as one? Why can't we live as one? This holy religion, who are Muslim, who are Arab, who are Judaism, who are Zionism, that not gonna away. We feel live as one. All of the governments them in the world are taking our tax money and funding wars, which is not helping. The tax money must look about we. Instead of they're taking our monies and building houses, setting up farm for us to live comfortably. They are funding wars. I'm sick and tired of it. Good. What is wrong? What when I cut myself is water come out of me, and when you cut yourself is blood come out of you? Come on, we are all human beings. In every man's heart in every man's chest there beats a heart. What is in some of us? We don't have a heart. Good, come on, man. We are in the 25th century, and we are living like cannibals amongst one another. Why? We are tired. We're sick, and you go to work and you work the money, and the money can't pay your bills. Everything. Why can't we choose the governments to look? They are working for us. All of the governments in the world are, and why can't they do a thing right in one country? Why? For him jump up on black people. Why? Black people is the only nation we have never exploited. No nation. Black people has never put no nation, have never has exploited or enslaved no nation in the world. Come on, man. You know how much they killed by capturing us from Africa, put us on that slave and that ship. How much are we them chew off in the water and still carry come up all of the Caribbean now. Look what go on a little Haiti. And they're going on as if this war start in October the 7th. Come on, man. We must call up the governments, them, man. Call up all of the politicians and hold them accountable for our tax dollars. That's oh good God. Uncle Chip, bless up, enough respect. One question I want to ask you. Why was the H group formed and how was it formed? That is the only question I want to know. Why was the H group formed and how was it formed? Good night, everyone on the platform, and Jaja blessings from the Rastaman. Respect, Uncle Chip. You can't cut me off.
Where are you from?
And bring up somebody else.
Where are you from? You're from the Caribbean. You're somewhere in the Caribbean. Trinidad, Tobago. Yeah, please. I'm curious. Okay, Kitty, you're next, please. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for letting me up here. I want to direct my answer to Mind Wars and to the gentleman that he just asked that question. First, I just want you to know this, that all leaders who are in Palestine are fair game to the Israelis. Just a couple of days ago, the leader of the H group, sons and grandkids, were unalived. Okay, they were unalived, and the way he perceived the message, he said they're nothing special more than the rest of our children in Palestine, and may they rest in peace. And
wait, hold on. I wasn't trying to be
Oh, I know,
negative
I
in the
know. I'm
sense
just
of
trying.
that.
No,
I
no,
was just saying that. I was
no.
just saying my point was that if we're going to be fair across the board and we're
I'm trying
against
to. I
oppression,
understand
then
your question.
everyone should be held accountable.
I
That's
understand
all
your
I
question,
meant.
but what I needed
Yeah.
to explain to you and to the rest, our leaders are in very big dangers. The leaders, if you look throughout the years, every leader is fair game, and they go after them. Not even in Palestine. Just a couple of months back, they unalived one of them in Lebanon. So they don't mind unaliving these leaders, okay? And if they keep unaliving them, then we have no leadership, and that's the goal of it, okay? So when they do leave, it's the protection for them and be able to help with from the outside inside. Now, H group is Palestinians. They're from the land. They are made of Palestine and the occupation. And they're not the first to emerge. There was PLO before it, and they called it the T group. No matter what group is coming up to liberate Palestine, to help end the occupation, Israel, okay, will label it as a T group because they don't want that, okay? And they just want to claim to be the only civilized people in that region or in Palestine, okay? The H group was not born yesterday. The Palestinians are always in resistance against what's going on, the occupation in Palestine. Okay, we have them following our leaders wherever they may go, and they will unalive them, and no one will say anything. No one will go and say, "Oh my goodness, they unalived the leader of Palestine here," or a leader. They will not just unalive them; they will also unalive their families. Okay. So
Because they've been labeled as a T group. Of course, it's because that's how disgusting that regime is. See, this is they are disgusting. Okay, like that is, there's no doubt about that. They even fomented division between people that were supporting the PLO and people that were supporting the H group, and literally funded that division. So yes, I'm very aware of that. I'm very aware of
right.
that.
And today,
And it's terrible that they, like, listen, this is how gangsterish and devilish and corrupted they are, that they are literally willing to kill the families of the leaders of the group that they're literally oppressing on a daily basis. So you know what my opinion is? This is my opinion. And I hope I don't put anybody off. But if that's the case, and now my family is fair game, my children are fair game, well, I'm going to try and come and make you fair game. Because that, it seems to be the only language that they understand.
Exactly. It's not that we are the T word. Palestinians are not the T word. We are fighting for land. This is our land. We're indigenous to that land, okay? And our leaders, no matter who they are, if you go out, look out through the history, okay? They have been unalived, and no one cares, okay? Because Israel needs to exist, okay? The question I always say in all the lives, and probably Chip heard this, everybody's asking, does the Israel have the right to exist? The real question is, does Palestinians have the right to exist? That's the question that no one will answer. But the reason I wanted to explain to you, and I'm not talking at you, I'm talking with you, just trying to explain to you, okay? These H group kids were just like the ones who are right now when they grow up, and hopefully we're still not under occupation, but if by some reason or miracle, I don't know, God will save us. But if we are still under occupation, these young kids that have been through what they've been through for the last 7 months, what do you expect them to do then? Just grow up and do what they're doing, revenge, and take their land back for what they see. This is not something that just was born yesterday. Okay, this is us fighting to exist, fighting to bring our land back, fighting for our freedom. But every time a group of us comes up, they will label it a T. Tomorrow, if H group goes, and tomorrow another liberation organization for Palestine comes up, and whatever they may call themselves to be, they will label them with the T word. Okay, they don't mind going after the families of the politicians. They love going after you could go look it up over the years, that they hit them where it hurts. Okay, but the leaders, like I said just a few days ago, he lost his 4 sons and his grandchildren, and the world wanted his reaction. And when he came up, he said, they're not better than the rest of our children in Palestine. You understand? But God knows what's in his heart. You understand? But this is what it is. We were born in a war zone for many years. We've been trying to get out of it. We're trying to liberate ourselves. And it seems to be going nowhere until October 7th, that the world opened its eyes and ears and looked at us and saw us for the first time in our lives and acknowledged our existence and acknowledged who we are. Okay. And say what you will, October 7th was a blessing to the Palestinian people because we were going to be demised anyways due to the Arab world naturalizing their relationship with Israel. Okay, because nobody else cares. Okay, and Egypt is our next door neighbor, correct? But they're taking full advantage of what's going on with Gaza and its people. And even the people who got into Egypt are being treated horrifically. So they want us, why doesn't the Arab world take you? We don't want to go anywhere else. We want to stay home. We want to stay in our land, our houses. Today, last night, the settlers in West Bank went into one of the villages and burned it to a stake, its cattle, its trees, its homes, and unalived one person, terrorizing people out of their houses. It just doesn't stop in Gaza. That's not what Netanyahu wants. Netanyahu wants it from, he says, you know, we want, of course, we want freedom from the river to the sea, but they want it for themselves. You understand? They don't want the existence of Palestinians. They don't want our existence. So if anybody is condemning what's going on with the H group, think about it twice. Somebody walks into your house as a guest, you welcome them in, and they look around your house and they love what they see, and then all of a sudden, either they unalive you or they throw you out and take over even your fork, even your spoon. It becomes theirs. I mean, we cannot even stress how they do it. They just take out the families from their homes with their bare clothes on their back and take over everything. Okay?
Kitty, real quick, one sec. There's somebody in the comments that's saying a lot of stuff like you're lying, whatever. Here's a question for you. I hear this a lot from pro-Israel folks, and maybe this person in the comments agrees with this. I think his name is Lula Behar. Hi, Lula. So a lot of people argue that Britain, with the mandate after World War I and the Balfour Declaration and the property that was purchased or the lobbying that was done to create the state, which was then ratified by the UN, that it was legitimate. Even though people weren't happy about it, it was fair because the international institutions and the US backed it up. And therefore, yeah, it's unfortunate what happened, but in addition, they believe God gave them the land, so it kind of fits. What do you think about that?
Baloney.
Yes, 100%.
Baloney.
100%.
Their Zionist state was built on gangs. The gangs. What is it called? What is their gang called? I'm so tired. My brain is so tired. They were built on gangs that they literally took over. Okay, we let you in our homes. We fed you, we bred you. You were coming out of a war. Let's not even talk about that one. This is what some of your signs said, to go to Africa or Argentina. They said Africa is not, with all due respect to all my African American people, they didn't want to be amongst them, okay, because it's not going to serve their image, okay. And Argentina, they had no kind of alliance to them whatsoever. But Palestine, of course, because they wanted to connect it to Abraham, alayhi salam, okay? And to that, you all know the story, okay? So I'm sick and tired of Zionists telling us we're lying when they know that we know that they know that we are telling the truth, okay? They know their truth just like they know our truth, okay? So try to change history as much as you can. People are onto you. People have opened their eyes. I have never seen people talk about my country, my people, our plight, okay, as much as I have seen it since October 7th. And thank God for the social media, because even if you want to say, if you want to make yourself a lie, you didn't hear it, you see it. If you didn't see it, you heard it. Okay, so you can go and deny as much as you can, or call us as liars as much as you can. Your eyes and your ears cannot deceive you at this point. And so many people of the Jews, of the Israelis, the younger people, I'm talking, and some of the older people from the Germany, I don't even want to say that one, okay? They said never again for no one, okay? They're against you too. But the young people who went and took the time, who you brainwashed, wanted to find out, why are we fighting with the Palestinians? They went and they made their own research. They researched it and they came back and they said they've lied to us all these years. They've lied. Israelism. Go look at the documentary, the movie called Israelism. I don't know if you know about it, Chip. Okay, go look it up. Go see it. How they indoctrinate and how they brain.
It's literally one of the best things you'll ever watch in your life.
Exactly. And that's what that movie alone on its face had opened up the eyes of so many young Jewish people, especially in America, okay, and some in Europe, to see how their Zionist state brainwashed their kids, to tell them not to even get near to a Palestinian because they're not worthy, they're animals, they're dangerous, they're this, they're that, they're this. But thank God for the media. Thank God for people with heart, a humanity, to understand what we're going through. Okay, so our leaders are not safe within Palestine. I personally would rather see them outside and help from the outside than the inside, because it is the easiest thing for them to go and unalive them. They've been unaliving their kids over the years. Okay, they follow them to other countries and unalive them. Okay, so we have to have some kind. It's not like a regular president, like our president, that he will go out and the CIA is with him and all these people are protecting him. We don't have that. We are freedom fighters. We are freedom fighters. We don't have that. We don't have that luxury. Thank you, Chip. Thank you.
They
Chip,
even
can I?
unalived a poet back in the They even unalived the poet back in the 70s. They're so entrenched in their ideology that even a poet can like,
Ben,
scare them.
in the
It's amazing. It's amazing how
this fight,
sick they are.
They have unalived doctors, nurses, writers, poets, scientists, anything. This way they would make it like we didn't exist and we had no history. They have been doing this. This is their idea.
That's what colonizers do. That's what colonizers do.
Exactly.
Chip, can we go back to your question about the Balfour Declaration? If I could jump in a little bit about that.
Just 1 second though. This is an administrative thing. We're close to 100K. If you guys could just tap the screen, I'll do it too. Just tap the screen for a few seconds and we'll get ourselves to 100K. We have about 225 people, so it shouldn't take more than a second or two. I'm doing it too. Tap, 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 tap. And thank you. And if you're liking this and you want to share it with others, the way to do that, if you're not sure, is to hold the screen down for like a half a second and all your mutual friends pop up and then you can invite them in. So the more the merrier. We enjoy all the different points of view and giving people an opportunity to share the view in a good and respectful way that's civil and courteous, which I think is a good format. Okay, Pali, go ahead, please.
Yes.
Can I say something there before Mind Wars will leave? Katie, the name of the Zionist gangs, Haganah, Argon, Stern, Lehi, they are the main four gangs. And for you, Mind Wars, as long as you are studying Islam and Quran for the time being, something you will learn from Quran a lot about Bani Israel. Bani Israel are the who is Israel first? Israel is the other name for Prophet Jacob. In Arabic, Yaqub, Nabi Yaqub, peace be upon him. And Bani Israel are the children of Prophet Israel, the children and the grandchildren of Prophet Jacob or Israel. And those are the ones who were in Egypt. And then they passed to the so-called promised land. What is the promised land? Where they will be safe among the people who were there, the Canaanians or the Palestinians. And as you said, Jews are not Judaism or is a religion, while Bani Israel are the group of people who are descendants of Prophet Jacob or Prophet Israel. So those the descendants of Prophet Israel are welcome. I'm saying that because God told them to go there to be safe from Pharaoh. But the Jews all over the world, from Germany, from Europe, from Ukraine, from Russia, from the States, from. They have nothing to do with Bani Israel in Palestine. That's it.
Thank you. Yes, you're very right. I appreciate that.
Okay, Pally.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about the Balfour Declaration. And you said, how do we feel about it being the agreement that sort of gave Israel the right to the land? I want to say, first of all, it wasn't actually a declaration. It was a letter, right? It was just sort of a promise in a letter. It wasn't a document with any legal significance. And at the same time that the Balfour Declaration, and please correct me if I'm wrong about any of this, because I know, Chip, you're so well read, you know way more than I do. But also at the same time, there was an agreement with the Arabs, with the Palestinians, I should say. I know they love using the word Arabs, but with the Palestinians at the same time, because Palestine was being colonized by the British, and they were told, if you help us with the war and everything, we were going to give you freedom. We were going to recognize Palestine. So everybody always talks about the agreement with the Israelis, I should say the Zionists, but nobody ever talked about the agreement with the Palestinians and that we were going to actually get self-determination. However, at the time, Balfour owed a lot of money to the Zionists at that time, and because they were helping fund them in the war, World War I, that was happening. And so he was just sort of like in a corner and quickly made an agreement, anything to get the money. And he had to pay up, just kind of like organized crime. Like you're given a loan at a crazy interest and you got to pay up one way or another, or they're going to come to collect it. And my other point about the Balfour Declaration is that what right does Britain have to give away a land that's not theirs? I might have made this point before, but in the United States, say for example, somebody stole your car, Chip, right? And then that thief goes and tries to sell the car. The new buyer of the car can never become an owner because the thief doesn't have title to the car. So you cannot transfer title if it's via theft. There has to be an exchange, and there has to be an agreement by the seller, the original owner, and then otherwise you can never get valid title. So no, they do not. Britain did not have a right to just give away Palestinian land. That's one point I really wanted to make. And then the next point is I wanted
Holly, can I just, this is something to throw out there. You can finish your point by all means. I want to just, Mitchell said something that I think is fair to think about. I'm not sure what he means. Mitchell said the whole world is going to learn what the Holocaust did to us. I'm imagining he means the Jewish people. And we'll do it to you if you don't, it didn't finish, but it looks like he says, watch out or be careful. So at some point, if you want to address that or anybody else in the panel, but please continue your point.
But you are doing it to us. You're so ignorant. You're so ignorant and you don't understand what's going on. You're exactly doing it to us. You have bestowed what was bestowed on you to the Palestinian people 10 times the worth. So you and your threats, okay, I don't want to say it, I'm too much of a lady, okay, but you are. The world is watching. You are doing it to the Palestinian people, but you're in denial. You're in denial. If you're so hurt about what happened to you then, why bestow it on others? Why? If you are a brave person, answer that question. If somebody hurts somebody, why? If somebody hurts you, if somebody did something to you, okay, why would you want to go and bestow it on other people, especially those people had nothing to do with what happened to you? And the only people that took you in was Palestine. Don't be smart, because you're not.
Thanks. Okay, Pally.
Hey, I just want to say, Hey Chip, do you like throw stuff out there like that, like for like a reason? Because that just got under my skin, like really bad. like, are you kidding me?
The method to my madness is to stir things up to a point where they can be overcome by good arguments. That's kind of the
Gotcha.
I kind of wind things down a tunnel to kind of like chess towards a checkmate kind of thing.
Gotcha. All right. Well, you know what? Checkmate. Every time someone with that particular ideology comes up and says something like that, it's amazing how they just give themselves away to a rational mind. You know what I mean? It's just such an irrational type of thinking and methodology of thought that it's mind-boggling to me. It's mind-boggling. And you know what? And it kind of goes to what Pally, and I wanted to say this before, like Pally had said something before about how they use words, right? Like that are Arab, and they kind of like make them like an evil word, and they put it out there and they conflate it with terrorism and all of this stuff. A perfect word for that, and I want to hear what Pally thinks, is the word jihad, which simply means a struggle, right? And that could be a struggle within oneself or a struggle on outer sources, right? But they've conflated that word to be something so evil.
Can I ask you a quick question real quick? This is not, I'm not trying to stir your feelings up. Sorry about that.
Sure.
So this is a statement that Mitchell made again, and I want to see if you believe that this fits in. So if somebody believes that Zionism is an idea of superiority and that there's a Jewish supremacy type of chosen person thing, Mitchell says, yes, but remember, we're 2% of the people, but 98% of the brains, we win.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
You know, I mean, it speaks for itself. It speaks for itself. Like, why is he asking a question he already gave an answer to? His statement obviously shows that they think or at least he does. Obviously he can't speak for every Zionist, but at least he believes that he is supreme to the point where he can make a statement like that and expect someone to actually be afraid or in fear or worried about it. The guy is obviously, listen, I'm not going to say what I want to say because Chip, I respect you. I respect the live. And I want to go by your protocol, my brother. So I'm just going to leave it at that. But it speaks for itself. The comment speaks for itself. You know what? God bless you. I hope that one day you can open your eyes, do your own research, be honest with yourself, have an open mind, and instead of judging everything based on some tribal thought, base it on facts, base it on history, and base it on the words and the experiences that you actually hear on these lives of people that are actually suffering while you're probably sitting down watching Netflix with your feet up eating Cheetos. All right? Open your eyes, my friend, please.
Yeah, one more point to ask a question is we've heard of the golden rule that goes do unto others as you would have them do unto you. And the question is, if you look at the unfolding of events during the Balfour Declaration and all the activity that followed up leading up to the establishment of the state of Israel, the question is, if you were one of the quote unquote Arabs, as people like to say, that was negatively impacted by what happened, I know there was one group that benefited and others that got harmed, would you want to be on the other side of that particular deal? So did you really, is that doing unto others as you would have them do unto you? And that's something to think about. So leave it at that. We do have some new guests.
Say, Chip.
Yeah, Pally, finish up.
For Mitchell, like for him to say these things, he's been making threats for quite a while now. Then that's fine. Just don't claim to be the most moral army in the world. Don't claim to be a democracy. Don't claim. Just show your true colors. He was saying how he's gonna do an HCOS to us. How we have rocks and they have booms. That's fine. Then just show that you intend to G-side us, and then that's it. Then now we could stop the game of semantics. We could stop calling it anti-something and this, and it's just they want to do these things to us and just be honest about it.
Imagine what Imagine what anyone in the US government, the Israeli government, or any other Western nation would do if one of their children were actually killed during some type of conflict. You'd probably have World War III as we speak. Okay? Just think about that. Think about the level of indignity these people have, that they're literally willing to kill the children, unalive, the children, the family members, the wives, and the just everybody in someone's family that doesn't agree with them and opposes them. Like, there has to be rules to this thing. You know what I mean? Like, that's criminal. Criminals do that. The cartels do that. You know, if I owe a cartel dude some money and I owe him 50,000, he might just come kill unalive my family and do all kinds of atrocious things to get to me because I can't be God. You know, so at the end of the day, it's like, what are we dealing with here? These people, they present themselves as civilized. They present themselves. They have the suit and the ties and the titles and the influence, right? But they're nothing but criminals. They're murderers. They're corrupt and disgusting, and they need to get rid of. We don't need people like this.
So I hear you're very passionate. What about when people hear someone saying what you're saying, and they say something like, well, what about 10-7? What about the savagery, the brutality, the unaliving of civilians, innocent people, you know, and the other allegations? I'm going to say it, but I don't agree with it. Graping, removal of the head, burnings, decap, whatever it may be, all those things. When somebody says that, it's their job to make sure that never happens again. What do you think that's a valid argument? And what do you think about all that?
Well, listen, if that kind of stuff did happen and whatever, I mean, yeah, listen, I'd be upset if I was on that side too. I'd definitely be upset. Of course I would be upset. Come on, that's like why even ask that? Like, look, anyone that sits here and is saying that Palestinian people have a right not to be oppressed, have a right not to get bombed on a daily basis, have a right to live their own lives, have their own destiny, and just have a chance to live every day, doesn't automatically mean that we're 100% down with what the H group did or didn't do. First of all, half of the things you said about the decapitations and the sexual whatever and all of this stuff, a lot of that stuff has been found to be BS. They call it Hasbara, right? It's been propaganda that's been propagated by the same people that control the media in this country. They literally control the media in this country, okay? They control a ton of the congressmen. They're bought, paid for, or compromised, okay? So, I mean, you're dealing, as far as the Palestinians are concerned, what kind of influence do they really have? I mean, they're desperate.
None.
They are desperate people. They are going through desperate times. They have been desperate for a very long time. You know what? Israel talks about, let's say it was 1,200. That was the first number. Then it lowered down. Then it got to a little lower. Some of those people were actually found to be killed by their own military, unalive by their own military, by the way. So, I mean, all that stuff, you know, Hasbara. But as far as the Palestinians are concerned, 1,200 people unalived, that's like a yearly thing for them for the past 70 years. I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, why should the world value the life of a European colonizer who claims to be a Jew more than 10 Palestinians? So what? So my life is less than yours? So the whole world should just pay attention to you because you look like us or because you have the same ideals that we do here in the West? Is that what they're saying? Because if that's the case, then you're just obviously a racist bastard. I mean, let's be honest. Let's just go where it ends. Let's hit the nail on the button here. It's all supremacy.
Is it? Thank you for your points. Is it okay if we let Omar come in and really quickly, someone in the comments clarify what the pronunciation is? They call it Hasbara, emphasis on the last, and they say it translates this is the word explanation.
Hi guys.
I think many.
Chip,
Yeah.
sorry, Chip. I actually never got to say the original point I even
Yeah, go ahead,
requested
Polly.
for.
Go, Polly. Then
Sorry,
Omar.
and then I promise I'll be right off. But and also, back like goes off of what Mind Wars was saying. But it's something that I've been telling people as a Palestinian for years, like even when I was in college discussing with other people, which is we the Palestinians have been saying we have nothing to hide. Our villages are already under 24/7 surveillance, just like the documentary Israelism revealed what it is like being under occupation. We've been saying for years, come take a look for yourselves. Broadcast all you can. And it was like I was saying it for years, and then finally, post October 7th, for everything to be documented and shown through the cameras and the videos, it's amazing because that's what I've been saying for so long that needs to happen. But
Guys, sorry, go ahead.
yeah,
I haven't had a
but
chance to say anything. I've been here for like half an hour. I just want to say something really quickly, Pali.
I'm just finishing up my point.
Go ahead.
And then I'm actually leaving. Dropping. But so to juxtapose that, because as Palestinians we've been saying like, come look, we can provide facts and evidence for everything we're saying. Juxtapose that to the people who are now wanting to ban news networks from coming into the country. People who have the footage from October 7 mysteriously disappeared by an invisible hand. Just juxtapose that by people who want to, every time they talk, it's some type of anecdote. They never really show true proof. So I just think like that's really, people need to question that, right? Like why, how can Israel be in the right when they're always trying to hide? The person who has something to hide cannot be in the right. Thank you, my chip.
Pali Hijab, I agree with everything you said. Actually, you took all the words that I wanted to say out of my mouth. It's such a biased system.
We're thinking the same thing, I guess, for quite a while.
100%. We're both very passionate. But guys, how biased is this? I mean, it's ridiculous. If the Palestinian people actually just claim and say the truth, they're anti something or they're this or that. This is such a crazy world that we live in, where the Western governments are lying on the behalf of an apartheid regime, literally, like a blatantly oppressive apartheid regime that's not allowing Western media to even come even close. Why is CNN? Why is not any BBC, any Western, news agency or allowed to go into the region and document? It's just crazy. In what kind of conflict? It's not a war, by the way. This is a campaign that the West is funding wholeheartedly, and we are led to believe in the West that this is something that we need to do. This is a campaign, people, and everyone is complicit in the West. It has shown the truth of the matter. Listen, it's beyond ridiculous. I'm Canadian. I live in Canada. I'm Palestinian Canadian.
Thank you for the finger heart, Jamaica.
Sorry? Yeah. The thing is, guys, there's so many topics I want to actually address, but the bias, the one-sidedness of it all. There's one guy here on TikTok when I first joined tonight. He's a Palestinian guy who was on his way to Germany to give facts about the October 7th. What happened. The actual factual thing. He was not allowed into Germany. He's a scholar, but
he was
a
one of the
witness. Exactly. He was denied entry, and he has factual proof of what he saw on the ground. There's one side that's been told, but the other side is muted, 100%. And then you get the people who are saying, like Biden, we really should stop Mr. Bibi, and they're sending shiploads of weapons. It's not a war. These are the poorest area on earth. People have been occupied, oppressed for like decades, since what 20 years now? It's been like an open air prison, really. And every weaponry it's imaginable has been used on these people, and they have nothing to fight back with, and there's still a threat. Really, I mean, how ridiculous is this? This is ethnic cleansing on a mass level, and everyone's complicit. We are all complicit. I beg you, people, to join Mr. Chip Barnes and everyone here to give a voice for people who are being oppressed and unalived. And also, guys, please keep up the boycotting. it does make a difference. Boycotting is the biggest thing that will cripple these people. Hit them where the pocket is, honestly. Hit that. These big corporations, we have to make a difference, and this is a big way to do it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Omar. Appreciate you. Yeah, wow. If you look up the where people are from in the leadership of Israel right now, Netanyahu's family is from Poland. I think Smotrich's family is from either Lithuania or Ukraine, and then Ben Gvir, one or the other. I'm not sure which one. Same thing. These are not people native to the region. If you trace the genetic material of many of the people that live in Israel, you will find, especially because of the skin tone. Let's be clear: people who live in that region have more receptive skin tone to the sun, though it's natural, native to that region. If you look at the skin tone of those who move into Israel from outside of Israel, who claim to be ancestrally connected to the land, their skin tone is nothing like the people that are ancestrally part of the land. That's people talk about sunblock and stuff like that. That Palestinians don't need sunblock, but others do who immigrate there. Whatever. I mean, the point is, a lot of people are angry because if you're from the region, hey, great. If you want to come into the region, hey, great. But don't make me leave for you, right? That's the idea. And that's what happened. I think that's why people are. It makes sense too. Anybody, and again, if you're on the receiving end of that, how would you feel, right? No one wants to be on the receiving end of getting kicked out of your home at the end of a gun. The village next to you gets massacred. You have to flee, and then your whole life sucks for the next 3, 10, 15 generations, right? That's not fair. Okay.
But Chip, if you look at all their leadership, none of them is from our region. Ukraine, Poland, Russia, none of them are from that region.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, who was next? Who was next here? I think it's.
Give me a little one tap.
Yeah, I think it was pound at 36. I don't know how to say that. Would you like to come in and share? Pound. I guess there's still. You're welcome to come in if you want. Somebody just said something about mentioning skin color. Listen, the level of pigment in somebody's skin in terms of those indigenous. Hey, Babby, we got to keep you down there. Sorry, it's a little noisy. That's not making a comment. It's like it's nothing to do with anything mean spirited. It's just saying that in terms of what skin tone develops in a region like that makes one native to it is based on how the body evolves over time with respect to the sun. That's it. It's the dermis, the epidermis.
Chip, you didn't have to you didn't have to explain that. Like that should be like an obvious. Like, come on, really.
Nothing's mean spirited. It's all about just it's all about just trying to come up with the facts that make sense. Okay, pound sign at 36. Did you want to come and say anything? Looks like, how old are you? It looks like somebody's about 5. Okay. I'll take this person down then. They look like they're about 3 years old. Okay. Does anybody, by the way, if there's somebody in the audience that wants to come up, I believe there was somebody, their name is like Tula. Is it Tula Behar? Tula Bahar? Is that how you say it? Tula, if you'd like to come up, please do. I mean, you seem to have a lot of interesting things to add in the comments. Yeah, True Blue, give it a rest. You know what we're talking about here. Come on. Be contextual.
We usually call ourselves olive skin because we're not that dark and we're not that light, okay? And we can tolerate the weather in our region. Why do you think they have the deceased or the unalive, they would go and steal their skin? And the stuff that they do to human beings so they can survive, even based on skin, so they can survive. They will stop at nothing to survive.
They steal their organs too.
Exactly. They will stop at no one or nothing to survive. As long as they live, the heck with everybody else. There's no need for anyone else to live but except them. And that's if that's not being superiority to anybody, I don't know what is.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. Pretty gross. And we've kind of talked this one out on that stuff. So I think what we'll do right now, it's about 10 minutes till 11. I just want to let everybody know this is being recorded. So if you want to check it out, every single live that I've done since December 18th is on the YouTube and Rumble channels that I have. They're never edited. It's just is what it is. By the way, there are a lot of people that have accused me of a lot of stuff and that this, that, and the other. So I invite anybody. Listen, it's there for you to watch. Go back and see. Every single word I've ever said on these lives is recorded. You go to your heart's content and look for something to try to call out. I don't think you'll find it. But the point is, you can get to those sites if you go to my link in my bio. So if you're domestically located in the U.S., it's actually a clickable link. It says Linktree Chip Barnes in my bio. But if you're not in the U.S. and you want to check it out, you can type in the characters which are written in my bio into your web browser and then hit enter. It'll take you to the same place. And also my regular schedule that I always do these lives is Wednesday nights from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. Eastern time. And then tomorrow, like Saturdays, 12 to 4 p.m. And that gives everybody from all around the world a chance to come in at the same time, which is kind of fun. There's some really good adventures. Sometimes I go till like 7 or 8 p.m. if we have a good conversation going. So all depends on the weekend and what I got going on. So I think right now, if everybody's okay with it, unless somebody wants to talk about it, does anybody want to say anything more, or have we talked through this enough? Or
I think we've done. I just want to say thank you, honestly, for bringing me up again. I appreciate it. And Mind Wars. When I came up, I meant no harm, no nothing. I just wanted to explain the situation to you. I'm glad I got to, and I appreciate it. And I appreciate your
Thank
love.
you.
So
Thanks to everybody. Yo, Chip, I'll be on your next one, man. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
We appreciate you, Chip. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for your voices on my country. I call it mine because every Palestinian says it's theirs, so it's mine. Like the Irish, my Ireland. This is my Palestine.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chip. Have a great evening. Thank you,
You're
everyone.
welcome. Thank you to everybody.
Yeah,
Appreciate
man.
it.
Bless up,
Thank you.
Uncle Chip, man. Bless up,
Thank
man.
you.
Salute you. Salute you,
God,
Sarah. And
God
keep up
bless.
the good
God bless.
work. And
God bless.
blessings. Blessings.
Take care. Maz, thanks for moderating. Other moderators. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night.